Hello everybody, welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We are going to be showcasing a wide variety of Silent Hill games for you today. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Games Done Quick is going to be at PAX East 2024. We'll be holding a speedrun marathon live at PAX East from the 21st to the 24th of March. Submissions are open right now through the 29th. You can use !PAX in Twitch chat, or you can go to paxeast.gamesdonequick.com to submit your runs. Also, GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales, is coming up March 3rd through 10th. The schedule is out now. You can use !FF in Twitch chat to learn more, and the prize submissions are open until February 28th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on that. With all of that said, we are starting with Silent Hill Downpour. I'll let the runner and commentary introduce themselves.
All right. Well, hey. Hi, I'm Schmumbler. Yeah, going to be playing some Silent Hill Downpour for you. I've brought along the amazing Umbrella Jill to commentate with me. Jill, if you would like to say hello.
Hello. Wiggy Daddy.
And, yeah.
The JP
Obviously, for the whole Silent Hill thing, we have to start off on the strongest note we can, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. Go.
Murphy. 3, 2, 1, Murphy.
Pendleton. But yeah, so Downpour. I'm assuming the estimate is on the screen. You might notice that there is a very large estimate for this game, and that is because this is like the only Silent Hill game that you just straight up cannot skip any cutscenes whatsoever. So if you've never seen Downpour and you've never experienced the story of Downpour, well, good news. You're going to get all of it today.
It's because they put so much effort in and they just want you to experience all of it.
Yeah, that said, if you ever need to like get up, take a potty break, grab something to eat, there's going to be many like 5, 6, 7 minute cutscenes for you to take a break whenever you need to.
I actually don't mind the unskippable cutscenes because, yeah, if you could skip all the cutscenes, it would be kind of a long run with no breaks. So I don't mind it too much, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've literally gone and made lunch in the middle of a run before.
I made brownies one time in the middle of a run.
It's a very cozy run, I say, as I'm getting ready to brutally murder somebody in the shower. Don't mind that. But yeah,
Easy difficulty, that's just the category.
Yeah. So right now we're like fogging up the cameras with the showers. There's 8 showers. Weirdly enough, you only need to turn on 3 of them. For the longest time, I thought you had to turn on at least half of them. So I was just losing time. Still managed to get record with that though, so hey. Oh well.
Yeah, I think sometimes I forget too. Like if I haven't played it for a while and I go back and then I accidentally do 4 and I'm like, dang it.
Yeah.
Scared the hell out of me.
Also, gonna go ahead and say this. I'm not gonna make any kind of commentary on the actual story of this game because it has a lot of stuff that nobody really needs to know about. Particularly this guy.
It has a pretty dark story.
Not in a nuanced way.
You don't recognize
Yeah.
me, do you?
We just usually focus on the more light aspects of the game.
Anybody? We used to be neighbors.
Have
It
you
is
ever gotten
great,
stuck on
though.
that elevator yet still? Because remember how I used to get stuck on
Oh,
the elevator
yeah.
all the time? And you were like, that's never happened to me before. I
No,
get some
so
weird
I've done
glitch.
it, but only when Only when I've done the glitch where the camera gets like permanently stuck facing behind me, which
Oh,
I think I'm actually gonna try to do. Anyway, there's a little bit of RNG in this like tutorial fight. The first round always has 5 hits, and then it can take anywhere from 3 to 5 hits for the other 2. So I'm done with the stick. I'm gonna go grab the knife. Napier's gonna pick one of 3 locations to run to. That is
or warp to.
weird. That's a 4-hitter. That's
Stopped
pretty
in
good.
the middle of the room, didn't he?
Yeah, he was like going to the opposite door and then just stopped.
That was weird, yeah.
544.
Sometimes if you get really
average.
lucky, he warps right next to you.
Yeah, other times you get really unlucky and he warps to the far door.
Yeah.
Particularly
And that's a
like
reset.
yeah, particularly right when you're like in mid combo with him, you break the knife and then he's just gone.
And then you're just punching the air.
Why? You know exactly why.
Anyway, we've now successfully completed about 30 seconds of gameplay, so time for about 5 minutes of cutscenes. So,
Oh my god.
hey everybody,
You, Pendleton.
how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's had a great weekend so far. Hope it continues. We got a lot of really great games ahead of us. Just gotta get over this little hump first.
No, this is the best one.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have plenty of fun for sure.
This speedrun is genuinely like, I don't know. My eyes are glued to it every time. Like,
Tell you the truth, I'm sort of sorry.
I can't stop watching it.
I just don't watch things in general much, but I love running this game because of how chill it is.
It's definitely nice to have a
And
chill
those-
speed run where you don't have to like you aren't like always just like hyper focused on doing everything, right?
Right. And it's like, it's not even that this game doesn't have hard stuff. A lot of this game is like micro optimizations where you just have to get all the little things right for so long. So it does have that going for it. And there we go, there's the glitch. So there's a look over your shoulder button in this game, which is the left bumper. And if you hold it going into the scene, the camera just permanently locks behind Murphy, which means that I have to actually hold down to move forward. And the reason this is an issue is the elevator at the end does not trigger by you walking onto it. It triggers by you getting up to it and pushing forward, which moves us backwards. Do you see the issue here?
Yeah, the 2D controls can make some things really confusing in this game.
So if I get to the elevator and I just like flick it upwards, I should be fine.
That's kind of cool.
But you
though,
might
to
see
show
me
that.
step backwards and not get on for whatever reason, and that would be why. This is another great thing about Downpour is that there are glitches. No one can say this game doesn't have glitches. The thing is,
Right.
all the glitches hurt you.
Yeah,
There we
they
go.
don't help. Still trying to find one that helps.
You can even actually get out of bounds. There's an out of bounds in this game where you can drop through the void and it warps you to a location. The problem with that is it warps you to the start of Silent Hill, where there's a gate that you have to push a button to open,
Guess this is it.
and that button is no longer interactable.
You gonna miss us?
So you're just
Nice.
soft locked.
Not even a little.
I don't know if I've seen you do that one. I've just seen the one at the docks.
Wayside Max.
Oh, it
You'll
looks.
start to miss
Oh,
this place
well, yeah,
after all.
that too. It's what happens
Yeah.
if you like
Sure,
fall
I'm
into the
gonna
pit.
miss you.
Right.
Move 'em out.
It also looks really trippy. The whole screen goes like black and white checkerboard. And it does that until you start like spamming buttons, and then Murphy will just pop out of nowhere, and then the train station will just like load around him.
So now Murphy is getting on a prison transfer bus. He's getting transferred to another prison. That's the whole setup for the game story, basically. So that's what's happening here. All these prisoners are being transferred.
All yours now, sugar.
I like our
Let's get this done.
Yeah.
protagonist designator
You heard the
being our prisoner number on our jumpsuit because nobody else
minute.
has a number.
Isn't that that bald police officer? Isn't that the same face as the dude in the cafeteria in the prison when it's showing that like flashback where they're all fighting?
Maybe.
Get on the bus.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I feel like I just noticed that.
There's a lot of little things like that. We were discussing earlier, there's a house on the title cover that looks a lot like the Shepherd house in Homecoming.
Suspiciously so. She said the thing. Get on the bus. Get on the bus.
Get on
Take
the bus.
a nap on the bus.
I also love that the route that the bus takes here looks identical to that jump scare car commercial thing from like 20 years ago. Like, not this part specifically, but the next one where it's wrapping around the mountain.
I also get annoyed that the bus driver doesn't really like pay
Yeah.
as much attention
Look.
to the road as he should.
That's the exact route.
So really, after this cutscene ends, it'll be at like the 11 or 12 minute mark in the game, and then after that, there's only about like 30 more seconds of gameplay, and then another cutscene.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Although at least that one has a quick time event in it too.
I kind of like the unskippable cutscenes in the beginning because if your previous run ended in a bad way, it gives you a little bit of time to cool off before you start playing it again.
There's so many memeable moments in the start too. It's like you get, there's some stuff that you can just have a little bit of fun with to help ease the tension.
Yeah.
Tell me something, puta. That true what I heard about you? Did you really do it?
Shut the hell up!
Fuck you, güero.
I said.
Also, shout out to our bus driver, Mr. Coons.
He's not. Look at him. He's not looking.
You probably can't tell by looking at his name tag because it's spelled wrong, but
Yeah.
he's supposed to be named after the author, Dean Koontz. There's actually a comic that goes along with this game called Anne's Story, and his name tag was corrected in that. So it is actually supposed to be Koontz and not Coons.
Oh wow. Yeah, there's a Jonathan Davis song that plays like before you start the game up. And when people were upset about that, Tom Hewlett was like, well, it's not actually in the game, so if you don't want to listen to it, you can skip over it, so it's fine. It's kind of a little bit of a low-key banger, though.
Oh yeah. It's a real crowd pleaser. Everybody loves it.
Yeah.
Okay. Think. Find the highway. Put some ground between
It like
yourself
grows
and
on you
us.
after you hear it enough.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
So
Yeah,
this
so
is
these are
like
the-
our first moment where we can actually kind of explore a little bit. If I were to go
Yeah.
left here, there's like a little coastline that you can go to. And the funny thing about that coastline is we're going to be doing a boss fight on a coastline, and it is the exact same place,
This is crazy.
but miles and miles away. Because it's supposed to be the coastline outside of our house, which is
Right.
like 10 hours down the coast.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
Murphy's
the same
not
one
from
where
here.
Charlie was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Trope says it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, I don't know why nobody ever scoots along planks. They always choose to walk like that.
Get your ass down on the ground.
I would just sit down and scoot.
Yeah.
Hands where I can see them.
Actually, no. No.
Easy.
I'm the dummy that would try to do like a full sprint
You would.
across because I'd be too scared to inch my way.
Oh,
I'd be the first one to fall, guaranteed.
some really terrible gun safety here.
What are you talking about?
It always bothers me. I'm like, why is she doing that?
Cops in the process. Save the bullshit.
So it's becoming kind of clear that she has a little bit of a problem with our character.
This is stupid. I'll meet you back down at the bus, okay? You're gonna get yourself killed.
Shut up. Keep your goddamn hands where I can see them. Shit!
All right, here's our first moral choice of the game. Get
Let's
ready
go,
for our
let's go.
choices to make no difference whatsoever.
All right.
So we're gonna try to save her.
Hang on.
I'm slipping. Oh god.
Don't let go.
And the funniest thing about trying to save her is that it makes her fall faster than if we just ignored her.
Yeah, Murphy's really bad at this stuff. But yeah, this game has a karma system in it. So killing enemies gives you bad karma. Making bad choices gives you bad karma. Vice versa.
It is so hard for karma to matter outside of the choices, though. The amount of karma points that you get per choice are just so
Right.
huge. Unless you do a good choice and a bad choice, hills are probably not going to do anything.
And basically, it affects your endings that you get.
So that was like a little fixed camera cutscene type thing, but the game doesn't lock your movement during those, so I just ran to the ladder and cut it short. It was supposed to stay like that for like 5 seconds. And then here,
Yeah.
there's some forced walking segments, but weirdly enough, you can just like hold your fists up like you're getting ready to fight, and it'll make you walk about 10% faster.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few spots where you have to maneuver Murphy while he's not on the screen, and they're a little bit tricky.
Game tokens look ancient.
Oh yeah.
Picking up
Especially when
those
you
coins is
consider-
actually... Go ahead.
Especially when you consider the fact that Murphy's hitbox is actually super wide and gets stuck
Right.
in everything.
Which is something I was about to mention too. When you pick up those coins, sort of the trick to pick up those coins is you kind of want to get Murphy stuck on that doorknob when you open the door, because otherwise he'll just run straight into the room. You kind of need him to get stuck to grab the coins.
And if you go too far into the room, the door closes behind you.
Right? So another cutscene.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is where we get introduced to.
No 52.
I call him Howie.
I guess they were trying to go for like canonical figures who would show up from game to game.
Right.
But anyway, here's Howard Blackwood. He's also in Book of Memories.
What?
He's like mystical postal worker who, you know,
Right.
knows things but doesn't say anything.
Look, I don't want.
It seems like all the characters in this game are like that.
And I'll keep
Yeah.
going.
Now, who said anything about trouble?
Yeah,
I
everyone
like
except
Howie.
for Bobby Ricks.
Son, name's Howard, by the way.
Murphy.
There's also a fun little tidbit with Howard in that you can actually apparently find his gravestone in the
Looking
game.
for a way out of town is all.
It's in the game?
That's so.
Are you talking about me, the one that I saw? Because I saw one in real life.
Every last one.
Oh, you saw one in real life?
It was in real life,
Okay,
yeah, the
never
same
mind.
name. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
weird.
me and my partner were at a gravesite and like a cemetery, and we saw a gravestone that had the same first and last name.
Nice.
Window.
Yeah.
I guess Howard's a common enough name. Blackwood a little less so, but I guess that's
Never
believable.
mind.
Yeah, my bad.
Suppose if you're really desperate, you could try the old Skytram.
We were just being nerds.
Really been kept up
We were like,
since
oh,
the accident.
look, it's Howard.
I'll take my chances.
That's the spirit.
I don't know, I like him.
Well, this mail ain't gonna.
I do
deliver
too, even though
Good
it's
luck, Murphy.
not
Hope you find whatever it is you're
it's not a
looking
great
for.
character.
I just like him.
Hey, what's the name of this place?
I'm mostly just amazed that they managed to find a sound-alike that's so close to Morgan Freeman.
I actually don't mind the voice acting in this game. I know it's like memeable, like the screaming and stuff, but honestly,
Well,
I
the
think the voice
lines are
acting's
memeable.
pretty solid.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
the lines themselves that are memeable, not so much the people
Yeah.
saying them.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyone here?
The kids are a little weird, but I mean, they're kids.
Right.
Oh, shit. Fire.
Okay, here comes my first fire strat. I'm gonna walk into the fire here a couple times. This game does a thing where if you're damaged, you actually move slower. Unless you're in combat.
Right.
If you're in combat, the more damaged you are, up to a point, the faster you go. So I'm taking the damage here, making a sacrifice to go slower in the short term in order to get fast movement speed during a few chase sequences and hopefully break out with a net time save.
Can't be happening.
This is kind of the smaller occurrence of this. There's one other one later in the game that saves like 20, 30 seconds. But if you mess it up, it loses like 30 seconds. So anyway, here is our good, friendly neighborhood black hole that's going to be chasing us around the game. And this is why I took damage. I don't think I'm going to be going fast right now. Yeah, this is pretty normal speed. But there is going to be a spot where it hits me that I just straight up cannot avoid the damage. So next time we encounter the black hole is when I'll actually be hoping to go fast.
Yeah, this thing chases you a few times throughout the game, and those little cages, you can knock them over to slow it down, but the black hole yo-yos to you anyway.
Yeah, those
Or
are
rubber
the
bands.
most worthless things in the game. It literally slows it down for like 1 second and then rubber bands directly behind you. Also, it operates on it follows rules where it just takes a direct line to you no matter what, and it goes through anything.
Right.
So you can put like 10 walls between you and it will just go through them.
So this is like the Downpour version of like the other side sort of thing. In Silent Hill, you get these little like amusement park spooky bits.
I actually really love the other world in Downpour. It gives
Yeah.
me super strong Madness Return vibes.
I like the waterfalls and stuff. This should be a ride at Universal Studios. There's also the haunted minecart ride a little bit later
Yeah.
in the game.
That would actually be a good ride. I would ride that.
I would love that. There's these little puzzles that he's doing right now, just sort of rotating these paintings to progress along this area.
I feel like you can't even really call them puzzles. Like, there's no puzzling about it. It's just find the thing you can interact with and interact with it.
Puzzles.
They solve themselves, literally. Alright, so this is the encounter that I actually want the damage for. We're going to be
Right.
making laps around the circle, and here I should get enough damage to actually start going fast.
Right.
And what this is going to do for me is there's 3 other spots where I would get slowed down by the black hole. I'm not going fast. I don't like this. But
Oh, a
anyway,
little
I
bit fast.
skipped one slowdown there. And then the other one is up here. Yeah, so I skipped that one too.
Ooh, nice.
And overall, that saves like 10 seconds. Not even including just going faster in general. So that worked out quite nicely. That was also why I grabbed the health kit in the kitchen. That way I can heal as soon as I get out of the combat sequence and not have to worry about being slow the rest of the game.
Right.
So now
that
we're
we've
in this.
escaped. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're down here and we have to do another puzzle.
Yeah.
Except I'm kind of going out of what the game wants us to do's order. I'm actually going to grab the cable first. It wanted us to go right instead of left there. And it was going to give us a combat tutorial. The thing about the combat tutorial, though, is there's nothing actually keeping you in the combat tutorial. So we're going to go into it and immediately just run away.
Just dip out, yeah. Also, a little fun little tidbit, those doors that when you bang on them with your wrench to open the doors, you can't open the door too soon after you bang on it. You kind of have to open it in a little bit of a rhythm, because if you try to open it too soon, Murphy just acts like the door is still locked. He'll just jiggle the handle.
Yep. And what's even better is when you do that for doors that are boarded up,
The one in the
it
monastery.
won't let you open it afterwards either.
Right, yeah. He acts like the door's locked. It's like, no, Murphy, it was boarded up. It wasn't locked.
Looks like a way out.
So you'll also notice too, when there's enemies in the overworld, you'll see the camera like pull out, like it did right there. And that's the combat mode, like speed boost. So even when you're not injured, just being in combat makes it where you run a little bit faster than you normally would.
Mm-hmm.
And there's times where we try to take advantage of that. There's going to be a section up ahead, once I do another few puzzles and change my clothes, where there's a chance for a siren to scream at me. Hopefully it doesn't. But whether it does or doesn't, there's also 3 other sirens that are just, running around trying to kill me, and I want them to notice me, but I don't want them to hit me.
Right.
Particularly, I want them to chase me all the way back to the Skytram so that I can get a nice long speed boost. But usually that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it adds like a little slice of semi RNG, like here and there, because you might get a long speed boost or a short speed boost here and there.
Yeah, or you might get grappled from behind and lose 5 seconds.
Right.
Also, world's most interesting pinball game. I'm not sure how you're supposed to actually control this.
Yes.
How do you move it sideways on the water?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I tried to think maybe it's magnets, but that doesn't make sense either, really. So Murphy changes out of his prison jumpsuit
What's this?
so he can make a getaway. Just found some random clothes.
Hey, you know what? Just for you guys, let's switch back.
Nice.
Yeah, the game actually just lets you switch back immediately, so you can play the entire game in this jumpsuit. There's also another unlockable costume that you can get by doing a side mission, but this is surprising. We're not doing side missions. If we did, it would give us another hour of content. Okay, good. No scream. She's not chasing me, though. Yeah,
Oh no, yeah.
that's fine. Just means I don't have to worry about getting got.
Yeah. Teeny tiny speed boost.
Okay, don't need the wrench anymore.
Magnets, how they work, yeah. I don't know. So, Howard had suggested that we take this sky tram. So that's this whole segment here has been trying to get on this sky tram. So that's what we're finally doing now. And getting on and off the sky tram is surprisingly more difficult than you would think.
Worse than back there.
Yeah, Murphy is very wide, and Door is very thin.
It's almost like the first boss of the game, trying to get off of the sky tram.
Mm-hmm. Also, this game has a thing where it really hates making you touch buttons to interact with things. So going through that like rotating door or going up ladders and stuff like that, you just kind of like rub up against until the game decides to let you through. It can get annoying, especially that little rotating door, because where you're supposed to stand to go through it is actually like back away from the door a little bit. So if you just walk right up to the door during that cutscene, you
get
just
stuck.
Yeah. You don't go anywhere.
There's a bunch of teeny tiny little things like that.
Yeah. Or like how this area is a forced walking segment, so you have to go into combat stance to walk a little bit faster. Or like how there's a boarded up door in this room up ahead, but you don't actually have to go all the way up to the boards. You can go like 5 feet away and then just warp forward. But you have to make sure that you're actually in front of the boards, because if you're at an angle, sometimes Murphy will do a weird thing where he'll hit every other hit and miss the others.
Here we go.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. Happened during my D-Rest yesterday.
Hitbox for that door is a little bit out too. You know, another one that's a little bit out is that chalkboard. When you use the chalkboard, the hitbox for that's a little bit out too.
It's also like weirdly out to the side. Like you can... Yeah. Anyway, here is the fan favorite.
Yay, JT!
Pretty impressive, ain't it?
Pretty impressive, ain't it? You might not guess by looking at it, but this
Gotta
place
put
used
some
to be filled
JPs
with
in
all
chat.
kinds of visitors. Moms and dads and little kids and... Yeah, it was a really nice place.
I'm sorry. You are?
Name's JP, and that serves the Devil's Pit. 490 meters straight down to the blackest soul of the earth.
Name's JP, and that's
Yeah, he said the thing.
490 meters straight down to the blackest soul of the earth. The deepest limestone sinkhole north of
Do you think we listen to this game a little too often?
Sorry.
No.
Something tried to kill me back there. You haven't seen anyone? I'm strange wandering around here, have you?
First time visitor, huh?
First time visitor, huh?
Everyone loves JP.
Listen, if there's a quick way out of here, I'd really appreciate if you
You can keep talking. So after this cutscene ends, you can actually keep talking to him, and he'll just say like different stuff. I feel like he has a bunch of different voice lines after this as well.
Right. Well, he's seen.
And there's that sign there, has a bunch of info. There's a bunch of signs around the Devil's Pit with different like information you can actually read. It's kind of neat, actually.
Yeah. Personally, my favorite bit of information is the one that he directly tells you. The 490 meters straight down. Because there's a little bit of trivia that he gives you later on in the game. And the math just doesn't add up.
It doesn't math, yeah. JP famously is not very good at maths. It's okay.
Sounds like a fun place to bring the family.
Well, to be fair, he's not the one who says it. He just says that other people say it.
Right. That was a perfectly good quarter, true. We'll get another one later, it's okay.
Yeah. Also, let's see if I get yelled at. I have not had good luck with this lately.
Ooh, very
Okay.
nice. It's a little bit difficult not to get screamed at by that lady. You have to run like a perfectly straight line. And now we're gonna chuck the axe across the
Ooh,
bridge
that doesn't
because
look
otherwise we would
great.
drop it.
Ooh, can I grab that?
I can't see where it landed.
It landed like right in the rock on the left.
Oh, if it's in the rock, then probably not. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Downpour does this thing. Downpour does a lot of things. Downpour does this thing
Yeah.
where if a weapon lands in a spot that's designated out of bounds, even if it's in reach, it just deactivates the interactability of the item. So it's in a spot where I can definitely reach it, but I don't know if the game's going to let me pick it up.
Let's see.
Okay, good.
Yeah! Also, another fun thing is like when you're climbing up that bridge, it says hold the buttons, but it actually works a lot better if you tap them. I don't know why.
Yeah, there's also a very specific timing for when you should touch the button, as if you do it any differently, the game will just not register your input at all, and you'll be wondering why Murphy is suddenly falling into the pit.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to fall and die there than you would think. Also with the balance beams, another easy place to accidentally die.
Yeah, especially when it tells you to hold left and you're holding like all the way left and it still doesn't count it as hard enough.
Just downpour things.
Yeah.
So now
Anyway.
we're doing a puzzle.
Yep, moving some water sluices. There's 3 different things that you can power with that water. We specifically want the elevator because everything else goes to a dead end. I remember playing this game casually for the first time and I explored the cave system that you can drain. And good lord, there's like 4 enemies in that cave that just beat the hell out of you. And the only reward at the end is 1 health kit.
Yeah. There's a lot of places to explore in this game, and it's very easy to get lost in all of those places as well.
Yeah. And generally, any kind of side mission that you do, which there's 13 of them, typically your reward is going to be a first aid kit.
Right.
There's one that's actually pretty worthwhile, which is the bank heist.
I thought you were going to say the bank one, yeah.
Because it gives you a handgun, several magazines of ammo, and like 5 health kits. But it's literally the only one that actually gives you a good reward. Oh my god.
Oh, she's feisty. Okay.
Iframes galore. So Murphy just decided to not hit her with the second hit for some reason. Or the third. Maybe the fourth.
Yeah, the enemy can take like 2 to 5 hits or something like that.
Oh, I've had it take 8 once. It just depends. Sometimes you'll hit it and it staggers, but it's still technically an iframe, so you don't actually deal any damage.
Yeah, you have to make
But you
sure the
staggered it,
enemy's on
so
the
it still
ground.
extends the iframes.
Right. If they're not on the ground, you can't push the that mine cart out of the way, so you're just stuck there.
Mm-hmm.
You can't interact with things if there's an enemy like actively in your area.
So, a bit of a content warning, anyone who's sensitive to suicide. This is a good point to tune out for about 3 minutes or so.
It's just you.
What are you doing, JP?
You know.
There's only 2 choices in the game, but this one is the one of the 2 that like really annoys me.
Seems like
Because your moral choice here is to be nice or to not be nice, right?
The papers and stuff.
But we spend the entire dialogue leading up to that choice
They said it was just
definitely not being nice.
circumstantial evidence.
So,
Yeah.
what is the choice really?
Yeah, I read all about it.
Those newspaper men are goddamn fucking liars.
Relax, man. We're just talking here.
What happened? That was an accident. I didn't mean to hurt nobody. I didn't murder nobody. Murder's a mortal sin. You go to hell for murder. Ain't that right, Murphy? Surely
We
you
like
know
spend
much
this entire
about
time
what's wrong.
blasting JP for like basically the same things that we did.
Negligence.
It was an accident.
Yeah.
Completely hammered. There were witnesses.
And how about you, Murphy?
He's always acting like he's on some moral high horse or something, but he's just as bad as everybody else.
Deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
And I sure as hell never hurt any kids. I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
You call this living? Can you imagine what that's like, Murphy? Living all your life inside someone else's lie? Can you? Listen to us talk. As if anybody out there gives a damn. And we're the ones who decide if we can live with what we've done.
Wait.
It's also just such a weird
Just wait a second.
part of the conversation to put a prompt in. Like there's no lead up to
Yeah.
it. It's literally like mid dialogue.
It's really easy to zone out and miss it.
Oh god, yes it is. I've done it so many times where I've just
Yeah.
sat there for like 10 seconds not realizing.
Yeah.
Can't believe he jumped.
Anyway, that's the all clear for that content warning. And now we're just kind of running around in the mines for a little bit, trying to make
We're
our
gonna
way
meet-
to the train car.
I thought you were gonna say making our way downtown. I don't know why. Sorry.
Walking fast.
Kind of, yeah. Oh my goodness.
First,
We're
we
gonna
gotta
meet
meet our
Raspberry Man.
good friend. Yeah,
He's covered in raspberry jam.
and I call him friend. He is not a friend. He actually is today. That's good.
Ooh. That's because we
Normally-
complimented him.
Yeah. Normally, Raspberry Jam Man likes to jump back up to the ceiling and then pounce on us as soon as we finish breaking the boards. Anyway, I'm gonna run towards him to get combat mode, and that did not last very long. That's unfortunate.
You got the longest speed boost ever yesterday.
I know. I've literally never had that happen before, and I'm sure it'll never happen again.
Alright.
But congratulations, we have now spent 42 minutes in this game, and we are almost to Silent Hill.
Yay!
Never let go of it. One day you'll see this all come together. You'll look back and laugh at what's past, and you'll ask yourself, how the hell did I get through all that?
So now we're about to get on the haunted minecart ride. There's an
Yeah.
enemy that's gonna be right before it. If the enemy is too close to Murphy, he won't be able to activate the panel to get onto the train.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to bait the siren into a scream attack. Which, that looks good.
This must be
That
the
looked
train
good, yeah.
Steve told me about.
And then EAC,
Nice.
and we're out of here.
If she follows you to the panel, the button will just be grayed out and you won't be able to do anything.
Basically, like, if you had that camera pulled out where you're in the combat speed, then it doesn't let you touch anything. But now, enjoy the ride. This is also a
Yay.
good content warning for flashing lights. There are several periods of flashing lights during this ride, and it lasts about 2 minutes.
Before it became the charming resort town that we know and love today, Silent Hill was once the center of trade and commerce, thanks to its rich scenes of coal and iron ore. You are riding aboard a fully restored mine train, originally owned and operated by the Gillespie Coal and Iron Company, which first began extracting.
Those are some friendly looking guys.
1860. This subterranean
Oh, maybe,
Uh-oh.
maybe not so friendly.
making it the deepest coal mine on its day. Long before the discovery of the pit's rich
Oh my goodney.
Oh, there was one on the train. I don't think I've noticed that.
He was gonna steal your lunch sack.
It's okay. We're gonna have a good friend drop in later too.
Oh boy.
Also, shout outs to this rock formation. Just kind of hanging out in the middle of nowhere.
leading to a wild speculation about witchcraft and the occult. Soon after, a series of unfortunate accidents and reports of mysterious creatures.
Hey, there's my buddy. Come on down, say hello. You know, you should probably sit down though. I don't know how safe it is to stand in a roller coaster. Doesn't seem like the best idea.
Right. Uh-oh.
Man, I tried to warn him.
You should mention if you do that too fast, it drops all your inputs and you die. That's
Yeah.
an insta kill if you don't do the inputs right on that bit.
Yep. Takes you all the way back to the start of the ride, and we are, what, 2.5 minutes into the ride? Then we got good old mannequin face, or monocle face. Apparently that was originally intended to be a boss fight, but it ended up getting scrapped. Anyway, congratulations! We have now made it to Silent Hill.
Yay!
Only, you know, a third of the way through the run.
Almost time to look for treasures.
Yeah. Yeah, so the thing that makes this the surprise ending run is we're getting the joke ending. And the only requirement for the joke ending is to complete the digging up the past side mission. So there are 7 grave sites throughout the town of Silent Hill that we have to dig up.
Hands against the wall.
And once we do that, it doesn't matter what choices we've made, doesn't matter what we do at the end, we're always gonna get the surprise ending.
Help each other. This place,
It's also just a fun little side mission. It is locked to New Game Plus, but all the items that you get from the grave sites are like literal memorabilia bits from past Silent Hill games.
Right.
So there's like Hyper Blaster, a little UFO, like a dog, like a little dog keychain, I think.
I swear, I don't know
Maybe.
what's going on any more than you do.
I think there's also an Iglaufotis.
What?
Oh yeah.
King knees. You heartless bastard. You don't deserve to live.
The only thing that kind of sucks is that after you do it the one time, you don't actually see them pop up when you dig them up each time after that.
Yeah.
You think I've done?
Yeah, the only way that you can see them after that is to actually go into the extras option on the main menu and look at your save file collectibles. There's also an achievement for collecting all the collectibles in the game, which includes not only those, but also a couple other things that you can just find on your regular playthrough, which are not great.
I'm sorry.
They are very dark.
I can't do it.
We're talking about, like, literally collecting murder implements.
Yeah, murderabilia in Silent Hill. Murderabilia in my Silent Hill?
Go. What the hell are you waiting for?
Also, the out of bounds that I was talking about, this is where it warps you back to. Technically could be useful for a 100% route if it didn't lock you in.
Oh, okay, so that gate with the button was the one, that's the one you're talking about where the button deactivates?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so there's another one of those bits coming up where you have to manipulate Murphy off camera here. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, so that
Right
button
here.
you can't interact with when you do the out of bounds.
That was really good. Schmumbler makes it look easy, but it's not easy.
Yeah,
Look
but
how
then I
easy
get
you
caught
get
on a corner.
It's just further proving how difficult the off-camera movement is. Just reinforcing the fact.
This is also where we're going to say goodbye to our little hand hatchet. It has served us well, but now is the time of shovel. Got one last boarded door to break up. I'm also going to go ahead and grab our DLC locker nail gun, which I actually picked up first try. That's great.
Nice. Good.
It's so easy to pick up the axe first instead, and then you have to drop the axe to pick up the nail gun.
Yep. But yeah, that DLC locker, the code that you put into it the first time you play the game is tied to your actual Xbox account. So if you put in a code and then you want to use a different code because you need a specific
Ground is pretty soft
code for the
here.
speedrun, you have to make... I have 2 Xbox accounts.
I also do.
One for speedrunning it, yeah.
What the hell?
I don't know why they did it like that.
Also, that is not the case on PlayStation. On PlayStation, you have to put in the locker code every single playthrough, which is one of many reasons why the Xbox version is faster. That looks good. I don't think I'll get hit by the screen. Yeah, we're good. That siren was weirdly far away when it triggered the screen, or the swipe.
That
Anyway,
little
we had our
spot that he
first
was
hole.
digging. Yep, that was his first spot. I was about to say that, yep.
Yeah, now we're just running to the next hole. We're gonna get caught by the cops here. Don't mind them. We're just gonna keep running.
It's one of the little side quests you can do if you do the side quest for the game.
There's 4 different patrol cars that go throughout the town of Silent Hill. When one catches you, it spawns 3 sirens to chase after you, but if you never stop, they just never catch up to you, so you're good. That said,
Looks like he's
it
picking
will
up
probably,
nothing.
yeah. It will probably catch up to me here, though, once I start pulling down the ladder. Oh, I saw an arm. I saw an arm. We're a little confused, though. Don't know how to make it
Looks
all the way
good.
through. There it is. All right. Done with the hook. I actually want to make sure I don't have the hook going into here because I have to grab another shovel once I get out the other side. And I would rather just pick up the shovel and not have to worry about dropping than picking up. Here's the second boss of the game, too. Any kind
window?
of transition like this, you always run the risk of the game just like throwing your controls out of whack and making you go back through the window even when you're holding forward.
Yeah. It's
That's the
really
same
easy
for
to
the ladders,
accidentally
too.
go back through it. Yeah, I was about to say in the ladders, yeah, anytime Murphy goes up a ladder, you run the risk of going back down the ladder.
Let me tell you, there are not many things in this game that are as humbling as having to watch Murphy climb up a 15-second ladder 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I always tell people this game taught me patience. Humbling is a good word.
Jesus, you scared the hell out of me.
Definitely not what I intended.
I also feel very fair in calling those bosses, because the actual boss of the game is not hard.
Every time I heard that.
Yeah. There's really only one boss fight. Even the other ones aren't really
I could find
boss
where to put
fights.
this damn bag down for starters.
Yeah, the final boss is really more of a puzzle than anything.
Can't say I understand the question. This is a busy town.
Exactly. Ladders, how do they work?
Deliver themselves?
No one knows.
Can you at least tell me where the radio
Murphy
station
definitely
is?
doesn't.
For sure.
Calling in, making these
He just tries to rub on them.
communications to me.
Is this how you do it?
God, can you imagine if you were playing Bloodborne and you were taking the ladder up to Yosefka's clinic, and then you got to the top and all of a sudden your guy just decided to climb back down?
Oh no.
I ran into that lady friend of yours. What in the world you do to get that young woman so riled up anyway? She was fit to
I would be so mad.
Tell you the truth, I got no idea.
Son, in my experience, when someone's that angry, it ain't a mistake. It's personal.
I love that line. It ain't a mistake. It's personal. Guess what? It was a mistake.
It was a personal mistake.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
And this is
Oh,
one of
there
the
she
enemies that
is.
bothers you more on the Series X than on the other consoles.
Wow, you're being really nice.
Cordial. Nice.
That's really weird.
That was really good. What the heck? That was really good.
I've never had her spawn and not yell at me.
Maybe it's because I said that. The enemy just had to prove me wrong.
I mean, I guess I can say the thing. That's never happened before.
That's literally never happened before.
Usually what happens if I manage to get the dig spot before getting yelled at is she'll just yell at me while I'm digging. And the fun thing about that is the game just waits to stun you until you finish picking up whatever's in the hole.
Oh, and then you get stunned?
Mm-hmm. For the full 5 seconds, too. It looks really silly, and it's also really annoying. Anyway, here is hole number 4.
I love the flickering shadow.
And let's see if my guy is gonna spawn here. Sometimes there's a prisoner that will spawn and will give me a little bit of a speed boost. Not today. And just that done.
These are my parole papers. Who is doing this? What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
Hey, Murphy! I got your paperwork here.
Let's see, this is the Centennial Building.
Do you want to call this the hour break after the cutscene?
This is a limited time offer, my friend.
No, I think getting to the elevator should be a better spot.
What's up, Officer Coleridge? What was that about?
This is another one of the longer cutscenes in the game where you can kind of walk around while it's going on.
Bullshitter. Sewell's bad news, Murph.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anyone favors. What are you in for with him?
And the Centennial Building actually has a lot to do in it, but for the speedrun we skip over pretty much all of it.
I don't want to get your hopes up, kid, but the parole...
We literally skip
closely at your case.
an entire floor.
Don't screw this up.
Technically 2 entire floors.
I've done to get you out of here.
Don't worry, Officer Coleridge.
Because there's like 2 puzzles to solve and we already know the solution, so...
Yeah, we're supposed to get like a security card to go solve a puzzle to get a code, to get another security card.
What the hell are you doing here anyway?
There's those envelope pieces that you're supposed to put together and this like film thing you're supposed to do to see pictures of a clock or whatever.
Yeah, it's literally like a 6-step puzzle that takes place over 3 floors, and all it gives you is a key code combination to the elevator that we already know, so just go to the elevator.
Yeah.
Maybe I just needed to escape from the world for a while.
Okay, actually, I think you're right. I think this cutscene is a pretty good spot.
Yeah. I usually walk around while this cutscene's going on.
I always forget how long these are.
You got it, Chief.
Yeah, this one, the one right before the prison, is another one where I usually walk around. That one is so long.
And this is like a 20-second load screen, too.
This game is fun.
All right, so yeah, we can go ahead and take ourselves a little break.
Awesome. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they might need to do. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the run in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We are in the middle of a Downpour run. I will hand it back over to the runner commentary whenever you're ready, if you wanted to give it just a quick 3, 2, 1.
Sure. All right. So we'll go ahead and get started back. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that actually works nicely. You're just far enough away from the door to still be able to use it.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah, welcome back. We are now in the Centennial Building, which is like the first big indoor space for Downpour. This is also what my stream team likes to consider like the reason Downpour is a horror game, because this is the building that features a clock tower. Which is very funny for reasons that I'll talk about later, but yeah.
Because you're doing time. It's all these like in-your-face like references or whatever. The game is not very nuanced.
No, it's not. Also, just a fun little tidbit that I'd like to point out. I went ahead and I grabbed a crowbar here to break that lock. Crowbars in this game are a little funny. Different weapons in this game have different abilities as far as things they can interact with. So like there's a hook pull that you can use to pull down ladders. And like any kind of metal tool you can use to break locks. The boarded up doors can only be broken by axes and crowbars. So by that logic, crowbars are in fact axes.
I see nothing wrong with that.
It is funny too, because like we're not prying boards off of the door when we swing the crowbar. We are literally just hacking them off.
Welcome to the Silent Hill Archive and Library.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense if he was prying them.
Yeah, but no, instead it's just ha, ha, ha.
Oh, and then this part coming up here, there's a shelf that's going to fall down, and Schmumbler has to basically do a really tight maneuver to avoid it falling, because it will stun him for like, what, 10 seconds or so?
Yeah, it's obnoxious.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's supposed to be like scripted too and unavoidable, but you can just kind of squeeze yourself down that side path and avoid it completely. This is also another part where like you can move the camera during the fixed camera section and really just screw yourself up on going up the ladder afterwards. So I try not to touch anything when there's a fixed camera angle going. Then here's another puzzle we already know the answer to, so boom, 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 boom.
Ta-da!
And went too far.
And another cutscene coming up. Gotta grab this key card. You do see, I don't know if we've really paid attention, but there are like that dude with the key card on him was one of the prisoners on the bus. You run into other prisoners from the bus throughout the game.
See, I love that because literally like half the endings, you get a line where you're sitting with Anne on the coastline and you hear over the radio, everyone accounted for and alive except for one, Murphy Pendleton.
Yeah. I don't understand it.
I mean, we definitely didn't like watch a guy get his throat ripped out or anything.
Yeah.
So this is how it's gonna work.
Just the cop out. It was all a dream ending. Oh, I guess it was all a dream.
Sack of shit. I'll see to it no one finds
Except no, because you're still stranded on the coastline with the cop.
keep you in the clear.
Yeah, I don't know.
In exchange, you're gonna owe me a favor.
I can't make it make sense. I always like to stare at the filing cabinets in here and they get repeated. There's like certain filing cabinets that are repeated over. I don't know why.
You're a man of your word, Murphy. You be a straight
This is one of the worst rooms for 100% too, because there's a door on that, or a door. There's a book on the shelf next to Sewell there that you have to shine the ultraviolet
You owe me one.
Yeah,
flashlight
purple
on
flashlight, yeah.
in order to see fingerprints. And seeing the fingerprints is what makes it interactable. But if you shine the light on it and see the fingerprints during Sewell talking, the game flags that you've seen the fingerprints, but it doesn't flag for you to be able to interact with it. So you end up having to reload the game in order to actually pick up the document. And it is such a pain. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a, like you said, there's an ultraviolet flashlight you can pick up. There's like some different books in the area that you can read. You see the spines will have like you said, fingerprints on them, and you can pick them up and read them for little like tidbits.
Yep, and
Kinda
most
neat.
of them don't count towards your collectibles, but that one does.
Ooh,
Okay.
interesting.
Not even gonna try to scream. That's cool.
I think I could climb this.
I'm fine
She
with
felt
saving
bad.
some nail gun ammo.
Wonder if this will hold me.
It's just being nice. Nice.
Now, I actually want to get hit up ahead.
Right.
There's a bunch of like doll shadow monsters that can try to attack me, or they can just ignore my existence. It's kind of a toss-up. I want them to hit me for two reasons. First off, because if they don't, I don't go into combat and I don't get the speed boost. The other reason is Fire Strat Part 2. I want to take enough damage where when I light a fire up ahead, I can throw myself into the fire and take enough damage to go faster during a chase sequence. That's not a good start.
Uh-oh.
Hey, you want to hit me? You want to? Yeah, there we go. Come on, do it again. There we go.
Sometimes they just outright ignore you.
Yeah, I have literally spent 10 seconds standing next to one without it hitting me before. What about you? You want to? Yeah, there we go.
One of the little funny differences as well is on PS3, those enemies are just completely invisible. Like how you can kind of see like their shape in this version. On PS3, you can't see at all. I need to start doing my elevator buttons like that.
I'm literally just mashing A and then I just very gingerly press up like every couple seconds. Because if you
With
push
the-
up multiple times, you end up accidentally going to the ground floor.
I need to get used to using the stick for it, because if you use the D-pad, it opens the inventory.
Oh, I
on the
use the
D-pad.
D-pad.
Oh, really? Every time I try, it opens the inventory.
So batten down the hatches and snuggle up under the blanket with the one you love, because it's gonna be a rough ride. And speaking of rough rides, we got another dedication going out to my man with the plan, Murphy Pendleton. Somebody out there has got an eye on you.
I love this conversation here. Yeah, I love when he asks him how he's doing, and he says he asks if he's good, and he says no, not really, and he says good to hear.
Got the disc spinning right now, so you ain't interrupting nothing.
Watch this, it's so good.
Man, you look like you just saw a ghost or something. You alright?
Not really, no.
Good
to hear.
So what can DJ Bobby Ricks do?
I love that.
Murphy.
I also just love like looking around in this area. You know, all the clocks are broken in the exact same spot. That mug says green tea on it. There's a bunch of boxes sitting around that just have like coffee or green ame. The racks behind him, you can see Dog, Fame. There's Vatra. That's the game developers.
You're listening to the DJ
Nice.
Show on WLMN FM, where the tracks are tight and the sweet melodies flow on and on.
Also, like all the songs that Rix is playing on the radio are like old Silent Hill tracks, which is a nice touch.
Yeah.
To get here because you called me. Now cut the bullshit because I don't.
There's the identical broken clocks.
Chill out, man. If you don't keep your voice down, you're gonna get us both in trouble. You do not want that. You don't know who might be listening. You understand? Thank God someone finally heard me. I can't even tell you how long it's been just spinning record after record after record, hoping someone.
What the hell's going on here, Rix? What is this place?
No time to explain. If we're gonna get out of here, we gotta move fast. You getting this far tells me we might even have a chance of getting out alive.
What's the plan?
Finally, someone to help.
Listen, I got this boat. She's moored down at the marina. She's fast, real.
I love how even if there wasn't any nuance or subtlety to this game, Bobby Rix would just throw it out the window.
I love Bobby Rix.
That's not gonna work.
There's like rules you gotta follow.
Yeah.
There's rules you gotta follow. You know what I mean? Bobby Ricks. Yeah, sure. Who's it going out to? But that's nice of you to think of me. Yeah, real nice. Thank you.
They're coming.
They're coming.
Who?
And then of course your ticket out of Silent Hill says freedom on the chain.
Right. Subtle.
Subtext is for cowards.
Put the gun down, damn it. We might have a way out of here.
I need to use your phone.
Sorry, lady. Calls come in, but don't go out. Just because folks want to be heard, don't mean they're willing to listen. See for yourself.
What the hell's going on around here?
How did the ones just appear inside the booth?
Don't worry about it. They're just following the rules.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's done. I'm gonna go ahead and literally light myself on fire, so I'll be right back. Remember, this is for speed.
Yeah.
Hopefully I've taken enough damage so far. It's always kind of a toss-up whether this works or not.
I'll be alright.
Okay, that was good. I got like 3 hits on that last one. Fire is so random. It can just hit you like every frame you're in it, or it can just not do anything. And I'm still not going fast. Why are you not going fast? Go fast!
Got hit 3 times by the doll enemy too. Good job, Murphy.
That's lame. I mean, I have the health kit, so it's not a big deal. Once I get outside of the chase, I can just heal up. I am going faster. Let me go ahead and say that. I'm just not going as fast as you can go.
Right. Yeah, fire gives a speed boost. Like, any damage you take, you go faster if you're during a chase sequence. If you're in combat.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of wondering if maybe I took too much damage because it is on kind of a bell curve. There's a peak of speed that you reach, and then if you continue to take damage after that, then you do actually go slower.
He doesn't look too bloody, though.
Yeah.
There's no real way
Damage
to
is
tell
a
how much...
very
Yeah, I was
finicky
about to say.
thing in this
Yeah.
game.
You can pause and look at your health percentage on the menus, but otherwise you just have to kind of feel it.
I mean, I will say I have definitely had moments where I've taken a hit and just died.
Don't die, Murphy! Don't die, Murphy!
Oh, there's the fast. Now we're fast. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna heal then. I'm gonna use this for the next chase. See how you like that game?
Yeah, so you can see the bloody spots on him. You can kind of use that as an indication of your health percentage and his movement speed, but otherwise, if you want to actually know your health, you have to go into the pause menus to see what it is.
Yep. And
It's
now
a
for
little
a
annoying.
good bit of auto-scroller.
Woohoo! I kind of like the music for this part.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Daniel Lick did a good job on the soundtrack. I think there's just a lot of times where it's not really used in an appropriate way.
Hmm.
Oh, hey. Bye.
No way. Couldn't be.
Yeah, you can knock down the cages, but then the black hole will just rubber band to you.
Yeah, it really only gives you like a second reprieve.
And it takes about 2 seconds to knock it down.
Anyway, now that we're appropriately hurt, you will get to see just how fast Murphy goes.
Look at him go.
Look at my man booking it. And that's it. So we're gonna heal now.
And I always pick this health pack up too, because I feel like
I
if you
always
don't-
do too.
Yeah,
It is
it's bad
so
luck.
easy to get hit.
It's bad luck not to pick that health pack up.
Oh, I really thought that one was gonna get me.
These squirters will
Oh,
do
you're-
like a random amount of squirts. Oh no. Sometimes you can go through that without getting hit at all. It's really nice when that happens.
There wasn't even anything in the air when I went past it. I don't feel like that should have hit me.
Oh man.
Alright, don't get yelled at, don't get yelled at, don't get yelled at. Nice.
Nice.
Have I gotten hit by a single scream?
No, I don't think so.
Wow, that is
Maybe you glitched the
really
game.
good luck.
You should run it again after this. You might have glitched it. So this part, there's like a warning for like motion sickness, maybe? So you have to
Oh,
stop
yeah,
this
for sure.
clock hand and walk across it.
Second try, I'll take it.
Yes.
I should probably put the nail gun away before I accidentally drop it.
That would be scary. What are those enemies actually called? I just call them squirters. I don't know.
I don't know either, actually. I know the names of all of the other ones.
I call the sirens screamers. I call them screamers and squirters.
And then the prisoners are literally just called prisoners.
I call them wet clay pants men, because they have wet clay pants.
Ooh, nice!
Let's go. Those spinning blades are, if you get hit by them, they do a lot of damage.
Oh,
and
yeah.
those swords
and I
will
have
insta-kill
no
you.
health kit.
Oh, man.
Who are you?
So.
It's actually very not common for me to be able to get through that in one cycle like that. I'd say that happens maybe once every 10 runs. Which,
Yeah,
you know,
really
sounds
good.
pretty good until you remember that it's a 2.5 hour speed run.
Yeah.
Now we have our Tomb Raider slide number 2. And this is why I think it's funny that we're in a clock tower, because if we're in the clock tower, then how are we sliding out onto the clock tower?
Anything's possible in Silent Hill. Did you think about that?
Shush.
Sorry. Yeah, and like all the water falling down and like all the like water slides, and it's a really like blatant reference to that whole shower scene from the beginning where he was hitting that dude. Yeah.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that cutscene. We're gonna go ahead and load into the game.
It'll take us a little while though.
Yeah. But
Please
don't worry,
hold.
the reward's gonna be well worth it.
You get to see the textures pop in real time after this loading. Yeah. Good.
Are we okay? Okay.
There
Anyway,
you go. Yep,
here's
there
your
we go.
reward. Another cutscene.
You know you could get your death out
That felt weirdly long. Even for
There's-
Downpour.
Well, there's like loading time RNG on that particular loading screen. I've noticed you can get like a 7-second extra loading for that one, but I don't know. I don't know why.
Oh, no. This is not 360 loads. No. I present to you the two-generational difference of the Series X backwards compatibility.
You can finally play the game as it was intended with hyper-aggressive enemies and lightning speed loading times.
Yeah, lightning fast.
Whatever I did to get here.
30 seconds is a vast improvement over the load times of the 360.
Right.
Son, you still don't get it.
Good thing he had a spare letter.
Yeah.
Murphy threw the other one on the ground and he just pulls out another one.
I got mail to deliver. Goodbye.
Got mail to deliver. He said the line.
This is the part of the game that has my favorite side missions. Like, you have the cinema here, that's a fun side story. Go through this alleyway and you have the record player turn back time murder investigation one, which is personally my favorite.
I like the one with the mirror. I don't know. The theater one's really good too, though. And then is it 1 or 2 more digging up the past outside the church?
2. So I
Cool.
gotta go grab the shovel and then go ahead and do a 180 spin. I've done all the looking I can. This is, in fact, the shortest distance between the dig spot and a shovel. Well, so technically there's a shovel in the park that we were in right before we got into the Centennial building, and you can go back there, but there's a loading screen in the way.
Yeah, the town is sort of divided into sections, and once you go between sections, it has to load you in.
Well, so that's the funny thing, though, is once you go through that loading zone, it's no longer a loading zone, and you can just go between the two areas, no problem.
That's weird, yeah.
I guess it had to, like, deload that area in order to put you into Centennial. I don't know. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. But yeah, once you go through that load screen twice, or once, you can literally go from the Devil's Pit train car to the orphanage and or the dock and not have a single load screen between. It's really weird.
I always thought it was just divided into like chunks. Like blocks.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense, but it's not.
I should have known it would be much more complex and advanced than that.
Also, shoutouts to this great trigger here. You don't actually have to go towards the orphanage. You can just bonk the pillar.
Yes. May I help you?
I'm Murphy Pendleton. I received this letter today, but I think there's been a mistake.
Ah, yes. Mr. Pendleton.
Also, love the Easter egg where they named the
Your presence is
like
very
monastery / orphanage
No.
after well-known saint
bless you, child.
Saint Maria from Silent Hill 2.
Very confusing for you.
Aww.
We've checked the records carefully, and I assure you, there's no mistake. Please.
The saint of pink leopard print. Doesn't this nun's face? I always think it looks like an aged version of Anne's face. I don't know. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. Maybe they were just reusing the asset. I don't know.
What the hell?
I like basically can't recognize people without seeing their hair, so I could not tell you at all. All I see is a blob of flesh.
He didn't leave much behind, but his few personal effects are yours to claim.
I'm not good at faces.
Oh no.
I'll meet you in the morgue in the East Wing, when you're ready. In the meantime, please feel free to look.
This is also another
store that.
scene, by the way, where I can like control the camera.
Right.
So if I were to touch literally anything on the controller right now, I would be facing in a completely random direction when I load into the next scene.
Yeah, pretty much anytime there's like a little cutscene or bit like that, if you touch the analog stick, you'll manipulate where the camera angle is going to start you out afterwards, which is not always favorable.
I don't even understand why, because there's literally a loading screen between the cutscene and the gameplay.
Just Silent Hill magic.
Yeah.
Where'd she go?
They look like blobs of flesh to you.
Yep.
That's a good quote. I was just about to say earlier, I'm storing that in my schmumbly knowledge bank now. I'm gonna remember that you don't remember faces.
be fair, like 90% of the time, I can't remember words either.
That's a fair one, yeah. I forget words all the time. That's why I say jibby jabby all the time. But I forget words. I just say jibby jabby.
No, when I think of things, I like visualize them and have like loose feelings associated with them. But like they're just feelings, so I can't even give you words to describe the feelings. I just know that I feel them.
This feels like some sort of speedrunner hot tip, but yeah.
Oh good, we're hitting all the boards.
Yeah, this is another door where you can accidentally hit it where it's every other swing actually connects.
Also, weirdly enough, this is the actual part of the game that you lose most of your time for surprise ending versus any percent. You would think it would be the dig spots, but no. It's the fact that we have to go pick up that axe.
Right, that's okay.
Because any percent, we just grab the double-headed axe from the locker because it almost never breaks.
Yeah, I'm considering doing the secret ending or special ending now, because now I'm thinking like, yeah, the dig spots aren't really too. They're mostly in the same way you're going.
Like the most out of the way that you're going is getting that shovel and turning back for the one.
Yeah.
Remind me of him.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Should get birthday cake at the end.
What? No. Of course not.
Yeah.
This is the
I
most
do
awkward
really like
conversation.
surprise ending.
Because she said you're
Yeah.
the boogeyman.
Shout out to Murphy for not realizing he can reach his hand through the door and unlock it.
Can he though?
She told me all about you.
Like you see the doorknob and there's no latch or anything. It's just a keyhole.
Who is she?
Oh, it's just a keyhole?
I don't know.
Yeah. See?
Just some girl.
Is it?
She's always sad, but
Hmm.
she knows things.
What kind of things?
Maybe
That said, you're still expecting a child who almost definitely does not have the key to be able to open it for you too, so.
Grown-ups tell kids there's no such thing as monsters, that the boogeyman's just make believe.
Also, I
and there's nothing
do
hiding
feel
under
like he
their
could
beds.
probably fit
But
through
that's a
those
lie,
bars.
Because I've seen him. And I have a feeling you have too.
Well,
But I'm
I
not
take
one
that
of them.
back.
I'm not the boogeyman.
He does have a wide hitbox.
Now what do you say we get out of here?
That's fair. Those are really thin, what do you call them? Jibby jabbies. You could definitely break into that though. Like later on in the game when you need to save the kid, you could definitely break through that and then
If you say it fast enough.
leap through the door.
Do you know it?
With the
Yeah, I
axe
never
that we are
noticed it
currently
was-
carrying.
If there's a rhyme that
I never noticed the door was like just the type with the lock on the other side though. I always just figured why doesn't he reach his arm in and just open it from the other side?
Boogeyman.
Kid, look
Or
at me.
the
I'm not a
boogeyman.
monster.
Yeah, Emma says shout out to him for getting he has a journal later. I'm trying to just recite things from memory.
Murphy is also truly a man after my own heart. He doesn't actually write anything in his journal, he just tapes the things he finds into it.
It makes it funner that way though. More like a scrapbook. It is sort of annoying trying to read the journal in the game though. Without him pulling it up. It's sort of like you zoom in on the pages and then you have to scroll up and down to look at the top half of each page and the bottom half of each page. It's really
Yeah.
awkward.
Also, every note that you can collect in this game, the game refers to them as mysteries. Which is such a weird name. Like,
This sounds like something a kid would say. I got another mystery.
but also, like, the notes are telling us the information that makes things not a mystery anymore. Like, it's literally how you learn the entire backstory of Napier and Murphy's relationship with his wife. All the things that happen at Ryle State Prison. Also, like, legitimate shout out to the game for letting you just cut the rope with an axe. The actual solution there is to burn the rope with your lighter, but they recognized, hey, doesn't it also make sense for you to just cut it? And yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a small little skip here too, where I'm gonna swing the axe.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, it prevents the page popping up, yeah.
I was gonna say that button mashing part, the thing where you can mash the A and the X at the same time so you don't have to switch buttons.
Yeah. I actually love this game's QuickTime events because they don't register a fail state for pushing the wrong QuickTime event, only for not pushing the correct one. Okay, gonna save this X for later.
If you shoot this screamer with the nail gun, it prevents like a little cutscene, so that's what he does that there.
Yeah. But I also don't want to knock her down because she gives me the fast combat speed. Sometimes she gets in the doorway though, and you don't really have a choice but to hit her. Oh, Murphy. Murphy.
Gotta rub the ladder, Murphy.
Murphy.
There he goes.
Just let me push A. Please,
yeah,
I beg you.
There's no button for the ladders. You just have to rub them. Now it's time for a puzzle.
It's so immersive, rubbing yourself up against the ladder until it works.
It's the static electricity.
So, shoutouts to, I think, the last time I ran Downpour on a hotfix, where I tried to, like, showcase something and pause the game while bringing up that note on the table there and soft lock the game.
Uh-oh.
Because apparently when you bring up the pause menu as a page is coming up, it completely disables your ability to interact with things.
Oh. Noted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! What happened?
I'm confused.
Puzzles.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, maybe the rain wasn't going for long enough? I don't know.
I mean, it removes you from it automatically when you've done it enough.
I don't know. Second time's a charm? Okay, that seems good. He did it twice. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I literally did the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird.
Okay. Sure.
This part's a little hard to see without a flashlight, but sort of maneuvering in the darkness trying to get to the cabin that's on the stage there.
Yeah, there's also a couple sirens out here. They like to try to scream at me, which is why I have the nail gun pulled out. If I see one posture, I'll just shoot it once. Okay, you're behind me, that's good. Yeah, we're good.
Ooh.
Didn't even need to shoot. And now for a puzzle that is completely random.
I'll never forget the time I only had to like turn 3 of them. I was like, Schmumbler, did you see that?
That was actually really good.
That one was really good too. That puzzle can take no time or a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Because how many pieces are rotated is completely random. And there's also, like, there is speed tech to that where you move between pieces instead of solving each piece at a time, because you have to wait for each piece to complete their rotation before you can rotate it again. Whereas you can just move from piece to piece and flip all of them back to back, no problem.
Mumbler dropped the axe at the bottom of the stairs and then picked it back up on the way.
Come on out, sweetie. Not gonna hurt you.
Now we're going to be the best father we can possibly be. This puts us in a little flashback with Charlie running off into the distance, and the game expects us to run after Charlie and watch as he slowly fades into the distance without us. Or we can just stand there and watch him go, and it takes the same exact amount of time. Hey, Charlie.
Did it spawn solved? That's a good question. I've seen it spawn nearly solved, but never completely solved. Maybe.
I'm sure there's something that, like, necessitates at least one rotation. If you've ever seen the Saw game, you can actually dig into the code for the puzzles in that game because they're all in plain text files. Love that. And yeah, those are specifically scripted to have at least one rotation. And if you change it to where it does spawn solved, the game crashes as soon as you enter the puzzle.
This part up here can be a little bit tricky sometimes.
Yeah, this is the siren that has taken 8 hits without dying before. 2 hits, nice.
Good.
And then this is the door that likes to not unlock itself after you break the boards.
Right? You have to, like, give it a second before you click to open the door.
Otherwise you risk soft locking. And now we're coming up on the X-ray room, which is everybody's favorite part. It is...
I feel like you are better explaining that than I am.
Yeah, so for the longest time, everyone thought it was RNG, as it kind of is, but also not really. So I'm going to do a setup where I go from where the RNG starts and follow very specific movement to get where I need to go by a set point. Because basically, it's like, you know, like at the little arcade shops. Yeah. But like at the little arcades, you have the Wheel of Fortune or the Ring of Light, whatever it calls itself, wherever you are. Where you have to hit the button with the Ring of Light that goes around in a circle. This is that. Shoot.
Oh!
So the correct position...
It swaps, like, in order between all 6 positions it could possibly be in.
And it just oscillates back and forth like that until there's only one left. Or until you put them in the X-ray machine. But the X-ray machine takes too long.
Yeah, this is a speed run. So what you're trying to do is find a key in one of the bodies. That's why there's an X-ray machine. You can look inside each of them and see where the key is, or you can just kind of wing it. You have to be able to guess where it's going to be located at, basically.
And you move so slow while moving the gurneys to put them in the X-ray that it's literally just faster to fight them. Okay, I'm going to try to do a thing to avoid getting knocked down here. I'm going to come out here. Yeah,
nice.
There we go. Very conveniently placed stick.
Pretty good stick.
Content warning, child murder. 5-minute cutscene.
Yeah, this is the
Go ahead,
part
take
where I
a
was
break.
saying he could easily just bust those whatever those dividers are at the top of the door there. Like if nothing else, like
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
Also, the mechanism for opening the door here is reciting the rhyme that we just spent all this time collecting the pages for, that we, literally have taped into our little journal. But instead of just pulling it out and reading it, we're just gonna stumble and stammer our way into watching a child get choked out.
good job, Murphy.
I won't forgive you. Forever lies. You're pleading.
Also, based on the hair and the eye color and the clothes that are so similar to the clothes that Murphy usually wears at this point, I've always assumed that this kid is a child version of Murphy, but according to the comic, it's actually JP.
I was thinking, okay, so the other day when I was playing this, I was looking at the hair textures, because the kid's hair texture actually looks closer to JP's hair texture, but if you look at Murphy's hair texture, it's more softer on the ends, but JP's hair kind of has those sticky
helmet hair.
Yeah, the helmet hair edges on it, so I don't know. Debatable.
Yeah.
It's widely disputed among the Silent Hill family. Is this kid Murphy or JP?
Thematically, it makes more sense for it to be Murphy, but narratively, it does make more sense for it to be JP, because the only person that JP would have had interaction with besides you is Anne, who would have told JP that you are the boogeyman.
Right. And then to me, the tell is when he says, oh, it's just you, because then JP also says that. But I mean, that could just
That's
be a
true.
coincidence, but
That is true.
the JP community rise up.
Charlie! Oh, God. Charlie!
Also, if that kid is JP, then good lord. Literally everything bad that happens in this game happens to JP.
Poor JP.
Please, Mr. Pendleton, you don't.
And he's everybody's favorite character.
I just want to see him rise up out of the ashes. Yeah, this game has some dark themes.
Why did you hurt him? He never did anything to you.
Wasn't me. I didn't.
So normally in the any percent route, I would be holding my double-headed axe here, which makes this a very funny scene.
It's not
It's not nearly as funny being empty-handed like I am right now. It's hey, I'm not gonna hurt you. You don't need to be afraid of me, as I'm chasing her with an axe.
Large axe as well.
Yeah.
Stop running.
Also, shout out to the sole time-saving glitch in the game, where if you keep your camera turned, you can just get through the door without it closing on you. That door is scripted to shut, and then you have to open it. But if you don't look at it, it never closes.
It never happens if you don't look. Just like in real life.
Ah, we got the bonk.
Usually that little slamming cutscene thing, whatever you call it, doesn't affect Murphy, but every once in a while it does. And in here, Smuggler's gonna try to get it where he can run in the water, which normally you're not supposed to be able to. There's a little piece of land or something you step up on in that corner.
Mm-hmm. And it makes the game makes the game think that you're not in water, even though you still are.
Yeah. And then when he falls down here, when the red light starts chasing after him, there's normally a little stagger, but Schmuggler can avoid it by doing that punch move there.
Mm-hmm. Any kind of animation trigger you can bypass by just attacking through it. And I'll actually use that like towards the end of the run as well. I'll try to use it in a specific spot that doesn't actually save time, but it is very silly. Because the trigger for the animation still stays there. And you can actually come back and hit it. Oh, I got caught on the rail. That might be bad. Okay, no.
Well, you only got hit by one squirter, so I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm good health-wise. I was just worried that I would get the soft lock on the door where it doesn't let you open it.
Oh, where the door doesn't open, right? Yeah. I didn't know that was tied to hitting the middle of the...
It's not. It's just if you get caught by the black hole right as you try to open the door.
I've only ever seen it happen like a couple times, so I didn't know what caused it. But yeah, sometimes you can get stuck where you can't even open that door there for whatever reason.
I also love that the black hole is literally just the segment from Silent Hill 3 that you do for like 2 seconds, extended across the entire game.
Yeah. Hey, this part is scary. What if we just did that?
Go ahead and grab that health.
And this is gonna be like a sort of semi-boss fight, but not really?
Yeah, this is like pure scripted. Boogeyman slams his hammer down a set number of times. I just have to survive until he opens the exit. So I'm gonna use Boogeyman to my advantage and get him to fight the sirens for me.
Oh, I didn't know you could stomp on them.
You can. They usually don't kill like that, but you can charge it by holding it down. You can also pick up a brick. That's fine.
The final one, we're gonna break through this glass here. Oof. Sometimes it can be a little scary because you don't know how much health you have when you fall through that glass.
Yeah, I have died there before. It's not
Me too.
very common, but it does happen.
Yeah. We're gonna take some force damage here because it's faster than avoiding it.
It just didn't go. That's
okay.
That's a first. I mean, I've avoided it before, but it's never just not done it.
Yeah. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
What?
Hey, free health kit.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Downpour always has to surprise me somehow.
I know, we've gotten 2 surprises this run. I am shooketh. And this is another bit where there's supposed to be a puzzle, but we pretty much already know the solution, so we're just gonna bypass the puzzle.
I mean, it is just a trial and error puzzle. But it is also, like, one of my favorite moments from my casual playthrough. Because if you pulled the wrong one, the chandelier drops and there's an enemy on it, and you watch the enemy drop down and you're just like, oh crap, no, and you're like mashing the button to pull the lever up, and you do, and the chandelier goes back up and there's nothing on it. Actually, like, kind of a neat little cinematic moment that you can do.
Oh yeah, wow. 2 surprises on a surprise ending run, yeah.
The real surprise will be not getting the right ending.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
don't drop like that. Give me the smooth stuff.
The smooth stuff, baby. It makes me want peanut butter when you say that. Give me the smooth stuff.
It's okay, I've got you some GIF right here.
Some GIF. Nice.
Alright, now we got like 30 seconds of waiting for the door to open. So, in the meantime, it's always important. Remember to follow your hygiene ritual.
It's interesting that they even added this as like a little thing, that the blood can tint Murphy.
My favorite thing is that it doesn't affect his, like, skin. So that makes me think that his hair is not actually part of his character model, and it's actually just part of his outfit.
Oh, and then one of my favorite things is these floating papers where they have like a see-through square around them. You can kind of see it when the light shines on them sometimes. You can see the...
Yeah.
It's like an invisible PNG file.
Hey, get away from her.
Oh no.
I love how we just did like this big, like, epic set piece area with the chase sequence and all of that, and we're about to go into like the big boss fight. But first we have to sit here and watch a 6-minute cutscene.
Oh my goodness. This is hands down my least favorite cutscene, because these two characters, literally, they just start shouting over each other, and it's just... I don't.
But it
I don't
only
care
shows
for it.
subtitles for one of them.
Yeah, I don't care for it.
Like I already told you, there's been a mistake. I buried my son years ago.
If they would just communicate.
I understand, Mr. Pendleton. We all deal with grief in our own.
This nun just continues to like talk in riddles. So he's been at this monastery trying to apparently pick up the body of his dead son, which his son's been dead for a long time. But then he comes to find out, oh, it's this boogeyman dude that he's been being chased by this whole game, sort of, like shadowing him.
Well, I suppose that runs in the family.
What the hell are you talking about?
Don't you know, child? Have you wandered so far off the path to not even realize who you are?
And then she's just talking in riddles.
What the hell are you talking about?
So often the answers are before us, Murphy. If only we allow ourselves to see them.
Why are you doing this to me?
There were those who dwelt in darkness and in the shadow of death. Prisoners in misery and chains, because they had rebelled against the word of God. To the Lord in their trouble.
I screwed up,
He saved
but I didn't see any other way.
He brought them out of darkness.
You don't know what it was like to know it was my fault he was gone. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw Charlie's...
I feel like the only thing that I can do to really amplify the scene is continue to lend a third voice to the conversation so that you can truly just not understand anything that's going on whatsoever, as if you had any chance of doing so before.
Yeah.
What I did to Napier didn't solve anything. Charlie was still gone, and I was stuck in prison. Everything spiraled out of control. It was my fault. I just want my life back.
Revenge is a long, treacherous road, isn't it, Mr. Pendleton? Where do you suppose it ends?
Silver Chain says freedom.
Can't miss it.
If you want it. You only need to claim him as your own. You see? I knew you'd come around in the end. Welcome home, Mr. Pinkerton. Glory be to God.
Thanks, my back hurts now.
Yeah.
Alright, anyway, here's our big bad boss fight. So, this is what we have the nail gun for. And I should have just enough ammo to deal with this since I had to do the extra fight. I might actually have like 1 or 2 shots left afterwards because I meleeed
You only shot the
second
other one once, yeah.
Hold on, I'm coming! Charlie! Charlie!
So you shoot him as he's coming out of the water, drop the nail gun, and then you want to pick up the nail gun as he slams the axe, whatever you want to call that, down on the ground. And it avoids just like a stun animation where it throws Murphy backwards.
Yeah, which, fun fact, that is an unavoidable hit. You can literally be on the other side of the arena and it will still knock you on your back.
You killed him. You killed the boogeyman.
And that's the Boogeyman fight. We've got this little cutscene and then a loading screen, and that'll be about the 2-hour mark, so we can go ahead and take another break after this.
Nothing can bring you back.
Sounds good.
It's not your fault.
That kid has the creepiest posture.
Sorry.
He's sort of just like lurking in the shadows.
Slightly out in front of him.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
That's the monastery. Yep. Why are you lying? We're not lying.
So that's a good spot to take a pause.
Cool. So during these longer runs, we like to take a break so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you want to do. So we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We are in the middle of a Silent Hill Downpour run. I'll hand it right back over, and we can finish it off.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get it going. Start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Murphy.
Yay. Okay. So, we did just finish the Boogeyman fight. Grueling fight. Had to unleash like a whole clip of nail gun ammo. Poor guy never even had a chance. Anyway, now it's time for the harder boss fight.
Are you gonna say the ladder?
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna say the ladder. Oh my goodness.
So, like I mentioned earlier, yeah.
Yes.
This game has a very bad tendency to just think you're holding a direction you're not. So I'm holding forward right now, and because I'm not moving it at all, I should be fine. But there's a very good chance that if you tried to like hold forward while you were climbing the ladder, the game would just assume that you're holding back no matter which direction you're actually holding. And as soon as you got to the top of the ladder, you would just climb back down.
Right back down. That's one of the worst ladders for that, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. It's because while you're climbing, the camera like flips around the opposite direction. And so it takes that as your frame of reference for determining what direction you're supposed to be going. Which is why if you hold forward going into the ladder and never move, then you'll generally be fine. But I mean, even then, that's a hard ask, because when I say never move, I mean like not even slightly left or right. If you have like jittery thumbs, you're probably gonna have a bad time.
This ladder is sometimes I've gone back down that one too.
Oh, really?
Times.
I've never actually.
Yeah. Got a permit for the inhale again. So now we're going to a boat that we got that boat key that hopefully we can escape on. I don't know if you have any more health kits, but usually I use up all my health kits before I get on the boat, because after that you lose all your items, but you still retain the same amount of health percentage.
You know what? Great shout. I was actually hurt, so I've been going slow.
Nice. Yeah, you'll keep the same amount of health that you had getting onto the boat, but you lose all your items, so it's better to just use all your health kits before you get on the boat.
Oh. Also, here's our last hole.
Yay! Ending unlocked.
Yeah. Don't need that anymore. This is also like a point of no return. So this is the last spot that you would be able to go back and do side missions before going off to the prison.
Right, yeah.
And just to be clear, I want everybody to take a look at this boat. Tell me if you see anyone besides Murphy.
Take a look. It's on the boat. No other person.
Bye-bye. Shoutouts to the boat. Apparently Emma is a boat. Emma's also a runner that will be running later today.
Nice. Wait a minute.
You gotta be kidding me.
We just said.
Did you really
I mean,
think it could end like this?
Were you waiting in the tackle box?
Saw back there everything we've been through. You think going back to prison is all that's at stake here?
We're not going to Wayside.
What are you saying?
Turn the boat around.
She's not wet. She didn't swim.
We're free.
Yeah.
When we reach the opposite shore, I'll go one way. You can
I can't tell if he's just imagining her.
We've got unfinished business, you and I.
I have no idea what the hell you're talking
Personally, I like to think that she did like a mad dash down the dock and just like dove off the end while you were driving past.
Oh my goodness. Parachuted in.
Haven't you been paying attention?
No, you haven't been paying attention. You think this is all an accident? Just a big coincidence? This town, it knows me.
It showed me things.
It wants me to finish this.
Yeah, this part here is one of the, like I said, one of the longest cutscenes in the game. The part before the prison.
Oh god. Yeah, no, you're right, because it's not actually a cutscene. It's actually 3 cutscenes.
Yep. Yep. I usually get up and walk around or make brownies or eat a sandwich or whatever.
Hooray! First time getting shot. It's okay, we're fine.
How's it going, Murph? Heard you're gonna be leaving us soon.
What do you want, Sewell?
You weren't thinking of leaving before you paid back my favor, were you?
Napier.
What am I talking
I also want to point out our prisoner number is 273A.
Stand-up guy, Murphy.
Right.
But when we get called at the start of the game,
A model prison.
they say open. What is it? 203B, 302B.
302B. Transfer.
I mean, shit. That would ruin everything, wouldn't it?
What do you want me to do?
What you're good at.
Yeah, and then all the other prisoners' outfits are just random combinations of letters and numbers.
They're not. No, they're not random. Actually, they all say the same thing, but it's like it's like R like RSDIT or something like that.
No way! I swear there was one where it has like Z's and just random letters or something.
Just like last time.
There might be like a couple, but most of them just have the same initials on it.
Unless, of course.
Like not even any numbers. It's all just letters.
And this other guy.
Yeah.
He deserves it.
Oh, Murph, you have no idea.
And it's the same thing, like in the part that we're going to as well, because we get a new fashionably orange jumpsuit where we have
like orange.
OP like 11271 or something like that. Because again, that's our prison number. Overlook Penitentiary.
Right.
Prisoner number whatever. Nobody else's jumpsuit has that. Like, not even the OP. They're just random letters.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know I stopped and like looked at all of them one day for no reason.
11752.
Welcome home. Murder's a mortal sin. Revenge is a long but treacherous process. Bring shit to that. So often the answers are before us, Merlin. Only we allow ourselves to see them.
This door blocking us in this room will either go away or still be there but invisible for a couple of seconds at the end of this cutscene.
Yep, we got blocked.
It's still there. Yeah.
It's still there more often than not.
Just didn't like despawn all the way or whatever.
I might be able to cross over on this.
Oh, rip that guy. Everybody else is throwing like TVs and file cabinets. That guy just threw a whole person.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, Murphy, hold it together, man.
Shout out to another fun ladder in the game.
Oh yeah, you have issues with that one. I never do.
Sometimes I accidentally go back up it for no reason. I try to take a wide circle around it.
There's like only one time ever that I've actually accidentally gone back up.
Yeah, when you pass it right here, sometimes you can go back up the ladder. We need this axe for something coming up here in a little bit where we have to break another door open.
Mm-hmm. It's also handy for skipping a little stagger that we're gonna get. Like, we get scared here, but we can just swing through it. And like, it still slows us down because the swing animation, but we're at least moving forward instead of taking a step backwards. Then there's another one here. This is the fun one, but it's harder to get. I think I got it? Yeah. All right. So keep that in mind, because like I said before, that trigger is still there.
I was about to say, I thought that one would come back and get you later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this isn't a time save. I'm taking a time loss, but it's fun.
Okay.
I'm still convinced that I can probably avoid that fall down animation, but I've yet to actually get proper timing on the swing. There's not really any kind of good visual indicator.
scared himself there for a second. It was the
Alright,
result of that swing from earlier.
This guy's a pain. I'm down. Thank you. Sometimes he'll just literally stand there in the doorway and not move. And then you try to like come up and hit to move them out of the way and get the crap beat out of you and pinned in the corner and
cornered,
lots
yeah.
of not fun stuff.
Sometimes the extra guy spawns there too.
Mm-hmm. Now we have this electric cable. There's a button here where I can turn it off, but it's like a 5-second animation to do that, so I'm just gonna not.
Yeah, we'll risk death to save 5 seconds here.
Yep, now I want to come in all the way to trigger the start of these monitors turning on. This is a time segment, so I'm going around collecting a couple first aid kits, grabbing a quarter for a puzzle later, and still have plenty of time. I have to wait for all the monitors to light up and then wait for an exit to show up on the top monitor.
I think this is masked loading, so this is like a variable time, right?
Mm-hmm. And then you can punch through that scare animation too, which actually gets you to the door before it opens.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
So we're trying to just dodge that. Uh-oh. It can kill you pretty quickly if you get stuck there.
Yeah, thankfully getting hit actually made me take a step back.
Yeah, that was good.
So, yeah, that actually ended up doing pretty well. And I still have one more health kit too. You're supposed to get staggered by that spark. But again, it's still there, so I'm also gonna have to punch my way through coming back.
Nice. I didn't know that one. I didn't know you were able to prevent the second one from happening.
And now the best key code combination in any video game ever. If you ever want a game that does not care if you ever do a puzzle in your life, how about 2, 3, 4, 5? Sounds good.
Yay!
Overlapping cutscenes here because we were quick enough.
Nice. One time I actually fell through this duct and I was not able to replicate it.
Fell through it?
Yeah.
Did it game
I don't
over
know
you?
how. Yeah, I think so.
I love the ragdoll. All right, here's our fellow prisoners.
The
MN
cheeseburger.
Doc.
Triple patty prison burgers.
Nobody's OP, nobody's RS, nobody's numbers. Everyone's just MN Doc.
Is that
This
the-
is also just a pure time segment. We can't do anything here. Do what?
I was gonna say to look at that dude's face, but it's okay.
Oh.
Let's see if it was that prison guard from earlier. We're gonna use the key card to try to open this gate, and it's what, 30 seconds?
Yep. So 16. Oh, I have a timer going. You guys can't see it. Apologies.
We have to kind of just hang out until the doors open. But there's all these enemies that are gonna try to attack us. Sometimes you can get really unlucky and get sort of sandwiched or cornered between them.
No. No.
Whoa.
No.
Oh my
No.
goodness. What? Oh my goodness. What? It was so aggressive. Whoa.
He was coming for me. So
Speaking of,
that is the
there's
scariest
another-
one too, because
Yeah.
that juggernaut loves to ram into you right as the gate opens up for you to go through, and he can actually slam you into it so hard that you go through it the wrong direction. I like how we're investigating our own murder scene here.
Yeah. Interesting clues. Yes. Weird.
I wonder what
huh?
happened here.
How's it going, Murph?
I am actually a little glad that I took a couple hits there, because that means that I potentially could run fast during this chase. It probably won't happen until I get hit by a wall spitter, but every little bit helps. This is also like low-key the easiest part of the run, because it's literally just alternating left and right. But casually, this is the most lost you will ever get.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost in here.
The whole area is a diamond shape, and there's only one correct exit. It's so stressful. Nice. Didn't have to stop. I'm gonna go ahead and heal because it's gonna give me my default walking speed right here.
It's also just so loud when you're in that maze that it's like hard to think if you don't know like which way you're going.
Going for it. That's awful close, but I think we're making
Whoa!
it. Yep.
Oh my goodness. If these spikes hit you, it's a one-hit kill, so...
Yeah, but they only hit you on their initial, like, going in. So, like, they kind of clipped into me a bit, but because I moved after they had slammed, it's good.
Yeah, you can kind of cheat it a little bit there.
Now for my favorite part.
Oh my goodness. You jest.
So, yeah. This would be a perfectly fine segment if it just played how it was intended to be played.
Just be normal.
Yeah, where you just kill the waves and the elevator moves after each wave. But no, there's some silliness. You don't actually have to kill anything. Just, this first siren's gonna spawn, and I knocked it down. I moved back to the center, and the game assumed it was dead and continued on, even though there were still more enemies left to spawn. So we can do this literally every wave.
Ooh,
nice. This guy might be a pain. Nope.
Ooh, yeah. Oh man, that was good.
That was very nice. The prisoners have like an
really
overhead
good.
slam attack that they can do that tracks you real hard. Okay, last one. Nice, perfect.
I should mention maybe briefly also that that way that Schmumbler is aiming the shotgun, you can manually aim it like that, or you can auto aim it. So that manual aim is slightly like harder but more precise, because the auto aim, sometimes you'll aim at the wrong enemies and it's a little awkward.
Yeah, sometimes it will aim at the one that's already knocked down and incapacitated just for funsies.
Yeah.
It's also actually like a huge issue in the final boss fight. You'll try to hit the boss so he doesn't slam his fist down on you and end up shooting at something that's like 1,000 feet away instead.
Yeah, the one part where you have to shoot him going up the stairs instead of like in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm also going to do a thing. Crate falls down here, and if you stand on the side, the bridge doesn't collapse like it's supposed to, and you have to take a drop there instead of just walking. Just another little fun quirk that doesn't actually help you at all. And this is our second time climbing up a bridge. I should also go ahead and mention that each time this happens, you drop everything. I think maybe health items might be an exclusion, but yeah, any weapons that you're carrying are gone.
I really wish there was a way to throw the shotgun across. It would be so good.
Now we're doing a little bit of puzzle work. All of the cutscenes that happen in this segment, you're able to walk during. So,
That's right, you ugly bastards.
Yeah.
Back off. Yes.
Technically, you're not supposed to be able to catch one of those guys on the first go-around, because by the time the cutscene stops playing, the cages are already, like, back down.
Yeah, it's sort of weird manipulating Murphy while the cameras are not facing him or moving in a different direction.
This is the hard one right here. It's very easy to get stuck on that button.
Yeah, I don't even attempt this one that you're doing. I just go around the easy way.
That was really good.
Yeah, that was really good.
These are the bane of my existence.
Oh boy. Oh no. Memories, bad memories.
No. Oh god, no. No. Stay still.
These blades do so much damage, and they can easily just chop you up in one spot like so quickly if you get hit by one.
And like when you see them like moving super slowly, doesn't matter. The game still registers them as full impact, full damage. They will kill you.
Yeah. If you manage to not die through that segment, though, there is that first aid kit at the end, but yeah.
Yeah, but good luck with that, because if you get hit, then by the time you stand back up, they're already going back at full speed again.
Yeah. And now for another puzzle.
Yeah, and this is also one of my most hated parts of the game.
The prison is really difficult and stressful.
And it's the very end of the run. Hooray.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on! Go in the door!
Oh man, this hardly ever happens.
Oh, thank you. Don't hit me, please. Let me hit. Oh! No! It's okay, I got the door open. I'm fine with this. What do you mean you're not still chasing me? Get over here.
The idea is to close the door and have the enemy be inside the locked up area.
Which you can actually do really easily by shining the spotlight on them, but that takes time. And you don't have to do it, so... I mean,
Oh,
you
this
have to pull
looks
the lever,
scary.
but you don't have to scare them into the area.
This looks sketch.
Thank you.
Whew, okay, nice.
Hey, look, y'all are all nice and bundled up. And you're
They
like
have to
not
knock these-
guarding at all.
Yeah, you have to
are.
knock these 3 dudes on the ground and then open this gate here. It looks like the first one died all the way. I think he despawned. That's nice. Oh, never mind. I still see him over there in the corner. They can
Yeah,
get
they're
back
all-
up, or they cannot get back up. But if they get back up while you're turning this thing, then you have to start over.
Yep. Because if you
And
let
it takes
go of
a
the
long
lever, the door closes. And one of them is up, but he's just vibing. He's not bothering me. That's pretty great.
I see his arm in the corner. Nice. That was scary.
Shoutouts to that guy. They never stand there like that.
Yeah. Best behavior. Honestly, I normally just kill the first 2 all the way.
I pretty much just go for it every time, all the time in Downpour. Not fast yet, that's fine. I'm gonna veer left a little bit so that I can get onto the staircase here and not get slowed down on my way up. And then I'm gonna try to bug out the second half of the guillotines upstairs by getting hit by the spitter here as soon as I go into the black hole. That was a little off timing, so I don't know if that's gonna work. They look bugged. Nope, they're going.
Oh.
Oh well. I am fast running at least. I'm not gonna fool with you.
Yeah, it's really easy to
could
die in this
feasibly kill
part.
me.
Yeah.
And now we're getting to the final boss fight. Kind of. We gotta stack our 3 bits of evidence. I'm gonna actually try to melee as soon as I lay down this 3rd piece to get a little closer to the exit door. Oh, the scale actually nudged me a little bit. That was nice. And now I have fast movement, which should help me make a couple of tough cycles. Oh, I'm not making that. Never mind. That's unfortunate. The cycles on these are a little bit random. Sometimes you can make it, sometimes you just can't, no matter how well you do. But now everything is on me. It's just that first cycle that can be a little random.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a puzzle boss. You just want to shine the spotlight on the enemy in the middle and then pull out these little jibby jabbies.
Yep. Also, I'm running during the cutscene.
Yeah, you have to
Which is
run
very
Murphy
tricky.
off camera. Yeah.
It's so easy to get stuck on a corner.
Yep.
You straight up cannot make the cycle back to the platform there, just because the spotlight is turned more on this platform than any other. So we used that as a refill. I've shot twice, so I still have 3 rounds in my gun.
Oh.
Turn around, please.
That was scary. You can get hit by that lightning pretty easily.
Yeah. There's also enemies back here, which is nice because it means that I can keep my fast running speed as long as they continue to follow me. There's also like an off chance that these cutscenes won't play, but it's very random. I've not found any kind of consistency as far as getting that to work.
I thought it was just the one with the screamer or the siren that was random. I didn't know the other one was too.
Yeah, the screamer is the one that's more likely to get skipped, but you can technically miss both of them.
Huh.
Oh, good. You actually hit him.
Nice, yeah.
And you didn't make the platform. That's interesting.
Maybe it has something to do with the
tight
pattern on the first one.
Oh.
Nice.
That piston's going at different speed than it usually does. Weird. There you can see Murphy running through the cutscene.
I know.
All in all, really good fight. And there you go.
Yay. GG's.
GG.
That was pretty clean.
So I did say that that was the final boss, which is kind of true. We do still have one fight left. But technically you don't have to win it. Just, I don't know about you, but I don't want to stand around for 10 minutes getting shot at while Anne tries to kill us. So instead, we're going to, you know, sit around for this, like, 4-minute long cutscene.
He was a good man.
And then take care of business.
What the hell are you talking about? That thing tried to kill me. It's not a man, it's a monster. No.
That was actually, like, a really good prison segment all around.
That's not what I agreed to.
Yeah.
There is very little that went wrong there.
Murphy? Is that you?
Officer Coleridge?
Jeez, I'm glad it's just you.
I will also mention while we're waiting for this, the final fight with Anne.
What are you doing here?
You're playing as the boogeyman. You've got the hammer. You can slam it down, send a shockwave out.
You haven't seen him, have you?
You have to hit her 3 times to end the fight on easy mode. There is a manipulation to get a good pattern for Anne's movement 100% of the time. The issue is that it loses time, because what you do is you hold down as you load into the scene and have Boogeyman Murphy do a 180, then you turn back, then you hit, and you can just hit in place the entire time. It takes like 5 seconds to do the 360 spin, so unless I'm just like super far ahead and have the luxury of taking that time for a guaranteed good fight, I usually just yellow it. And that's what I'm gonna do.
It helps if you hold down the aiming button as well, like when you're aiming the shotgun, I feel like. I don't know.
Didn't matter who you were. Family, friends, even prisoners. He treated everyone with respect. Always looking for the positive side of people. I wanted to be just like him.
You don't understand.
I'd say it's like probably a 50-50 chance whether she actually stays in range for the second hammer strike or not.
After you were done beating the life out of
But as long as she does get hit by the second strike, you're usually good, because even if she keeps moving, you'll know what direction she's going to go in.
Did you know that? And I had to watch this wonderful man shit and piss all over himself day after day after day. And every time I looked at him, you know what I saw?
Listen to me.
I saw a monster. I saw you.
Just calm down.
This is also one of those cutscenes that is always just way longer than I remember.
Yeah, it's a really long cutscene.
The favors I had to call in. The sick things I had to do to get you under my watch.
You don't have to do this.
My father was a good man. He didn't believe in revenge.
Here we go.
But I do.
Gonna stay put. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Oh,
And then you're gonna keep going left.
nice.
Ooh, that didn't hit.
Oh no.
Where are you?
She must be really far left.
Okay, well there we go.
Oh, there we go.
So time is coming up when I do the final QuickTime event once Boogeyman raises his hammer up. Since we're getting surprise ending either way, it doesn't matter what choice I make, I'm going to go ahead and spare. Time is coming up. And time.
GG's.
GG.
Time for the reward.
Mm-hmm.
Such a shame. Here be monsters again. Here be monsters again. Surprise!
Hey Laura, hey James, hey bubblehead nurses.
Do Heather's sleeves bother you? They bother me.
I
A little
never
bit.
noticed them before.
They added these
So
like
thank you
cargo
for that.
sleeves. Oh, sorry. I love that so much. So cute. Aww.
Oh, what a guy! What a guy!
What a guy. Some birthday cake for Silent Hill 1.
Yeah. So there's Downpour.
That's Downpour.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Church, for letting me show this. Thanks, Jill, for helping commentate it. This game's a trip. I love it.
Yeah, thank you both so much
That was
for being
fun.
on. Do you have anything else you want to say before we get ready for the next run?
Well, so I'm going to be back for the next run, so I'm good for now. Jill, do you have anything?
Not really. I stream at twitch.tv/UmbrellaJill. I do hope to get back to running Downpour sometime this year, hopefully. I've been stuck on trying to PB LAH recently, so I don't know if that's anything that entices anyone, but yeah, so that's me.
Yeah, definitely be sure to check both of these runners out. Both very good runners. Yeah. With that said, we will. We got a lot of Silent Hill ahead of us, and we're gonna take a quick break while we get ready for Silent Hill Arcade. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We are at our second run of the day. We have Silent Hill the Arcade. We have a familiar runner. I'll still let him introduce himself.
This is going to be Silent Hill the Arcade. It is quite the treat if you have not seen it before. It's kind of like a greatest hits compilation of the series with a completely nonsensical story. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's see. We'll start time when I hit start on the player select screen. If it will take us there. There we go. So 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, like I said, kind of a greatest hits compilation game. We have lots of familiar enemies from Silent Hill, like 4, 3, 2, none from 1, I don't think. And it is a light gun game, like House of the Dead, that kind of stuff. It's got a couple route divergences, which allows to make things faster. Also, you've got the usual, you know, kill the critical enemies to make the screen advance. But that's not the fun part of this game. The fun part of this game is all of its fun little quirks, because, well, to start with, this game is very unstable. If I out-tab or click out of the window at all, the game will crash. Naturally, the game also does not actually lock my mouse to the game window. So there is nothing stopping me from just removing the cursor from the screen altogether. And it's for that reason that I'm not actually using like the mouse click to shoot. I actually bound it to spacebar, because that way if I do accidentally remove the mouse from the window, it doesn't matter. I can push space on other windows all I want. It's not going to do anything. The other thing is, for some reason, they let you skip cutscenes in this, even though it's an arcade game, and the game doesn't take kindly to that. If you skip a cutscene, it does skip the cutscene, it lets you continue playing. The audio still plays. So there will be several times in this run that you will hear overlapping audio where the same character is talking twice.
Good, good.
Okay, so far so good. There's also a lot of points in this game where you're actually in a cutscene, but it doesn't seem like you're in a cutscene. That's one of them. So we're done with the outside area. Now we're in Brookhaven Hospital. And this is where nurses come in. Nurses are a huge pain because naturally the fastest way to clear everything is to get a headshot. Headshots are one shot, one kill. Body shots can take 3 to 5 shots to actually take someone down. And nurses are just really hard to get headshots on for some reason.
Oh, sure. Jesse, are you there?
Anyway, here's a route divergence. Technically, like distance-wise, if I had gone straight, it would be a shorter distance, but there's more enemy encounters, which still makes it a slower route. Okay, good headshots. You'll also see I'm going to be emptying... oh wow, I am not getting anything. Go down, please. Thank you. I'll be emptying my gun between waves just so that I don't have to worry about running out of ammo while trying to kill things. Okay, good. That one is hard to hit. Okay. This is going surprisingly well. A few other things you'll notice. I have 200 health. The default starting value is 100, but this arcade game actually has, like, options, including difficulty options, health adjust, all that stuff. So I'm playing on very easy difficulty with double health.
You just imagined it.
Doesn't really mean anything, like, you know, you die in an arcade game, you just hit continue, keep going, as long as you have enough credits. But it does mean that we have to stare at the game over screen that little bit less.
Eric, what's wrong?
I heard a scream from somewhere. Now.
Stop it.
Voice acting in this game is also golden. And of course, you can't have a Silent Hill game without everybody's favorite mascot. So Pyramid Head's going to be chasing us around. It's actually slower to try to shoot at him except for specific spots. because he's pursuing us, and if he's going slower because we're shooting him, then we don't move as fast. Here, though. There. So we get him to back off. Now we're running away. We're just going to let him come after us. Much better to actually focus on the roaches that are going to deal damage to us over time. This is one of our friends. The story for this game is really bizarre. We're playing as a bunch of college kids that came to Silent Hill on vacation because, you know, per the lore, Silent Hill is actually a resort town. A very bustling and busy resort town at that. So we come with a small child for some reason, and the small child gets possessed by the ghost of a girl who drowned on a ship years and years ago called the Little Baroness. If you're familiar with Silent Hill 2, that will be a familiar name to you. The Little Baroness is talked about in a document in Silent Hill 2. Nice. That's a very difficult attack to dodge. So yeah, this is another game like Silent Hill 4 where they take something casually mentioned offhandedly in Silent Hill 2 and making a full story of it. I'm not sure why a bunch of college kids took a little girl on vacation with them for spring break or whatever it is they're doing. Doesn't make sense to me, but, you know, whatever.
And it's just, like, never explained?
Never.
Is this at least, like, is the kid related to somebody at least?
I don't think so.
Oh my god, okay.
I'm not 100% on that, but I don't think so. I think she's like a family friend.
Okay, that's interesting. That's certainly a design choice.
Don't shoot me, please. I will take care of the other ones later, just don't shoot me. I'm actually doing really well on health. I'm usually a little down here. So here, if I shoot the door, the enemies will come swarming out, and I can go ahead and take care of them. Weirdly enough, that's actually slower than just waiting. Because it ends up making you have 3 waves of enemies instead of just this one.
That was close.
Hurry up! Emily is in grave danger.
Have our otherworld transition. There's a surprising number of spaces in this game where it's better to just take your time and aim than to just rapid fire. A lot of times when those little, like, slimy worm things are after you, there's, like, a specific worm that when it's gone is when you'll actually continue moving. So a lot of times it's better to actually aim for the back ones than to just take care of them as they come. Okay, that's fine. And here's an elevator. It's locked. We're supposed to go find an alternate route, but I can just shoot this and it'll give us access. And that saves a ton of time.
Is that intentional, or...?
It is intentional, yeah.
Okay,
it's one of the secret route divergences.
Nothing surprises me now.
Another weird thing, too, is that whole area, it was, like, brightly lit. There were lots of enemies. If you have, like, 30% accuracy or left, the game is completely different in that area. It's dark, there's fewer enemies. You actually will not have the option to shoot the cover off the elevator like that.
Interesting.
Because this game it has, like, a difficulty adjustment. It's a really interesting concept that an arcade game will make itself easier for you when you're doing bad, instead of, you know, just taking all the money you can throw at it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, like, you can't even take advantage of it. It might be easier, but it's still slower because you can't shoot off the elevator lock. Okay, and now our first boss fight. Also our first unique enemy design in the game. bosses in this game are a little finicky. They do have a set amount of health. You have the weak point, like any light gun game. The attacks that the boss does are dependent on how much health they have left. So they're not this boss. This boss, you just kind of deal as much damage as you can, as quickly as you can. But later on, there's some other fights that you have to kind of tone down how much damage you're doing in order to prevent it from doing an extra long attack. That's a hard attack to dodge. That hand is really hard to hit. Okay, this is looking good. There should just be the one attack left. Yep, and that's the fight. I don't think I've ever gotten S rank on that chapter. Fast is not accurate. It does not get you any points.
It's really messy.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You're safe now. Let's go see together.
Must be there too.
Next guy's gonna be underneath the desk. Oh. So here's our next boss. This is not a unique design. You might recognize this from Silent Hill 3. It is the split head one. But before we actually get into the boss fight with it, it's going to chase us through the, the prison. We're in the historical society, so naturally, just like Silent Hill 2, it has to take us through the prison. And if you think that the locations don't make sense yet, just wait.
Oh good, it gets better.
Just wait. No, we go real off the rails.
Where's the key?
This way.
Oh, what's that I hear? Is that cutscene I hear playing during my gameplay?
He's my great-grandfather. It's like anything is possible here.
I love hearing Eric talk over Eric.
5 years ago, it disappeared along with the ship and the passengers aboard.
Disappear?
Little Baroness.
Emily!
So in this game, the foghorn of the ship is like the indicator that we're transitioning to the other world. Kind of like how you usually have the air raid siren in like old Silent Hill. Got the little sluggies that'll be coming through the water. Nice. I get health from these guys if I kill them. Back to full health. It's weird, like, the first two areas are just swarming with enemies. The prison actually, I feel like, has the most downtime of any area in the game.
Which feels like thematically that wouldn't be one of the areas that has the least amount of enemies. It feels like that should have the most.
Yeah. But also, I guess, you know, it does have the worm chasing you, so...
That's fair.
It is what it is, I guess. Like, see, should be an insane cancer behind me, or is it the worm? It's the worm. Yeah. So much of this area looks the same too. It's hard to remember like where you are and where you're going. But yeah, it is. It's really weird that we're just kind of like casually strolling through this rusted hellscape. Here, we just have to deal enough damage to slow down the worm so it doesn't kill us. Alright, there's our boss fight. So, Split Worm's, or Split Head, whatever its name is, weak point is the slit, which you can actually hit when it's to the side like this. There's a really small hitbox for it, but it is possible to hit. And now, let's see. The worms are the bigger threat because they're the ones that actually... Oh, that's not good. Yeah, this is the slow attack that I didn't want. I don't want any kind of attack that I can't actually hit the boss during. Okay, what you doing next? Okay. Is that the end? Yep. Cool. Still a pretty good fight.
We're safe. There's the exit. Let's go. Ryan! Tina? Now what?
I love this because we were already in the other world, so I guess now we're in like the super other world. I don't know. Like, we already had the foghorn, we already transitioned, right?
Yeah.
What is this?
This is like... This is the second layer of Silent Hill.
To go even farther beyond.
This is Silent Hill's Silent Hill.
Okay, that went pretty well. That was a weird bit of lag. Okay. So you can kill all of these enemies, and when the cages open up here in a bit, it doesn't actually matter. They all respawn.
Oh no. That's rude.
Yeah, a little bit. This guy, you can shoot him as much as you want. There is a guy there for a health thing. Not that I needed it, but... yeah, you can shoot that guy all you want. He still comes up right there. Insane cancers are also really hard to get headshots on because their heads are very tiny and their voluptuous nature tends to... the hitbox for their body like overlaps the hitbox for their head. So you can literally aim directly at the head and still get a body shot.
Look, there are 2 doors. Which one should we go through?
There are 2 doors. Where should we go? And then one of the options is to go completely in the other direction. Anyway, this direction has the actual key, and then the door that the key goes to is going to be to our left once we get out.
I wonder which room this key is for.
Fun little part where you have the illusion of choice. You're going to have to come back here at some point anyway. Might as well go ahead and go the right way the first time. It's weird because it's like House of the Dead, you have so many diverging paths. There's so many alternate routes you can take. This game, you have several that are not real divergences. You still just end up going the same direction.
That's an interesting design choice.
Yeah.
It doesn't open.
I don't think anyone's ever accused this of being a good game. Anyway, we're still in the prison. We're like working our way farther and farther down. We're about to go into another boss fight and another familiar location if you've played Silent Hill 2. We're in the graveyard where James finds his own grave and jumps into yet another bottomless hole. That said, this is actually kind of a neat boss design. I kind of like it. It is unique to this game. One of the only one of only 3 designs that are unique to this game. And this is a boss fight that can either go really well or really badly because she does not stay still. And it is very hard to get a shot on her head, which is her weak point. It said, should grab me after this attack. And there we go. Okay, so we were on the prison there, right? Yep. So the cutscene that we just skipped was us getting onto the boat itself, onto the Little Baroness. And what do we find when we get onto the cruise ship but the mall from Silent Hill 3?
Okay.
Somehow just managed to fit this whole mall on a cruise ship.
Okay, I'm impressed. Like the TARDIS, it's bigger on the inside.
Oh, it gets better.
Oh. Oh.
There's also a little bit of randomness. There can be like a whole group of enemies that comes out of this corridor. There can be one enemy, or there can just be nothing. I'm not sure what decides it, but most of the time I get all of them. And then the big one right here.
I have never been to a shopping mall that I've wanted to leave.
I assume it's probably another instance of difficulty adjustment. If I just played the game worse, it would take more kindly to me.
Makes sense, yeah.
you technically don't even have to shoot those dogs, but triggering them does cause you to start moving right away instead of waiting. Oh, see, that right there was an instance where if I was using left click to shoot, the game would have crashed because I did go off screen there.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay. So anyway, we were on the mall on the ship, right? Well, now we're on a train on the ship.
Oh, okay. Sure, right, okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You need the train to get from one side of the cruise ship to the other, sure.
Yes.
It's all right. I understand that your work expects a lot from you. I'm sure you understand too.
While going through this too, another thing that I want to mention as far as like the quirks of the game, there are 2 EXEs for this game. One of them is just the game. One of them is the game _ no cursor. Guess which one I'm playing? Guess which one has the cursor?
I'm going to assume you're playing on no cursor.
You're correct.
Excellent. Good.
Anyway, we're done with the train. Now we're in an outdoor amusement park on the cruise ship.
Okay, yep. I mean,
again, just, don't worry about it.
Why wouldn't there be an amusement park on a cruise ship? They have amusement parks in malls.
Okay. I swear the Robbies are the most dangerous things in this game. The axes they throw are incredibly difficult to actually knock down.
Going too fast. Emily, you're such a naughty girl. Sorry, Mommy.
Okay, I think it's almost ice cream time. So, Church, what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Mint chocolate chip.
That's a good one. Let me raise you shotgun.
Shotgun flavor? Okay,
It's not great.
Yeah, it's like... I mean, somebody made it into a flavor, right? So... somebody has to like it.
Yeah. Gotta say, I'm not a fan, though. It's a little slow. It goes everywhere. Never goes where I want it to.
Presumably has less ammo.
Yes, it does actually have limited ammo.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just straight up bad. You do less damage. It is slower in general. You can't just rapid fire it like you can the handgun. There's actually 2 different places in the game where you can get a shotgun, and it's never a good idea.
It's almost like a handicap.
Yeah.
That's interesting. You would think they would at least make the shotgun good.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah.
I guess maybe they didn't expect people to be able to shoot that fast with a handgun?
Fair. Anyway, we're now in nowhere, so it's time to fight Pyramid Head and go through all of these weird flashbacks and get attacked by a bunch of those weird little fly bat thingies that are incredibly annoying to hit. Oh my god. Like, yeah, you can technically kill these things early, but good luck. Just get up here.
Maybe we are already dead, and we have gone to the other side.
Stop making tasteless jokes.
It smells fishy. Okay, these are the real annoying ones. Nope. Just gotta wait. That's fine, whatever.
It feels like from the moment we entered here,
There's some nurses that dogpile me here. It's like practically impossible to not get hit here. Yeah. Hey, can you guys get headshot? Thank you. God, I can't even see you. Okay, got those ones.
Yeah, the lighting in some of these areas has been, not, I guess.
Yeah. Come on, big boy. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad the protagonist said it, because I was thinking this protagonist has single-handedly used all of the ammo in the entire Silent Hill franchise.
Yeah.
This is why. This is why there's no ammo in any of the other games.
Ammo scarcity, what's that? What do you mean resource management? Oh good, now it's time for the boss fight against Pyramid Head, which for some reason takes place in the same arena that you fight the Raincoat Killer in Deadly Premonition. It's like this isn't even a Silent Hill location, it's not even a Konami location. What are we doing here? Come on, buddy, where you at? Oh, you were actually already holding me. Gotcha. Weird how I didn't notice that.
strange.
All right, there's Pyramid Head. And yes, there is still more to this game. Now, we are in the water prison from Silent Hill 4. Also on the cruise ship.
This is a really big cruise ship.
Yeah, it's really deep, too. I've never seen a ship that goes this far down.
Basically just a water continent at this point.
Yeah, there's also a hit that I'm going to take on purpose here. Right there. He knocks me down a couple floors, just saves a bit of time. I'm not sure why there's a sudden numb body. It's the only one in this entire area. It only shows if you get knocked down too. Like if you just walk down normally, it doesn't exist.
That's weird.
Nice. That was a really inconvenient time to reload there. Okay. That's the end. Now we're going into the final boss fight. So this boss fight ends when the hand like reaches up into the sky and the screen turns white. But it's not going to be for a bit. Okay, so good. Just keep putting the hand. Now we're going to summon a bunch of smaller hands, because that's a thing you do in like end games. Sure, whatever. Don't get hit by the tentacles. Okay, you're getting hit by the tentacles, that's fine. Still got 2 hands left. Hey, can you, like, let me shoot the hands? Thank you. Okay, so time should be coming up then. Yeah, once I let go... Come on. And... time.
GG.
Whew.
So, is there...
Yeah, there's the girl that possessed the girl that's with us. I don't know. She ends up finding out that her parents don't hate her, even though she always thought they did. That's magic of parenthood and friendship.
But is there a reason the protagonists were there?
For a very long time.
Like...
in the water. It was cold.
They were just on vacation having a good time.
Okay. They just got caught up in a Silent Hill plot. They weren't even supposed to be there.
Yep.
Okay, sure. That makes total sense to me.
Yep. Technically, this has a UFO ending too, but it requires you to have clear data saved to your e-amusement pass, so unfortunately not really anything that anyone can do anymore.
Still, that's really cool that they had a UFO ending built in.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was expecting when I put this on. It was not this, and I'm so glad. Thank you so much for showing this off.
Oh yeah. Thanks for letting me, because I'm pretty sure this is the first time that Arcade has been on any kind of GDQ format.
I believe that is correct. This is a wild time. Thank you so much. If anybody likes Silent Hill runs, Smumbler does a bunch of them. You should check them out. Do you have anything else you'd like to say to close it off?
No, not much. You can always find me everywhere at username Schmumbler. I'm pretty much everywhere. Don't really... Lately I've been doing some Necrovision stuff, just doing random speedruns. But yeah, a big shout out to the stream team that I'm on, the Clock Tower. You're actually going to be seeing several of us during this event. Emma and Abby and Death Tropes are all part of the same group. And yeah, just thanks again for having me on.
Yep. Appreciate you showcasing the games today, and thank you so much for helping celebrate the 25th anniversary. With that said, we do have more games coming up. We have Silent Hill coming up next, so we're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with that. See you in a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill, and we have Silent Hill, the very first one. We have a new runner here. I will let him introduce himself.
Hi, my name is Death Tropes. I run Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4 mainly, but I've been grinding Silent Hill 1 quite a bit. We're going to start here in a few seconds. As soon as I hit easy, it'll start. So count down in 3, 2, 1, and go. So basically, Silent Hill is about Harry Mason trying to find his daughter, who we've gone to Silent Hill, and all of a sudden there's a car crash and she goes missing. And now we're off. There's like 3 to 4 cutscenes you cannot skip. This is one of them, but they're very, very short. Most of the run is just straight gameplay.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Already found her. Game's over.
Oh, is that?
Hey, wait, stop.
Now you'll notice that the speech is a little bit fast. That's because I play on fastest speed on console. That doesn't affect your in-game time whatsoever, but it does affect the loading time of certain rooms. Plus, I just find it comical and really, really funny. So, yeah, it also does help me out while running the game. If I went to normal speed, it would throw me off in so many different rooms. Now we're just trying to follow Cheryl, who has seemingly gone down this alleyway. All of a sudden, it got real spooky. First time Silent Hill ever went to an otherworld type deal. And there's a little bit of RNG in this part. Hopefully we die really, really fast. But we may die really, really slow. It just kind of depends. Let's see what happens. Oh, they both swipe. That's pretty bad RNG. So now we got to let them just kind of kill us. Typically, that would be a reset. But you know what? We don't have time for that. We can't do that. They do not want to kill me, though. They do not want anything to do with Harry Mason. There we go. Usually want that right away. That's okay, though. That is just straight RNG. Now we're in the cafe, which a lot of runners reset there too, but we're just gonna kind of take it. Pick our gun. Gotta get this stuff. Over here, grab our knife. Here we go.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
Now here's a little bit of RNG as well. You can get a 3-shot, a 4-shot, 5-shot, or even a 6-shot. The rarest are either a 3-shot or a 6-shot, but you're usually going to see a 4 or a 5. Let's see what we get. 4-shot, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
Grab our radio. Let's go. The next few minutes of Silent Hill are just Harry Mason going around grabbing various keys and stuff to get into the next area. We need 3 keys that are all based off the Wizard of Oz. There's a lot of American movie-based things in this game. It's actually really, really cool. Like there's Texas Chainsaw, posters, and stuff. The school, actually, Midwich Elementary, is based off of the school from the movie Kindergarten Cop. If you didn't know that. It looks very, very similar, especially out front. It is the exact same school. That was definitely intentional. Again, going around, just grabbing some keys. Nothing crazy happening just yet. There are 2 major skips in the run that don't happen until a little bit later, but for the most part of the beginning, it's just running around, grabbing stuff, and then once you get to school, that's when you see the run really starts. Yeah, the beginning is kind of just setting up the game, the pacing, all that kind of stuff. Got our first key, or excuse me, our second key. Now, these enemies are called air screamers. They can actually like come out of nowhere and just hit Harry and waste a few seconds, but we're going to try to not let that happen. Because we are in a speedrun. Comes our next key right over here. Got it, let's go. Now the next road we're going down, called Rainbow Road. We actually go down this same road for a few minutes here. We need to find some papers that tell us to go to a doghouse. You've all seen the meme, the doghouse meme. There's not a dog around. Well, you're going to see that doghouse in about 2 minutes. All right, this road's about over. See, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't too bad. Got our papers here that say Doghouse, 11th Street. Here it comes. You've all seen the meme. This is where the meme is from. Doesn't seem to be a dog around. Could we have our last key? Let's go. All right, let's use our keys here on this door. All right. Next stop is Midwich Elementary, where the run actually starts. So you have to basically wait about 8 minutes to actually start your run. Where like the actual RNG starts to like kick in and whatnot. Always have your light off here as well, or else this air screamer will most likely hit you. There's gonna be a lot of times where dogs are chasing Harry. The light does not affect the dogs whatsoever. You can have them on or off. It does not matter. He's gonna jump at me no matter what. See? No matter what. Touch light off. He's gonna chase me. Oh, and he jumped. Yeah, usually dogs are. You say dogs are free. Very rarely can a dog hit you. All right, now we're approaching the school. Where we do some like movement manipulations on enemies and all stuff like that. Pretty fun. All right. Hidden Carton Cop School, we're here. we would manipulate that guy to where he doesn't get us. We kind of just run around him. But once again, Silent Hill, usually about running around, grabbing various items and keys. Welcome in. Got our chemical. Use the chemical right here. Grab our first medallion out of 2. See if this guy goes for the grab or not. And he did. That's going to make it so we have a little bit of time save running back over. We don't have to go all the way around. We just kind of run right by that guy. Like so. Nice. Now up to the piano puzzle, which if you ever played this as a kid or casually, you know that this puzzle stumped most players for a long time. We're gonna get it done really fast. That's it. Grab this medallion and we're out the door. Nice RNG there. Sometimes you can get grabbed if it's pretty bad. You'll notice I'm turning my light on and off at various times. That's because the gray children in the school can actually grab you quite easily and it wastes a few seconds. And obviously, we don't want to do that. So we kind of manipulate them by turning our lights on and off. Sometimes you'll do a walking step just for a brief moment. We're almost done with the first part of school already. All right, you're done with school 1. This part is called Otherworld School. Where Silent Hill starts to flex and shows how it really is. Pick up our card here. Now, a fair amount of RNG can be in this hallway. Usually you're going to be fine if you just run through with your light off. But there is a slight chance, like 1 out of 100, that you'll get grabbed and lose time. But usually it's pretty free. You were good here. Nice hallway. Now we're in the bathroom. To get the gun, we're going to use the rest of the game, which is the shotgun. And let's grab it. And we're out the door. Where Harry gets a phone call from his daughter, but we don't care enough. We're just going to skip that. Sorry. We got places to be, people to see, and balls to grab in this room. Here we go. I like to say, Harry, get your ball, and then he's got his ball, and now we're out the door. Now we got to go upstairs to the roof. Moving here can be kind of tricky. Let's see if we just nail it. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Equip your shotgun, use the ball, and then we're going. Here's one of the only cutscenes you can't skip, and I usually take this time, have a quick drink of water, stretch for 1 second. It's about 15 seconds long, but the most you get, especially if you skip every cutscene like I usually do. And it's about done. This isn't like Downpour, where you can get up, go have lunch, and come back, and the cutscene's still going. No shade on Schmumbler or Umbrella Jill. All right, we got to get that key that we just washed down the hole in the roof. Go. All right. Back upstairs. Through here. Now we're gonna grab our 1 out of 2 things of ammo in the game. Yep. We grab very, very minimal ammo in this run. Locker room time. Darn. Oh. There we go. All right, we're out. Around that guy. We're almost done with school. You'll notice that you kind of go in and out of doors very, very quickly in this game, and that's something that definitely takes a while to get used to. Especially in school and hospital, which is the next area. Power valve's gonna be... That was okay. That was okay. We'll see. Then we're gonna strafe and see if we can nail that hitbox. Not quite, but it's all right. That room can be very, 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 very tricky. And then one more time, we're gonna turn this one to the left, and then we're good. On to the first boss of the game. Cool. That is school. Well, for the most part. And then we're gonna wait for him to open his mouth, and then Harry's gonna slide away real quick. See ya. A little bit of just a movement trick we do. It doesn't affect your game whatsoever. It just looks really, really fun. Harry just kind of slides off into the abyss.
What was that?
And we're done with school. That's it. That's it for school. And this is just the second part of the game where you're kind of just running around. You don't have to go back and forth between places, but you are going from the school, through this alleyway, through a house, then to a church, where you meet the protagonist of the game named Dahlia. And then on to what we call the BCR, which is the bridge control room, which many, 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 many runners have reset there, including myself. Use that key we found in the school. Now here you can get a fair bit of RNG where the air screamer in this area will chase you non-stop and then cause another air screamer to chase you non-stop, and it just becomes chaos. But we had favorable RNG there, so we should be pretty solid. Yeah, we're solid. Because if it's bad, then you have 2 air screamers chasing you through this alleyway, and you're most likely going to get hit. This one usually leaves you alone by the time you get through this alleyway, but we'll see. Yeah, he's gone. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care. Next stop is the church. We're gonna skip this cutscene because we don't really want to listen to what Dahlia has to say. Go up here, grab these items, and leave. Solid church. And now it's BCR. And you guys know how BCR can go usually. Well, sometimes. Again, that was a dog. Dogs are so negligible in this game, it's kind of ridiculous. At least on this difficulty they are. Alright, here it comes. Ah, darn it. Okay. We went for the YOLO though. Entrance was a little rough, but we got the YOLO for inside of it, so it's alright. Now we're out. Now next stop is the hospital, which is probably my favorite part of the run. A lot of cool movement in there. Very, very fast paced, and there's a really fun manipulation we do with an enemy. That is slight RNG, but it is fun to pull off. And here we go. Where we meet Kaufman, the director of the hospital. He's gonna fire a gun at Harry and somehow miss, even though he's 1 foot in front of him. How do you miss that? How do you miss that shot?
I'm trying really hard.
Again, hospital's a lot of fun. You just go room to room really quickly. A lot of precise movement. Very easy to get stuck on the smallest thing. Get our Glophitis here, which is the red liquid on the ground. We use that to cause a huge skip near the end of the game. Turn on the power here. Now we're getting on the elevator. The elevator in the hospital can be very tricky and a little bit unforgiving, as you'll see in a moment. Very precise. That wasn't too bad. Not too bad. Now, this is what I like to call the hospital proper. And now the real hospital starts. You'll probably hear me say over and over again, this is where the real part of this certain area starts, because that's kind of the way it is. Grab our first tablet, which we need 4 of. Grab that blood bag. Now there's some RNG here with this nurse. He can turn around and grab you. But when we leave this room after getting our second tablet, there's a chance that she can grab you after you get out. It is total RNG, and she didn't try, so we're good. It doesn't cause too much time loss, maybe a few seconds, but it is a pain nonetheless. This is good. This is a good hospital so far. Yeah, this is where the fun begins on the run. Fun little movement here. Grab this tablet and leave. Quick little turnaround here through that door. Grabbed our lighter and we got out of the way very quickly because that nurse can block you if you don't. Walk in here and then just use this item. When you're younger, you think you have to go in this room and go up to this enemy and use the blood bag, but no, all you have to do is walk in, take a step in, and use it. It's actually really cool. Not sure where their head was at when they made that design, but you know, oh well. We're gonna use all those tablets we got. And then comes nurse skip, which a lot of you know, it can make or break your run very quickly. And it's movement based and slight RNG based. Perfect.
Nice.
Very, very good. The disinfectant alcohol, excuse me. Down to the basement. We're almost done with hospital. Now in this next one, we're going to use the alcohol along with the lighter. And we do a little trick here. We use the alcohol, and then when we use the lighter, we turn our light off. And then it can actually produce a really cool effect that we call dark fire. Let's see if it happens here. Nope, I didn't get it. Usually your light will be off. Yeah, we didn't get the swag. We tried. It's okay. It doesn't change anything about the run, but we didn't get dark fire. But that's all right. Usually your light will be off and the fire will keep going, which looks really cool, but it's all right. Grab this last key.
What's this?
Oop. Now we're done with the hospital, basically. A little bit more RNG coming up. There's a doctor that can basically just block your entire way going into a door. And that causes a little bit of time loss. You have to go around him, but we'll see. See how he is. Right up here. Very nice. Very good doctor. So we first meet Lisa, who is an employee at the hospital, but unfortunately we can't stay and chat.
Was I dreaming?
We're gonna grab this antique store key and then leave. was a good grab. Yeah, Doctor was free. And now becomes the first major skip in the entire game, which is one of the hardest skips in the Silent Hill franchise, in my opinion. Called Romper Skip, and we skip an entire boss fight and a big portion of the game here. But it is a pretty difficult trick to learn. There's a couple different ways to do it. I use what's called the strafing method, as you'll see here in just a minute. Typically, on really good pace, at high level runs, you'll want to get a romper skip on the very first try. If you don't, usually that means you have a reset. For this, obviously, if something does happen, we're going to keep going. But I have some high hopes, so it's fine. And if you mess up the skip, you have a chance to do it again right away. It's not like if you try it once and it fails, you can't try again. You can try as many times as you want. But obviously, for time's sake, you want it first try. We use that antique store key. We're going to push this out of the way, and then the officer Sybil is going to come in, which I skipped that cutscene very quickly at the beginning, but she meets you in the cafe, and she kind of helps you out here and there in the game. Here it comes. Here comes the skip. Let's go. Let's see. Skip this cutscene.
Was that another dream?
All right, let's go. Oh, wow. How rare and unlucky. It's okay. So, it's okay though. We got it on the second try. First try, first time that happened, that wasn't really my fault. Sometimes he can just fall off of you, but it's very rare if that happens. But we got it on the second try, so it's totally okay. Not a big deal. It's all right.
First try every time.
First every time.
The first time.
We always say too. We always say every time. Here's another little trick we do. We call it Stumbleus. We're gonna run over here and not fall down. We're gonna basically fall into the cutscene itself to go through, and we did it. Easy. Usually you fall down, then you have to run down that staircase. No, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna run around it and then fall into the hitbox. Now comes our second boss fight, which in the normal casual game, it's usually your second boss fight, but we skipped it. Usually this is your third. Usually you skip the second fight, or you do your all fights. We skip the boss Twin Feeler basically, and we're going to the Float Stinger boss fight. Sorry if that was confusing. I kind of confused myself for a second. Yeah. Casually, this is your third fight. Decent fight. Yep. We skipped the hunting rifle because we do not need it. And if you thought that boss fight was hard, wait till the last one. The last boss fight is a doozy. And we are done with that part of the game, and now we are approaching the sewers. I would say this is about halfway point, a little more than halfway point of the run. Or cruising. The sewers is a fair bit of RNG as well. You have to kind of listen to see what the enemies down there are doing and then go from there. but it is RNG based. Which again, more RNG that is going to destroy your run. If you're on good pace, chances are it's not gonna go your way typically. All right, here we go. It could also be free. We could get scratchless and bonkless sewers, which is fantastic. We're off. And away we go. So I guess the trick is you stick to the left here, and your chances are less likely that you're going to get hit by this first scratcher. Darn. Bad RNG. It's all right. Usually he'll be out of the way there. It's okay, though. It's all right. Nothing you can do about that. Gonna grab our key here. And this next scratcher, who is actually the second scratcher we saw, usually he's gonna block you and hit you. That's just kind of the way this run is. But let's see how his RNG is. Sometimes he'll just miss you completely. Look at that. That's very good. If we didn't get blocked by that first guy, this would be very, very, very good sewers. Still decent. One scratch is pretty on par. One scratch is usually what you're gonna get. So this is pretty good. Keep my light off here because there's some roaches that'll tend to block you. Right there, as you can see. We're almost done with the sewers. When I first learned this run, sewers was probably the hardest part of the entire run for me to learn. Because it's very confusing. Everything looks the same, but it's also PlayStation 1 era horror. Like, everything looks the same in games like that. Like, look at Resident Evil 1. That guy just kind of left us alone for the most part, which is good. Light off again here is to make this roach up here kind of leave us alone. There's going to be a lot of times where the light is just left off due to just not wanting to get hit by enemies and lose time. Gonna grab our key so we can leave the sewers now. And leave. Even though those things are big and scary, we're just gonna walk away. Harry doesn't care. Harry is so unfazed by everything that happens in this game, if you haven't noticed. He's just kind of like, whatever, I'm my daughter. Which again, I'm gonna give it to Harry Mason, Dad of the Year. Dad of Gaming. Pretty good sewers. One scratch, no bonks. Pretty good. We are out of the sewers and we're going to start approaching the Docks Resort area, which has another pretty big spot for RNG. We call it top of stairs, and I'll point it out when we get there, but it can also do a lot of irreparable damage to your run. Usually it won't happen unless you're on really good pace, because the game just kind of knows when you're doing well, as are most high-level runs. I like this run too because there's a lot of parts that are like very intense with all this intense movement and stuff you have to do, and then it's just kind of a run through the park for a second and you're good, and then it's back to, oh my god, this is super intense. It's a nice little balance. Kind of just tap left there, and then I kind of just run with my light off for the majority of this area, because there's a lot of enemies that will chase you and jump on you and cause time loss and damage, which we can't afford. And it is boat time. Put my light on around here so I can kind of see where I'm going. All right, we have the dog. There's the dog. All right, can we make it in here? I got the stumble, but it was still pretty fast. That movement is very, very tricky. Because usually you're gonna run into that wall and bonk. All right, docks time. This is where you can get the top of stairs RNG. Right up here, but we'll see. Let's see how it goes. Nope, usually he just kind of sits up right there if you're gonna get it. And then don't mind the FPS here. This area always runs in about, 2 frames per second. It's just kind of the way the game is. Then I run with my light off because there's air screamers that can do a lot of damage to you. We're just gonna kind of avoid them over here. Make our way up to the lighthouse up here. Nice. Good entrance. And now we run back down. Come up here for almost no reason. Not too shabby. All right. We are approaching the end game now. We go back into the sewers, which is a very short segment, and then comes the final area of the game with one more big skip. All right. Very nice lineup to that. Now, what's cool is you'll sometimes get a second enemy in this little sewer area. But if we did our line correctly beforehand, we won't see a second enemy. He just kind of despawns or doesn't spawn at all. And we did it correctly. Usually he's hanging out like right here. So that's pretty cool. So it's always cool to get that. All right, second major skip in this game. Usually you come up here, you fight Sybil, and then you can progress to the last area. But here we're just gonna come up to this penguin, which I like to call it. Use Eagle Office, and that's it. That's all you have to do. Skip an entire boss fight, go to the last area of the game. Nora was a cool area because there's basically a bunch of different areas of the game, all forced into one small area. Hard to explain. You'll see. You'll see that there's like parts from the school and parts from the hospital. It's very neat how they set this whole thing up. There's Alessa. Hello. Laughing in fastest speed, which is kind of hilarious. Now we need to complete this area, but first Harry needs some tools because every good dad has a set of tools lying around. Surely Harry knows how to use some pliers and a screwdriver. Go up here, use our pliers. Grab this key. Now to two pretty big puzzles in the game, back to back. First one's called the Zodiac Puzzle. That was very good. Very efficient. Get this tablet. Now we have to spell alert here. That went well. Very easy to mess that puzzle up, especially because you use the analog stick to go faster. It can be a bit tricky. Grab this amulet. Now this is where we see Lisa for the last time in the game. Not going to spoil anything if you've never played this, but pretty sad. But obviously, speedrun, we're not going to watch it. My advice is to play it for yourself and watch. Now we're going to use that stone tablet we got a second ago. Get this key, and we leave. Last major puzzle of the game. Let's see it. Oh. Still good. Get that key. Again, Silent Hill, grab various keys, complete various puzzles. Go to various areas. Floor 2. Yeah, so funny enough, you only shoot, excluding bosses, you only shoot 2 enemies, or 3 enemies the entire game for the run. Grab these items. And only 3 bosses in the game.
It's really cool that you're able to like navigate around the enemies without having to fight all of them.
Grab this key and leave. Now there's some debate in this next room, is dagger first or ring first? I do dagger first, because it's faster. Get our dagger, go to your menu, use the ring, and you're done. Now if you don't use the ring on the door before you walk away with the dagger, a monster comes out and actually grabs Harry, and he dies. So don't ever forget to do that. For some reason, Harry wants jelly beans. No rhyme or reason, but he decides to open this bag of jelly beans. Maybe he was hungry, I don't know. This item. Turn off the power. Now let's see if we can get this dodge. This dodge is very difficult and RNG based. Let's see. Didn't get the dodge. That's totally fine though. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. It's okay. Get your last key and leave. Have our light off because they will try and grab you again. Get our last key item, this disc. Now all those items you've been grabbing in this area, we're gonna use them all on this door. The amulet, crest, the ankh, the dagger, and the disc. All right. We're approaching the final boss of the game, and it is very difficult. You guys are gonna freak out about how difficult this boss is, okay? Time is coming up, by the way, very shortly. And time. That's it.
EG.
Daddy.
Cheryl.
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
That was a good run. Pretty happy about that. Pretty good run.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that
Second
was a
try
very
romper,
solid
but it's
run.
not too bad.
I mean, second try in a marathon is still very good.
Alright, the game is so loud. I apologize.
That's no worries.
But yeah, that was pretty good. That was a good run. I can hear it much better now.
Yeah, I think it was a very good run, and yeah, I mean, second try in a marathon is very good.
Thank you. Thank you. I was a little bit nervous. I was practicing that skip for like probably 10-15 minutes before my run started, because usually you'll get a first try, but like on a marathon, obviously anything can happen. So I wanted to be as prepared as humanly possible. Yeah, after this cutscene is the IGT. Let's see it real quick. Let's see. I'm expecting a 30-27 or something like that. We'll see. I did have some memes here and there. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad for a marathon, actually. Yeah, a little bit of scuffs here and there, but I'm overall pretty happy with that.
Chad is wondering what ending that was.
Second. Well, what is? I'm sorry?
Chat was wondering what ending this was.
Oh, this is bad plus ending. You can see it on the third line down. This is bad plus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's bad plus, good, and good plus, and UFO. So, but yeah, for the any percent new game run, we do bad plus. So, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with this, and thank you so much. Thank you for having me on the Silent Hill anniversary stream. I would have definitely joined it sooner had I known that it was happening. So I appreciate you and especially Schmumbler for mentioning me and getting me in on this. I had a lot of fun, and I appreciate it big time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being on. I'm very glad that Smumbler mentioned it, because it would have been really awkward to have the 25th anniversary without a Silent
and then not
Hill
have
run.
Silent Hill.
Yeah, I was like, I need to do something about this. But yeah, I'm super happy that you were available and you were able to show off an amazing run.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Real quick before I hop off here, I just want to give a shout out to my entire team at Clock Tower. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And please stick around for the other members that are running this today. It's going to be really, really cool. Silent Hill 2 back-to-back with different types of runs are going to be very, very fun to watch. And again, lots of friends that are watching. I really appreciate you, and thank you for the support. And everybody, yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/deathtropes. That's it.
Yeah,
thank you very much, guys.
Be sure to check out Death Tropes and everybody else who's going to be on today. Again, thank you so much. And we do have more Silent Hill. We've got Shattered Memories coming up next, so we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with that. See you in a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We've seen a few Silent Hill runs. We've got a few more coming up. We've got Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I'll hand it over to the runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, everybody. I'm Exterior Emma. I'm a trans speedrunner who's sometimes good, and I'm joined today by the best Otterino and #1 Silent Hill Shattered Memories superfan, UFO Techie. Hi, Techie.
Hi, everyone.
It should be a pretty chill time. It's always a chill time with this game, and I'll count you down from 3, and we'll get started. In 3, 2, 1, go! Get in the car, losers. We're going to therapy.
I'm glad you came.
This is where we
car.
start.
You get in the car, but you don't stay in the car for very long.
Good.
No, you never stay in the car for like a long periods of time.
The other therapist didn't work out for you.
So, we start in therapy. This is Dr. Michael Kaufman. You may remember him from such hit games as the last one that just got ran. That is because Silent Hill Shattered Memories is basically a remake, reimagining of the very first game. So we're going to have characters that share names. We'll have some locations that share names.
It's the only one you'll see.
So on and so forth.
Try to answer truthfully. It's easier that way.
And
a different kind of doctor.
Oh yeah, the worst kind. So we're signing this form because this game profiles you based on your decisions in these sessions and the way you play the game. So we kind of want to make the choices we're going to make so that we have the best possible path forward to get to the end. Though I still am kind of confused about how some of it works, because it kind of feels like if you just look at something different, for example, but you do everything else in accordance with the speedrun, you'll get some slightly different dialogue bits, which can actually affect how much time you're spending in a certain section.
Yeah, little unskippable portions of dialogue can change, and the changes are fairly significant. Sometimes like 10 or 20 seconds.
And as you can see here by us interacting with the door there and unlocking that with a cursor, this was originally a Wii game, and this got ported over to the PS2 and also the PSP. So as a holdover from the Wii, we get these little bits where we get to interact with objects and like windows, and we get to pick up keys. I don't think we ever pick up any other item other than keys, aside from mementos.
Yeah, your inventory, so to speak, is really just one item you'll pick up and use somewhere very quickly nearby, like the Lisa's pills.
Yeah. And we don't have to really worry about mementos this run because we're not doing that category. We're doing the UFO ending, which is always a treat within any of the games that have them. I believe we're going to be getting the Origins one to end off the special tonight. You might want to stick around for that because that's always a good time.
This one has a special place in my heart because it is like a full kind of side quest that you got to do.
Yep.
Most involved. You got to do some real Pokemon Snap stuff.
Anyways, Harry just announced to the world who his favorite singer is. Cher. Once we go into this diner, we're going to be meeting Sybil for the first time. We kind of don't really want to talk to her. We just want to skip it. And as soon as we go outside right here, this is where the fun begins. I'm going to skip this cutscene, and as we're running back to this door, we want to type 555-3825. We get United Fruitcake. Ooh, not very good RNG. We got that after the third ring. This game is heavy on RNG, whether it be through calling phone numbers or dealing with enemy spawns, which we will get to in like a minute. And everything like that. We have a gumball machine we have to deal with. We have bridge controls, and ooh, what's that? See that at the top right there? Gonna take a quick snapshot. We are taking pictures of UFOs since we called that number to a company called United Fruitcake. And that's pretty much our goal now to get the ending. We gotta take a picture of 13 UFOs. And that was number 1.
Oh yeah, I have the texts that you will be receiving throughout the subquest if you want me to read off the first few.
Go ahead with that one from the call and the first one.
Yeah, the first one, once you call the United Fruitcake outlet, they don't answer, but they text you, "We can't talk yet, but you want in. They've hidden 13 of their craft all around town. If you get me the photographic evidence I need, we can meet face to face." Text 2, once you take a picture of the first UFO, is simply "One down, keep looking."
And we will keep looking.
Yeah, it's quite a side quest. 13's a lot. I think most of the other Silent Hill UFO endings are maybe like, go to this place and use the blue gem. Do that 3 or 4 times. One keeps you busy.
Oh yeah, you gotta keep your eye out for them. They can be kind of easy to miss too. But because we're speedrunners, we got this stuff printed into our brains, and we're not gonna miss it. But right now we have entered the first nightmare chase. We were just on the phone with Cheryl, and she's telling us that we can't fight them. We have to run, and the whole world is frozen over. You may have noticed cool details like the snow stopping in midair. But we are being chased by monsters. Are they going to show up yet?
Yeah, you never know. You could finish the whole area without me.
That's technically bad. Oh no.
You get a slight boost in your run speed if you see someone.
The dude speed, as Punchy calls it. Oh my gosh. Are we not going to get dude speed in the first chase?
They're just not going to show up.
Well, that guy went through the door, but I guess he just didn't see me. Anyways, yeah, that's the first chase. So I haven't really gotten to really explain what they do yet, so I guess next chase is the perfect time for it.
On the car crash. That would have been a.
And now we're back in therapy.
Someone chat did ask about UFOs total, or you have leeway on which ones to get. You do have to take pictures of every single one.
Mm-hmm. If you miss one, that's it. You can't go back. And once you get past certain points in the game, there's no return. You have to get them.
Giving me that look. I'm talking too much. Well, let's.
Someone's asking if they're called mumblers. Those are the like childlike enemies from the first game. Here they're called, I guess, raw shocks.
Is it true to say?
Supposed to be a pun on Rorschach. It's 2 separate words: raw shock.
Would you say it takes a while?
Sounds weird when you say it out loud with that.
We're saying our answers no, no, and yes, so that we get our optimal dialogue sequence coming up right after this session. And right here, if you play the game casually, you get to draw in this picture. However, because we need to go fast, no drawing. No drawing today.
I want you to let out your.
That's kind of a shame too, because you get to doodle all over it with some emote controls, but here you just kind of fill in the little portion all at once.
You're finished.
Not as interactive.
It is still neat to see the effect of it, though, if you do it casually, because if you draw it in, the house that we're at, that's supposed to be Harry Mason's house, but it's not. There's a whole other family there. Their clothes, the way the car is painted, and the way a house is painted reflect the color you put on. But because we left it blank, it's all black.
You know what's funny?
Anyways,
in this town for 20
speedrun
years.
strats.
Before that,
We're shifting
I used to
around
ride
in the
around
backseat of a
my
police
daddy's
officer's
patrol
car.
So I know the town, know the people. But your face?
Very restless back
I
there.
don't know you.
I keep out of trouble.
You're very restless back there, Mr. Mason.
Well, I guess tonight everything is out of whack. Why are we the only car on the road?
No one's sane out driving tonight. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yes, this is real strats right here. By doing this, Sybil seems to be like concerned with like, hey, are you restless back there? But if you don't do this and you just sit still, you get a way longer dialogue sequence where she's like, you holding up okay back there? And he's like, sure.
Weather.
Sure.
It goes by so much quicker if we manage to get the restless dialogue, which isn't that hard to do, but it is pretty fun to like shift around back and forth, back and forth. Oh.
You're very restless back there, Mr. Mason. Anything you want
So
to tell me?
what I like to do is I like to prep my little stuff and do like a little practice through right there before we do it. For a second, the cursor was not highlighting that, so if I didn't move to the other seat, then I wouldn't get the right practice. Not that it's not that important, but
This weather's just unbelievable.
Now, we can never ride in a car for too long in this game.
I'm gonna see exactly where we are.
Count how many seconds it takes for her to, like, get out of the car and be gone. And she is completely gone. Like, I don't know if she decided to run or anything, but, like, Sybil doesn't really give me the impression that she would, like, run to find out where she is. She'd kind of walk around, look around, be like, that's a good key grab. So something that's neat about the PS2 version that I found out after I bought a Japanese PS2 and got a new DualShock out of it is that the rumble, the rumble in your controller helps, like, kind of does a little, like, burr right when your cursor highlights over a grabbable spot. Whereas which kind of helps a little bit on bits like that, because those cabinets without that little rumble is a little tougher to get the timing down, so that you can just kind of open it just a little bit. You just can grab the key. You don't need to slam it all the way open. And here we go. We are about to get UFO number 2. Up here. Something I may have figured out is that a really good way of getting out of the phone quickly after taking a picture of that is pressing the shortcut button to access the camera. You may have seen that I just pulled up the camera immediately. I'm pressing right on the D-pad to pull that up. To get out of the phone a bit quicker, because there's a prompt to ask you, like, oh, do you want to read the text message? Then it goes straight to the phone menu, then you can back out. By pressing the shortcut button, I think it saves a second. I say I think because I can't fully confirm it, because I'm the only one who may think that something's here when it couldn't. Like, there's a whole chance that it might not be.
I was going to mention the first UFO seems kind of easy, even though it's kind of deceptively not, because it's down a branching pathway you might not ever access. But the second one, like, kind of drives home the point that these are fairly obscure. If you were to go searching for these on your own, you'd have your work cut out for you. They're very well hidden.
Yeah, like I just took a picture of that, like that third UFO. Did you even see it? Yeah. We do a little strat right there where we can not need to pull up the phone to deny the call to Sybil. We can just pick up that echo message, which that's a whole mechanic that I kind of don't really want to go too much into, other than if you go to a certain spot, you get spooky messages. You can end up getting Sybil to stop trying to talk to you, and then you can jump across the river, and it's slightly quicker. Techie, what has our mysterious text messenger person sent us with those last 2 UFOs?
Let's see. UFO number 2 back in the boathouse was, "That's 2. The bastards are everywhere." Text 3 is simply, you got 3. Why doesn't anyone else see it?
Alrighty, now we're not going to be seeing any more until we get to the school, and I'm pretty sure that the school is the most dense area for any of the UFOs. There's...
kind of like 4 all right in a row.
Yeah, 4 in a row, and then we don't see any more for a while after that.
I was also going to mention the texts get pretty simple for a while, but they'll have more flavor to them later on.
Oh yeah. Alright, we're gonna turn on this light. Hopefully they scream at me like up here. No, this is weird. There's supposed to be a guy over here, and he's not here. That's never happened to me before. Oh, but there's a guy right there. Usually there's a guy right next to the chasm that you jump over.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's strange. Oh, I'm gonna have to use my flare right here. And, ooh, I'm getting stuck on him. Apologies for the bright light in your face. This is just a very well-designed part of these chase sequences, and you can tell that the frames are having such a great time dealing with it. But basically, to protect yourself from the raw shots, which try to latch onto you, you use a flare to, like, deflect them. They get kind of scared. But yes, you are now seeing dude speed. This is the fastest run speed you can go at in this game. And it is the best. So now we're going to kind of see something that becomes more common with the rest of the nightmare sequences, is that we usually have a puzzle or an objective in the middle. This one is really simple. You listen to a voicemail and you hear that sequence of keys to press, and then and like that's fine. But like in the next nightmare sequence, you're gonna have to do basically the equivalent, basically like a required version of the side quest we're doing.
Yeah, more pictures.
I'm gonna be silly here. Let a couple grabs get on me. So if they grab onto you, your method of getting them off of you, rather than it be like motion controls, it's just a little quick button press. And thankfully it's all according to what direction and from what direction they grab you from. So if they grab you on the back, it's always X. And thankfully nobody came through that door. It almost seemed like they were going to. If you hear a loud blaring like static, that usually means that there's a raw shot right there. And you can use it to anticipate the movement and, not, like, let's say, get stunned by them charging through a door. Anyways, I ate those 2 grabs earlier so that I can keep the flare right there, and that was an overall pretty good chase. Despite weird enemy spawns.
All the sections that feel like, going without getting grabbed at all, like with the wood seem maybe the hardest, the least likely.
Like, it's kind of deceptive because like you go through the first nightmare sequence and it's relatively straightforward. Usually I think it does an okay job of highlighting at least the exit signs. Well, as long as you pay attention to those, you'll make it to an exit. The forest world really starts to show what kind of philosophy of design they were going for. There's a lot of spots where you can get turned around. There's a lot of kind of fake outs almost.
No, I just
dead ends.
Yeah, I like to describe it as like a circle with the intro at one end and the exit on the other end.
I'm on a football
Or
field.
you keep going, you can keep going around the circle all day until you
Listen,
specifically
Harry,
make the
Midwich
turn
has
to
a
go out
gym.
the exit.
They often use it as an emergency shelter.
Especially in the woods.
Go to the gym
Yeah, it's
and wait there for
maybe
me.
if you want to like blunt like force it that way without looking at like environmental details.
If Cheryl's not there, I can't wait.
It's kind of like solving a maze where you just follow the right side of the wall until you get to the end.
So we get to the house.
Now we're back in therapy again, and we get to talk about the halcyon days of high school.
The popular theory
Halcyon is basically another way of saying like positive nostalgia, I think.
Really want to
Which
screw someone up,
I mean, come on.
Send them to high school.
Maybe he is also saying it
I bet you
sarcastically,
took studying
and my
seriously.
brain's just blanking
Nice
on
folders
that. But
and neat workbooks. Okay.
he's trying to tell us that this must be like what you were like in high school.
Nod when they fit how.
And now we got to say yes or no to all these prompts.
Shake your head if they don't.
Yeah,
We're gonna
ready.
He has this very cynical edge to him, which kind of comes over from the first game. I mean, he's kind of a jerk in the first game.
That being said, there are a couple spots where it's like,
Virgin.
especially what he says to conclude the bowl story, and it's gonna be great.
Slacker.
And now I'm gonna do something that hopefully
Let's
works.
take a different
We're gonna do a zoom grab.
laid out a blank
If this works right, I can grab one of these cards for the schedule by zooming in right here, and as we're going into it, I can grab onto a
Don't
card.
leave any empty. There are only 4
See if I
periods,
can get it.
and I've allocated a very generous lunch.
Nope, I didn't get any of them. Whoops. This one can be kind of tricky. The next one is a lot easier to pull off.
Nice. If that was all there was to it, it would have been a breeze, wouldn't it? Come on, let's talk more about the bad stuff that happened at school.
Anyways, here comes UFO number 4. It's between the goalposts. You didn't see it, but something that's interesting is that as long as it's technically in the frame at a certain distance, it doesn't matter if the fog is obscuring it, it'll count, which will make the UFO like 2 UFOs forward make that one like super easy. We just did a thing that we would have to implement like a lot during memento runs, but it's also useful during here. But when you go into those interactable like cursor moments, you can still use the cursor as you're zooming into the spot. So while you're zooming in, you could grab onto the window, and the zoom in by itself is enough to open the window. So and since you're going to be close to the key, all you're going to need to do is just let go, highlight it over, move your cursor to the right, and just pick it up, and it's quick. If you get enough practice at it, it's like bam. Anyways, our next UFO is on the roof up here, behind a restaurant called Wonderland Burger, isn't it?
The restaurant, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's behind a brothel that
It's right
I
next
don't
door.
remember. Yeah, just next door to the high school and the
It's either the cat house or the honey trap.
Yeah, I couldn't remember because I know it changes, whereas Wonderland never changes. So our next UFO after this, we're going to be going right back into the high school. We only just kind of went through like what looked like a janitor, like closet and a hallway. And to get back into the high school, we're going to be doing the most tough thing Harry Mason will do in the whole game. He's going to pull out rusty nails with his bare hands in the cold.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard with the Wii controls for some reason. Does it have the same issue here? It's like weirdly hard to get a grip on them.
For some reason, like it kind of depends. Sometimes it feels really easy and intuitive, and other times it's like, what are you doing, dude? The hand is right over the nail. Anyways, watch this. That UFO is on top of the head of a statue, but because of how much the game can get away with in terms of these photographs, we got the UFO anyways. Now, we only got one more UFO in the school. It's coming up soon. But something coming up here is this is a point where like the game gives you an option on what path you can take. If we take the right path going up these stairs, we can go to a planetarium. And technically, putting in the phone number for that is faster because it's like 1 or 2 inputs less. But for routing later, we want to go to the art room back here. And the number is 555-8465.
I think the planetarium also has like an extra mandatory voicemail or something.
Nope, you can basically pull off what you're doing in here, also in the planetarium. It's just, it kind of affects dialogue later with Lisa and what have you. Like one time I had her like do a different intro cutscene for her because I did the planetarium. Anyways, we just did that when it's 10:31. We got the headless running man as our little statue, and just as we cross the threshold of this tree, close enough to take a picture of that one. Becky, what does our favorite UFOologist have to say about what we've discovered?
Left off with UFO number 4, which was 4 of them. What are they doing here? Number 5 was 5 snapped. This is our planet. 6 is you got 6. Trust no one. And then 7 is that's 7. That's half of them. 8 is where it gets into the wife stuff.
Oh yes, the wife stuff. Anyways,
so we pick back up. We'll be in the tiny little pinch of plot in the UFO side quest.
Anyways, welcome to something I'd like to call really, really bad RNG time, where you have the chance of getting some really bad answers when resetting this password. But thankfully, we got good answers. We got Otto, we got Shiners, and I literally already forgot the other one I did.
It is her.
But as long as we don't get 12th Night or Racquetball, we are totally fine.
You don't remember because of the
And
accident?
I'm typing in 12th Night, including the space.
It's not a great neighborhood. Why would we move there?
And you can see why that might lose time.
The cop was
because
right.
it's too long.
My ID was old. And it wasn't my house. What else?
It's kind of obnoxious when you're trying to gun for like a really
There's a
good
phone
time.
number. Why don't you call it?
Compared to OTTO, yeah.
Yeah, Otto.
No reception. I'll be outside.
But
Good luck.
yeah, Auto Geology Shiners. That's what it was. Okay.
Yes.
Anyways, we figure out that this teenage Cheryl that we don't hear mention of in a cutscene we skipped is actually our daughter. Cheryl is not 7 years old.
Who the hell do you think you are?
So we call the number attached to her, and our next chase sequence.
Dahlia, it's the old lady from Hole 1.
Ooh.
Who gyromances. Fair time.
You know what? I imagine that, like, regardless of, like, how, like, the sort of, like, setting that Shattered Memories is in and all that, I think Dahlia would still be doing gyromancy. Oh? Ooh, okay, I heard the static flare. I thought we were gonna get the dude speed kind of early, which is the best outcome, kinda.
Yeah, it's nice to get caught by one enemy instead of, suddenly surrounded by 4.
I think there's a guy in front of me. No. Oh, yes, actually, kinda. Wow. Okay, cool. So, something that's nice about these nightmare segments, it's going pretty well if you are just juking them. Oh, there's a guy right there. I'm about to be grabbed.
Yeah, they can't interrupt, like, ledge jumps or door opening animations. So it's like they don't even see you when they're opening doors.
Oh,
Handy.
Though sometimes if you're charging through a door, you can see, I've seen it happen a couple times where like the game will really randomly like just chug the frame rate and then just decide, yep, the raw shock grabbed you. Even though you saw that you went like halfway through the door already. Anyways, we're gonna do the thing I like to call Abby strats, because it is thanks to Abby's Corner, who will also be running today. This is a more optimal route of doing the nightmare. Because previously before, our old route was that we went to the shower photo first, after, you know, the very first one. We did that one second. And by the time we got to this car one, it would be swarmed with raw shocks. It would be really bad, really, really tough. But if we take this routing, if we get lucky, we can cut down our chance of seeing them to basically 0.
R1 did make a little bit of sense when we were trying to integrate like a death warp into this section. Take the third picture at the car, and then get jumped by everyone. And when you get killed and wake up, you'll be right at the exit door. You can just walk out.
Thankfully, because we have the flare, we don't have to deal with any raw shocks that are just right behind the door. Because it doesn't seem to matter sometimes if you can stumble them a little bit when you charge through a door. It just feels like they're like a little dazzled for like a second, and then they just immediately leap onto you.
Yeah. Like it's not really like a counterattack of any kind.
I was about to head off, but thought I ought to wait a little longer.
Sorry, someone in chat asks a great question. Is this a horror game or a parkour with pictures game?
They didn't make any sense.
Yes.
In all of the above.
The same street address? That's the other side.
It was unironically a blast. I just love it so much.
I was planning on getting a ride with John. There's my boss's SUV.
John doesn't really matter too much. Don't worry about him.
At the club where I work, not far from here.
We see him like once later, voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. And then he gets like cast out of the game.
Goes up, says some douchey stuff.
You're going to freeze.
I'm used to running around in a dress. I'm too
That's all we
hot-blooded to feel the cold.
I feel bad.
So, for a hot minute, we have no UFOs.
You thinking about
No
your daughter?
UFOs.
Constantly.
This is one of the very heavy story sequences.
She was in the back sleeping, then the crash.
I used to have,
she was gone.
when I was running UFO splits, yeah, it would be like a split at like the 22-minute mark, and then the next one would be like a few minutes in or something. A huge gap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about like it's about 20 minutes until we see the next one. And it's another like and then it's another 6 minutes after that. Something like that.
It's gonna be... Oh yeah, that's true, because there will be the mall parking garage, and then there's just a whole bunch around the mall.
There's only 2 in the mall, surprisingly. Or actually, one of them is in the mall, and then the second one is in the pawn shop.
The pawn shop, yeah.
You work there, right? What do you do?
I sing. Sometimes I mix
by the time you're like
it's a
20 minutes in, it's like that's half of them.
Yeah.
He's staying in Massachusetts.
Very
He's a
front-loaded.
We need to decide if I'm going to move out there with him.
Oh, Michelle, who is not a character from Silent Hill 1, but she does work at the Balkan, which, unlike Silent Hill 1, where the Balkan is a church, now it's a nightclub.
Oh, he wants it too. It's just hard.
He'll mix his drinks
We've been
there.
together for 5 years, but we never lived together.
Sometimes she
Now we're
sings.
out in the world, living our lives.
She's also responsible for her boss's SUV.
He's probably just lousy at showing it. I know lawyers.
Foreshadowing is
That's
a
a touchy-feely.
literary device.
It's not like that. Back in school, he was very passionate.
They say absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I mean, I know she just said that, hey, we can use my boss's SUV, but like, we sure will be using that SUV.
Ollie's gonna do some gyromancy in that SUV.
Only one time, by the way. You're gonna notice some tech we're gonna use later when we meet Lisa, but in regards to the context of that, I have only managed to get in front of Michelle one time. and I don't know how I managed to do it.
Don't go prying into my things.
Oh, whoops. But for some reason, so like the AI is very, very, very persistent with the idea of I need to be in front of you. I'm the one leading you somewhere. So every time you try to get in front of a character you're following, which only happens twice, they do their best to outpace you. Anyways, Michelle's gone. We don't see her until like almost the end of the game. Here's Dahlia.
That means we don't have to stop for any red lights.
Also, gotta love these frames.
Screw that. Let's cut up
I love what they did with Dahlia in this game, because everything around her and like the bulk and everything, they're like, okay, what if we took Silent Hill 1 just did the exact opposite?
How long have you known?
She's no longer the crazy old woman.
I don't know you.
Summoning demons.
I can't
now
remember
she's
you
just
since
a
the car crash. Nothing is making
party
sense.
person.
Don't do this to me,
Drive your
Harry.
SUV.
Don't start tripping out on me.
I'm about to point out something.
Didn't mention this.
About to point out something a little funny. Look over there, the cursor. There's hotel. Hotel. The hotel.
Some details. I try to focus.
I just thought that was silly.
And I think I'm seeing things.
You really don't know who I am.
No.
So we finish up this car ride conversation. Ignore Sid and Nancy. That is not appropriate.
Lame joke.
I wish it was.
That is a weird thing for Harry to say. But we are now at the bridge. Last run, when you saw Death Tropes get to this part, it was just as easy as using a key. Instead, now it is RNG.
Now you're supposed to call Jimmy Capra.
Except, no, I don't. I just somehow know how to use this. Red. Blue. Wow. Okay, so I have to say the past 3 runs where I've gotten to this point have been that exact same RNG of red, blue, yellow, green. So how the controls work is that those 3 levers work on, so like the left lever is red, middle is blue, right is yellow. Green is the one where you just kind of wait. If you get green at the beginning, you can position all 3 switches, like levers, to be nearly all the way pulled. And that's good RNG. Or you can get it where you pull all 3 levers, and then green is the last one. Then you can just go wait by the door. But don't leave too soon before you hear the bridge go, or else it doesn't come down and you gotta do it all over again.
Why do you have to be like this?
And I got that RNG 3 times in a row, counting this one.
Harry?
Anyways, here's a cutscene we can skip that you can't skip on Wii because it's in-engine on Wii. But here it's just an FMV. And like I said, we are using this SUV to its best potential right now. Dahlia performed her gyromancy a little too hard, and now we're sinking to the bottom of the river. But at least while we wait to crash down into the floor, if you shift back and forth in the car, the weight shifts around. So the car's leaning right, now it's leaning left.
Oh, I never noticed that.
Yeah. This feels like a Wii version detail that that seemed to carry over. Like one of those very few things. I always thought that was neat. I always have to see it, just a little bit. Anyways, we crashed. We don't have our flashlight for some reason, even though it was in our pocket. Okay, we grab it, we look out the window, and there's just a raw shock. They don't need to swim, they just run on the seabed. Or the riverbed. What you want, whatever you call it.
Yeah. Or
Now-
body of water, this is the point.
So, how do we get out of this pickle? We seem to be frozen inside the car. The water is filling up and we're drowning. What do we do? Well, I need some music to think. So let's look at the radio. And?
Shot Boys.
Yeah. And that's the solution. We're out of the river. We're out of the car. Dahlia is dead.
Nasty, but
Whoops.
inevitable. Everyone is going to die, even if we like to pretend otherwise. You could die tonight, in your sleep. Why doesn't that terrify you? How would you like to die?
All right, I can get this zoom grab a lot easier than the other one. See that fourth card at the top there? That's the one we're going to end up grabbing if we zoom right here and we get it.
When it happens.
This is the easier one to grab.
Get to my age, you'll have seen plenty of people die. There 1 minute, then gone.
Gone.
Okay, game time.
This is game time, apparently. We're having fun.
Your job is to tell me who is dead.
Who is dead and who is sleeping? Sounds like a really fun game.
Divide them up. Left, dead. Right, sleeping.
Oh, I heard it. But for some reason, it got dropped for some reason. That's a shame.
It's
but yes,
just
we're done.
An exercise. There's no right answer.
Okay. I have to explain myself real quick.
They were all dead.
Because I'm about to do something that people might find just slightly annoying. It is tradition for me. Once I get to this part, we are about to enter a hospital. Here we go. Sybil is going to be rolling us in a wheelchair. If you know the opening lyrics to the King Crimson song Neil, Jack, and Me, this will make sense to you. And considering there's about 1.8 thousand people here, that means it's about 10 of you. So, I'm going to be singing the beginning of a song because we become wheels.
Right off the side.
And if this were the Wii version, this would be extra funny because I would try my best to get a webcam and show you just how amazing the sequence is.
To the skin.
But
Grabbed what I could find here.
I have warned you. I am so sorry. It's creeping up. Look at the nightmare coming in. All right, here we go. I'm wheels. I'm moving wheels. I am the 1952 Studebaker coupe. I'm wheels. I'm moving wheels, moving wheels. I am a 1952 Starlight coupe. Ding 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 ding. And it's over. That was it. That was wheel time. Again, I apologize. I'm just compulsed to do it now. It's tradition for me. I would just play the actual song, but I don't want to be struck by lightning by King Crimson. But anyways, we're back to being chased. This is where things get a little interesting and a little hard, because I'm pretty sure that the raw shocks are programmed with adaptive difficulty. So the more you evade them, the harder they become to evade later on. And this is the first of the nightmare sequences in the route where things can potentially be really bad.
Yeah, we've done a lot of research into the AI for this, trying to see if there's like a solid formula for any kind of rubber banding, but inconclusive. The game desperately needs a good old-fashioned data mining.
Oh. We are getting grabbed left, right, and center right now. See, sometimes this can happen. This is what I mean by, like, yeah, this is very, like, big RNG kind of game.
Yeah, like, especially because I think your school was especially easy. The woods was pretty clean. I don't think you even got grabbed in the woods. Maybe
I got grabbed like once.
Yeah, it's been pretty mild. And then suddenly they're just like, okay, we're gonna throw everything in the kitchen sink at the player. It's suspicious.
So, but it's fine. We're pretty much at the end of the hospital. We're basically doing this chase's puzzle, and that is. We're suggesting a song. It's called Daddy's Girl. Though I kind of wish that we could choose any of these other songs. We got Night Driving. We got...
Rockin' Rabbit.
Yeah, Rockin' Rabbit. Never Again. What did she say? my love for you up all night. Happy returns. We listened to a voicemail right there, and our only hit was like, oh, yep, I played her a song. She loved it. And then you just have to guess.
Just imagine they sat the Kiriyama down. Hey, want to do like 10 of these little radio jingles?
No.
Screw that.
And now...
Like 5 notes for one.
Open.
We meet Lisa.
Come on. God, please open.
Okay.
Are you okay? So this is why we don't go into the planetarium, because there is a random chance that that cutscene will be her instead sitting at the back of an ambulance, and it's slightly longer. Just a little bit.
Which, to be clear, is still a vehicle that she's driven through the wall of a hospital and set on fire.
Yeah, and then...
This is where the game gets really surreal.
Shouldn't we take you inside?
By the way, she should probably go inside. I think that's a very, very, very good idea to go inside.
Let me walk you.
Internal head trauma is no joke.
Really.
Hell, you see it on the outside.
You can keep me company.
I'm Harry.
This game was written by Sam Barlow, who would go on to do Her Story and some other games, you know, famous for their strong writing.
It's not far to my apartment.
He does a great job of
in this weather.
really, like, given what's actually going on, like, you're about to walk this woman home.
What happened?
Given the scenario, you know, you're walking through this giant hole in the wall and everything's on fire. But the way it's written, it makes it feel like everything's just chill and kind of normal.
Made it all this way?
Like, you're not really embracing the chaos of what has just happened, which is kind of itself foreshadowing, like, the atmosphere and the way that the twist of this game comes through.
Yeah, like, Harry just kind of waves it off, like, well, I still got to get to my daughter, so...
Something weird's happening, I think.
Where, like, if this were normal circumstances, I mean, even up to this point, if you're seeing, like, alternate reality, like, monsters and all that, I think Harry wouldn't be like this. I think he would be more like, yes, I will go to the police station. I will stay in the hospital for a little bit.
Yeah, we have Top's phone number in our phone.
Compared to a standard 9 to 5,
we don't even do anything like that.
Yeah, but he is just like, no, I have to get my daughter.
Fell asleep at the wheel.
Anyways, welcome to Really Cool Speed Strats with Lisa, Part 1. How do we accomplish this cool strat? Go to the other side of the road.
Not long now.
You holding up?
I'm fine.
This is a funny one. So, you know how I talked about earlier about getting in front of Michelle once? Technically, it would be faster to get in front of Michelle, and that would be great, but there's never really an opportunity to get in front of Michelle, unless, like, somehow it happens by a freak accident. But here, you can consistently do it, and you can end up ending this little walk, like, sooner.
I crashed my car too.
By doing this.
Got my own insurance forms to file.
Get behind me.
So what happened?
And now Lisa's gonna try her best to get back in front of me, because the AI is like, hang on a second, you're not supposed to be in front of me. But as long as we keep adjusting ourselves, and we're just politely telling her no.
I was confused.
No, no, no.
Cheryl was gone. My car was wrapped around a post.
This is like being in a therapy group for car
Pay attention to the dialogue.
Thanks for sharing, Harry.
Let's. And that's how much sooner it'll end. By the way, here's the next speedrun strat. I am sorry. Look away, avert your eyes. Look at this awful wall socket right here. Look at that. It's like all blown out and everything. That's a safety hazard. Not safe for work. Bad. Bad, bad. Lisa, you need to fix that. Awful.
Time flies.
Yes, this is a real strat, by the way. We need to do this. She better do it, because last night I had something happen where I did this, and then I didn't get the right cutscene for no good reason. There we go. She gets mad at us and kicks us out. So if I'll be for real, I feel like the real reason we're getting kicked out is because I insulted her wall socket.
Now I don't feel so
She will defend that wall socket to the death.
The red ones in the cabinet.
She's gonna kick you out, but not for making you go get pills for her?
Yeah. Like, oh. Uh-oh.
the cabinet. Bottom shelf.
Sometimes describing some of the things that happen in this game is a little like, yeah, that's a thing that happens.
You feel
I mean, someone mentioned in
guilty
chat
about
earlier, it
everything.
feels like Twin Peaks, and that's
When we all lived in huts and
that's like
wore
the highest
furs,
compliment
we
for a
worried
Silent
over
Hill
the
game.
simple
That's
things.
definitely what they were going
Food,
for.
water,
It's like
whether
familiar,
animals
but
would
it's
come and
weird.
eat us in the night.
Everything's
Now
so
we have
lightly out of
supermarkets,
tune.
bottled water, and 38
Has
caliber
that
home
common
security.
theme of being Lynchian,
So what keeps us
like
awake at night?
almost kind of like how
More often than
Silent Hill
not,
2, for example, takes inspiration from like Lost Highway, for
I
example.
had acted differently.
That sort of
If
thing.
only I
It's
hadn't
it's,
said
it's a
that.
common thing. Or
only I'd said
what's the name of that musical he made that has
beat
Nicolas
yourself
Cage
up
in it
with
for
your
like 2
past.
seconds? I'm pretty sure that was labeled as an influence for Silent Hill 1.
I remember what you're talking about, but I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called too. Abby would know, I think.
This is my favorite.
Oh, this is. Oh, we're in the long.
Introduce some friends of mine.
Yeah.
This is King Harold.
Yeah.
Time. Yeah.
His daughter,
Yep. It's bull story time. Now, if I owned a better video game console, I probably could have submitted and tried to do disc tray skip stuff, but that is very dangerous strats right there to be pulling off
Yeah,
in a
that's like
marathon like this.
cartridge tilting level shenanigans.
Yeah,
It's very funny though.
If you have a PS2 Slim and you basically open the disc tray and close it at the right times, you can cause like the memory being held by RAM to help skip forward on the disc and be like, okay, we'll skip the story. Now we can just and back out. Schmumbler is an expert at it. Schmumbler, I commentated a run for them during a marathon where they did a UFO run, and it was doing skips. And that means we don't have to hear Kaufman's horrible advice and horrible assessments.
The players up according to how
Speed,
they are of
but
Celestine
we don't have that. It's a little too risky. I would not try it on my fat PS2. And by the way, he's just now finishing the story.
Hear that again?
No.
Done.
Especially if you're running
Yes.
with the Fuji disc. This is the most expensive Silent Hill game.
Oh yeah.
He was the one who killed
Oh
her.
yeah. Yeah, like that's the other thing too, is I think even doing if you do like the skips incorrectly, I believe there's always that risk of doing some damage to your disc. So this is why it's not exactly board legal. Anyways, we gave Lisa her pill. We listened to the bull story. His name is Avis. Don't at me. Why is his name Avis? I don't know. It used to be the name of an old persona of mine that was a bull. I'm like, yeah, that one's a bull too. But we just get to leave. And our only path forward to get to what apparently is our house is we need to break into a mall. That's just it, really. Like, yeah. I gotta go into a mall that either might be just closed down because of the bad weather, or might be actually foreclosed on and has been abandoned for some time.
Yeah, instead of just giant, holes in the streets and like canyons that have opened up where the streets just fell out, there's just 20-foot snowbanks sectioning you off.
Yeah, apparently Silent Hill doesn't take place in Maine. It takes place in Canada.
You're at the 52-minute mark for that UFO.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like, man, it's such a huge gap.
Lisa, what's wrong?
What?
Oh, text time.
Text time.
This is where it starts getting fun. 8 down. You're doing well. My wife doesn't believe me. But now the ufologist's wife has gotten involved.
Yeah, she does not approve of these antics. No sirree. But anyways, Lisa just called us. She basically is calling us because we gave her the wrong pill, and that means we kind of got her. We are personally attached to her death because we gave her the wrong pill. But if you give her the right pill anyway, she still dies. So it kind of doesn't matter what you do here. The only real difference is that one informs you that Harry is a really terrible guy, and the other one is just it could have happened to anyone. Though it probably wouldn't have happened if Lisa just went inside the hospital instead of going out of the hole she crashed through.
This isn't what...
It's also kind of like they get you to the entrance of the mall, and then there's this thing.
What have you done?
She was in a desperate situation that has dragged you back from the mall back to here.
You've been feeding me bullshit all night.
Just for this.
I didn't.
Yeah, the
I know you're not Harry Mason.
big major theme of this game is the hampering of progress purposefully. You are being held back from your goal for purposeful reasons. We'll find out later, but I guess we won't because we're gonna get a joke cutscene. But
yeah, but basically, she just said, "I know you're not Harry Mason," and that's when we are supposed to learn new information. The world freezes over. But I also love the face he makes, as if that's news to him. Like, what? And then he looks left and right, as if there's people there. Like, wow, did you just hear what she just told me?
He looks to the side, and there's another Harry Mason there.
All right, here comes... I think this is genuinely the worst nightmare segment.
It is a huge pain in the ass because of some of the bottlenecks.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Okay, we're fine.
To really get into the weeds of like how fair these sections are. If you enter a hallway and there's a monster just down the hallway, then you're just kind of screwed.
Yeah, like now. I was about to go for it, but I was like, this seemed a little too easy to get to this point. See, there's a guy right there too. Oh, look, there's a toucan. His name is Tukey. He's the mascot of the mall. For some reason, he has color. I think it's about time, pretty soon, to get to probably my least favorite part of this whole run. Doesn't matter which category. I think it's everybody's least favorite. Yeah. Nothing you can do about it. No manipulation. I feel like if you broke down the code and all that, there's literally nothing you can do. You just have to take what the game gives you. Overall, this is not a bad segment. I have to warn you, like now, as we're approaching it, if you are prone, like sensitive to flashing lights, look away. Please, please, please do that. There's gonna be a voice message we could pick up, but speed. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Meh. That's a very, very average gumball. I always have to bring it up whenever it comes up or whenever I'm doing something about this game, but when I had my boyfriend play this for the first time, and he got to this part, he actually took a picture of Tukey before the chase, because he thought he was cute. And he's like, let me save this to my phone. Well, as it turns out, after he listened to the voicemail, he's like, oh, that's the toucan. Anyway, that's the next UFO. And so he was like, oh, there's the colors. And as soon as he gets up to the gumball, he got literally what probably is the perfect RNG for gumballs. So it starts on pink, then it went to yellow, then it went to purple, then it went to red. Didn't need to shake it. And I was very sad. The chances of that happening are I'm pretty sure are less than 0.01% or something like that. I've done the math where depending on what colors you could possibly get and how many of those you need, it is a nightmare. I am preparing right here so that once I grab the key, I can back out and run straight. So, and yeah, that's just kind of the pain of running this game sometimes. You could have a really, really good pace, and then you get to gumball in this chase sequence, and that's it. It's over. you lost too much time because Gumball decided, here, shake the machine 25 times. Anyways, we just denied a call from Michelle by pulling out the phone a little early, which is always fun tech to do. Oh, come on. For some reason, my input dropped there and I couldn't press 8. Anyways, in order to get out of the mall, we need to go through the movie theater. We're going to be passing a thing that's kinda important to the backstory, the lore even, and but we don't have time to take a picture of that and get it. It's over there, see it? There's a little sign right there. A little caution. Anyways, we're going to the movies! What do you think they're going to be showing?
And oh, it doesn't have the this version doesn't have like the little title theater. Huh.
Oh, it does have the posters.
Yeah, on the Wii version, it would under the cine reel or whatever. Oh, yeah, it would have like the title.
Anyways, look at this movie. 2 seconds long. It's just Harry's face. There is one version of this, though, that I find genuinely freaky, where it's instead like Cheryl's face. I do not like that one, mainly because I don't like weird faces. Like, I don't know why, but like the thing that gets me the most is just like, if a face is slightly distorted, I am not for it. I don't want to see it. That's why, like, for whatever reason, like, if we go into, like, the topic of something a little silly, like creepypasta, for example, a lot of it I don't find very frightening because a lot of it's really dumb, but yet sometimes, like, there's that Mario creepypasta where, like, that image of the orange face shows up. I know what that face is supposed to be, and yet I can't stand looking at it. I get supremely uncomfortable by it. Its mouths, its eyes, and all that kind of stuff. And that Cheryl face that could pop up there is one of them. Anyways, we're at the Green Lion. If you recall in Silent Hill 1, this is where we get plucked out into a dream sequence to learn from Lisa on how to, or about like the past of the town. But here it's just Harry's house. Or is it Harry's house?
Has been changed from an antique shop to a pawn shop.
What did our last 2 UFOologist texts say, Techie?
Where's Cheryl?
Alright, so you left off with 8, which is, my wife doesn't believe me. UFO 9 says almost there. I think she's one of them. UFO 10 is how long have they been here? I've locked her in the cellar for being UFOologist wife.
Who are you?
We're soulmates, you and I. For richer, for poorer.
Yeah. I see that in the chat. No, I'm not exactly easily scared. It's a very niche kind of thing. Yeah, it's like, it's usually faces. Most of the time when I consume horror content, it's like, oh, this is neat. Anyways, right there, Dahlia just gave us the cold shoulder. And we are now in nowhere. We're going down the longest staircase ever made. To go through the nightmare chase that makes the least amount of sense, like, in terms of movement and where rooms physically are.
Yeah, this is where it falls into total abstraction.
This is a part as well where you can experience some interesting kinds of RNG in terms of enemy spawn. You can get through this whole segment without getting grabbed once, and that's like the best possible outcome. But usually you will get grabbed like once. Usually, just because of where raw shocks seem to spawn. You'll see in a second. But first, we need to pull James Sunderland. We need to fall. Fall. Fun fact, on the PSP version, if you look down and left, is it this one or the second one? whichever one it is, if you look down and left, hi Cheryl, you will fall forever. You will never leave this little seat.
Huh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so fun glitches on the PSP version, which, by the way, considering it shares some aspects with the PS2 version, that means technically PS2 is a faster. PS2 and PSP are faster than Wii. All right, there we go. We got the glass. You can kind of miss that if you're off by like a little millimeter. I accidentally did that last night. But typically, you just look a little bit to the right, you can turn off your flashlight, and you should be able to hit it. But we're going to look into another mirror, and now we are actually being chased now. We're about to go into dude speed. And... we get grabbed. That's one. And that guy just kind of missed us, but there's a guy back here, so that's 2 grabs. Alright, so that's not the best result in there, but that's what I mean. Sometimes that first raw shock can like spawn all the way up against like the left wall, and that gives you enough time to kind of squeeze in and get to the door without getting grabbed. But you also have to take into account that another guy just kind of pops into existence in front of you, or you could end up getting a guy behind in the room that you enter in, or the last room that we were in before we go into these repeating, largening, twisting rooms. A guy can just decide to run into there. So there's a lot going on in that first half right there, in terms of how fast you can get through it. It's more so like, okay, did this guy go right here? And did this guy not come through here? If yes on all of those, then great. You saved 2 seconds. Anyways, we dropped down a second time. We just heard it over that TV that she loves her daddy. Cheryl loves her father very, very much. But I'm not sure if I believe her. Maybe she told me again. I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced she loves her daddy. Techie, do you think she loves her daddy?
We weren't convinced she's gonna remind us 100 more times.
Nah, I don't think she sold it to me well enough. I just don't see it, honestly. Anyways, here's a light maze. Usually we have the flashlight off to boost up frame rate, but in here it doesn't really matter that much. You don't really lose performance here. Now, we're gonna look behind us, and guy popped in. Please don't give me the bad spawn. I've had 2 runs in a row have very, very unlucky spawns. And thankfully we didn't get it. I am noticing that the raw shots are actually for the what we would call the Sleaze and Sirens ending, and not the more the bloated of the drunk dad ending, which we would typically get in an any % route, which for the most part we follow in doing UFO. Anyways, that's the end of nowhere. You just kind of have to turn a couple times and that's it. You don't typically have to worry about enemy spawn there, but because I experienced, like last night for the first time, like a guy being at a spot I've never seen him at, I now have to worry about that.
You know,
but it's whatever. It's done. We're back in therapy. Remember therapy? I love therapy.
It worked a lot better when we didn't live so long.
Anyways, what do you think we're doing here?
The honeymoon is over.
I'll give you a little bit to guess as we answer Kaufman's question.
You think I'm being cynical? Divorce does that to you.
Here we have to say no, no, yes, yes, or else the cutscene coming up in the car is like 40 seconds longer.
Should a couple stay together for the kids?
It is horrific if you accidentally say the wrong thing here.
You think sex becomes stale?
It would be especially devastating if you made it like with really good pace right here. the run will die if you accidentally say the wrong thing here. But anyways, here's the part that doesn't really affect anything too bad.
All you have to do is put them into 3 married.
We gotta sort 3 married couples, and guess what? We like to be prideful here. Yay.
All finished.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Okay.
Be prideful, everybody.
Now tell me which of those couples are still together.
I like to think of some sort of scenario where, like, the middle couple are bi. They're both bi.
I'm just trying to provoke you.
So it works. But yes, he's trying to provoke us. What a swell guy.
Making progress here.
He's such a jerk. It's great.
Yeah, it's like, I'm trying to provoke you. Anyways, here comes John.
Therapy technique.
Come on, pause button.
So you were at Midwich too, John? A few years back, yeah. Prom came.
Okay, so we're gonna prepare our cursor so that when we pop into the front seat, we'll just zoom in. Because Michelle is about to leave that door, and she's gonna leave it unlocked. John's door is also unlocked, but like that's slower because you got to run around the car. So, but you got a direct path outside of
I actually had it in my head. We might
Michelle's
try
door.
and make this work.
Yes, he does. He does need his own therapist. He kind of projects a little bit.
Stop the car.
What?
Stop the car.
Especially in this next session coming up.
Jesus! You could have killed us.
Sorry, Harry.
Damn it!
Anyways, John.
Bitch!
Hang on. No, John, you can't do that. I'm sorry, dude. You need to be cast out from the game. No more speaking lines for you. And then he's gone. You never see him again. Very, very good use of our time right there. Yeah, they both just disappear, and we need to go into the sewers. Technically, this is reflective of Silent Hill 1 because we go through the sewers after.
Level, yeah.
Yeah, we go to the sewer level after we go to the Golden Lion, and after the sewer level, we're in the proper resort area. And we go to the amusement park.
It's funny how you said that. You know, Belle's gone. John ran after her. I guess I'll go down to the sewers.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Michelle doesn't even come down here. Like, I think if you pay attention to where the...
She doesn't mention it later.
Yeah, if you pay attention to, like, the directions they run in, because you kind of see their models a little bit outside, she does not run in the direction of this, and neither does John. They just run forward. And then if you try to go and follow them, there's just a big snowbank all of a sudden.
Yeah, they both traverse the snowbank. Harry Mason will take any excuse he can to get down into the sewers.
This is the only UFO photo I can't use the right D-pad trick on. And that's because of Cheryl. And I need Cheryl to leave me alone because I'm trying to rescue her. And I need to take pictures of UFOs. Dang it. She called me a third time. That's not very good. But yeah, she's trying to call us. We need to ignore her. If we consider the context, though, that yes, we're trying to save her, we're trying to get to her and all that, it just makes it extra funny that once she tries to call us and communicate with us, Harry's just like, no, I don't want to talk to you.
No more distractions.
It's gonna be a couple minutes until we get to that next UFO. So, Becky.
Oh, let's see. So we left off on lights getting locked in the cellar. UFO text number 11, and that's 11. He wants food, but we know they don't eat like us. The lies.
Oh no. Oof. Oh boy. Now, here comes the silliest session of the game because...
We're getting deep in it now.
He gets so whatever. Like, I don't know what's wrong with him. I think he may have had a little too much to drink over there. But, yeah.
That's what you're thinking. Aren't
he
all
is
psychiatrists supposed to be obsessed
saying a lot of stuff
with
right here.
It's not us.
So excited to touch on the sex thing.
You're obsessed with sex.
Are you sure about that, Michael?
About it. You're thinking about it.
I think he's projecting. He's thinking about it.
Let's have some fun. See the pictures on the
I
table.
love how he says
I
that.
want you
He's
to
just
divide them up.
The
ones
all right,
you
dude.
think are a sexual symbol go on the left. The ones that aren't, the right.
Ooh, I got the grab there. Neato. That one's a little bit trickier to pull off. But none of these symbols are sexual because it's faster.
None of them?
Yeah, he just told us we were obsessed with it, and we just told him that, nah.
Sex and death.
This implies that he doesn't believe asexuals don't exist within this framing, but
Great loss of self.
by the way,
the tiger in space.
There it is.
For annihilation. To deny sex is to deny death.
I'm obsessed. Yeah, be obsessed with Lego. I'm obsessed with records. Not world records, rather, but vinyl records. That's what I'm obsessed with, not that.
You clearly are not.
And projecting. Yes.
Let's see this
with a capital Y.
to the end.
We're going to see this through to the end now. We are now going to go to the amusement park because there are boats motored behind to ride off. Yes, he did say that. He mentioned something about the tiger in space. I've already forgotten where that comes from, but it is a butchering of some sort of quote where like desire is like it's supposed to be about like the futility of one's actions on a cosmic scale or something like that. Oh, I could be wrong about that. I just know it's a butchered quote.
I'm not drunk. You're drunk. Yeah, that underlines everything, because, boy howdy, this therapist have quite a bar in his office.
Oh yeah. It's about to get extra silly because the next time we see him, oh boy.
Yeah. I get. Yeah, it's like, well, we're not gonna get a normal ending here, so I guess it'll be a little different.
Yeah, but basically, he gets very angry, very violent, because he just gets tired of your stuff, Cheryl's stuff. Oops, did I reveal? Did I reveal what happened? What happens? Oh, so I probably best explain it now. The twist here is that Harry is dead. And it's Cheryl who we're playing as in the therapy sessions. And the Harry that we see here is reflective of the kind of a Harry that she has built up this like complex for in her mind. The one that will come to save her, even though there's a really, really high chance that the real Harry Mason was not like this at all.
Yeah, not your knight in shining armor.
He was a human being.
He's just some asshole in a Letterman jacket with a beer company on the back.
So that is UFO number 12. What has our favorite UFOologist said?
Ooh, for the boat docks, we have 12 done. My alien wife is playing dead. I know her game.
Oh no. Oh no. By the way, don't ignore the fact that he was shirtless for a second. It's okay. He was shirtless in the freezing cold. No heating. Remember, we just got on a thing that's like it's a boat. It's like a car, but it goes on water.
Harry.
That was said by Dahlia, by the way.
Sorry.
Dahlia didn't die. I mean, evidently she didn't when we saw her at the Green Lion, but young Dahlia, nope, she was not in the SUV. Well, welcome to one last bit of RNG. I don't really have any recommendations to do for strat other than, excuse me, you just have to get lucky. You just have to do it. Hopefully, at this point, I think it is kind of obvious to everybody because there's no way to protect yourself. There's no doors to go through, nothing to like block or obscure the way, no puzzles to solve. This is a scenario where the goal is to fail. So we need 4 guys, 4 Rorschachs, to latch onto us and give us a big hug. Because as it turns out, I don't know if any of you noticed, or you'll probably see it as soon as we get incapacitated. They're not doing anything violent to us once they get us.
Yeah, you're not truly dying.
You're just kind of going to sleep, and they graciously put you down, and they tap you on the shoulder, and they cradle you.
And in the earlier levels, they drag you back to the beginning. Kind of like, it's respawning in a way, but it is thematically relevant that they are dragging you back.
Anyways, now we drown. Now we drown. This takes like 50 seconds. There's nothing else we can do. And once we drown, we're gonna wake up on the shore in front of the lighthouse. All we have to do is turn around, and there's one more UFO, and it's a giant one. So, and that's when we're gonna get our final scene.
Second time you just get dragged out of like freezing snow on it and waved away with absolutely no consideration.
We can wave it off as it's fine because he's not real.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, it's like, of course you're going to suspect something fishy's going on, but this isn't even the first time it happens.
Yeah, but
and you don't get the little emotion controls for the
yeah.
controls either.
Yeah, that would be great. But anyways, we turn around and we got to go all the way over here. So, Techie, be ready.
Yeah.
For our final message from our mystery man. We've won his approval, and even though we might not want it.
Delay.
All right.
Like a long walkway the hell over here.
Yeah. But that should be it.
Yeah, his the last text is, "That's the last one. You've proven yourself. Meet me at the Lighthouse Clinic."
Now, based off of what we're about to see, I'm about to tell you who I think our mystery man is. Especially when referring to his wife. By the way, once we go through the door, time.
This is it? After all we've said, all we've discussed, you honestly believe that your father was abducted by aliens? It made more sense when you were talking about cults and demons.
This whole town, it's really a giant spaceship.
James?
Wrong day again.
See you tomorrow, James. One of my couples therapy patients. Haven't seen his wife in a while. Where were we?
My mother was a bitch.
Go on. I'm listening.
My headcanon is that it was James all along, who was our UFOologist. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. And we still get a standard credit sequence where Kaufman is assessing us, even though we just learned he's an alien. But yeah, that is the run. That is a UFO ending run for Silent Hill Shattered Memories. GG's. Very comfy game.
Yeah, that was a very comfy run. Do you two have anything else you want to say before we wrap up here?
Becky, I'll let you go first.
Particular, it's a great game to play it.
Well, I'm Exterior Emma. You can find me at twitch.tv/Exterior Emma, all lowercase, no spaces. Yeah, that's where you can find me pretty much anywhere. Fun game, good time, and I hope you all had fun. And thanks for having me on. And good luck to Needle and Abby's Corner after this. And once again, congrats to Schmumbler and Tropes for their excellent runs earlier, too. All this is great. But yeah.
Yeah, and thank you both so much for being on, for the excellent commentary and the excellent run. Appreciate y'all coming out here to help celebrate the Silent Hill 25th anniversary.
It's an honor.
And be sure to check out both Emma and UFO and all the other runners and commentary we've had on today. They're all excellent speedrunners of the series, so be sure to check everybody out. We do have more games coming up, though. We have Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition coming up next, so we're going to take a quick break while we get that ready, and we'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We have a Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition run up now. I'll hand it over to the runner commentary, let everybody introduce themselves.
Or a speedrunner. I do a lot of games, but Silent Hill 2 is definitely one that holds a deep place in my heart. I've been running it for about 2.5 years, and the Enhanced Edition is quite a treat. It's basically the fan-made remaster that we never actually got. And I'm joined by my commentator, Abby.
Hi, everybody. I'm Abby. You'll be seeing me in the next run, which is the same category, but it's going to look a lot worse. Graphically and also frame rate.
Yeah. So we have some tricks to do that I have to explain. So I'm going to start the game up. Time won't start until I skip the first cutscene, but you'll see me sort of get into the game and start up. I'll explain a bit more of that once we get started. That's going to be a pretty late frame. So basically, the way that this game works is all of our puzzles are determined by the frame that we start the game on from the main menu. So what we did there was starting the game on sort of an early frame, early enough that we'll be able to tell, based on what clock time we get later on, what all of our puzzles are. So we've set that up. So time will start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So for anybody who doesn't know, we're playing as James Sunderland, and we're here in Silent Hill looking for our wife, who is dead, I should mention, but we received a letter from her that basically said, hey, get over to Silent Hill, our special place, and I'll be there waiting for you. So you're going to notice some big differences between this run and the next run coming up. One of the biggest is probably the camera. The camera in Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, compared to the original, is way faster. So you'll see the camera kind of swinging around, where in Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, the camera, in the original edition, the camera is so slow that you can actually run James completely off the camera in a few spots, which is sort of very important to the run, because a lot of this run comes purely down to movement and optimizing your lines and sort of taking the best lines the shortest distance, trying to get those diagonals and stuff. This is probably one of my favorite characters in the game. She has the saddest story in the game, and she's actually voiced by a lovely lady named Donna Burke, who I actually had the pleasure of doing a run with at one point, and she was on commentary baking bread at the time. But anyway, we have a speed run to do. Hi, Angela. Bye. So right now we're just kind of doing some early traversal. This is dog ending, which is technically a New Game Plus category because it requires you to have all of the endings unlocked, I think. Am I right about that, Abby? Is it all? Or?
I think it's all of them but Rebirth.
All of them but Rebirth, yeah. I think Rebirth and Born from a Wish are the only necessary requirements for UFO ending, but for dog ending, I think basically 3 out of 4 gets you access to the dog key, which then gives you access to the dog ending. So you just saw me pick up a chainsaw. That is a New Game Plus item, but it also appears in beginner difficulty. So just to be clear, we're running in beginner action and normal puzzle difficulty. The reason we run in normal and not beginner puzzle difficulty is because that actually changes how all of the puzzles and sort of the seed frame thing that I was talking about earlier operate. You're also going to notice the game is in Japanese. That's not an option in the US release. of the original. That's something that was added into Enhanced Edition specifically. You're also going to notice some text on the screen. So basically, this is going to come up a lot, but what I'm doing right now is called text storage. And because the PC port of this game wasn't quite as polished as the PS2 version, we have access to quick saving and quick loading, which is going to play a large part in almost all of the glitches that we do. So right now, the text on screen says, there's no reason to go back, I'm going to look for Mary. I don't know Japanese. I've just seen this game in English enough that I know that's what it says. And we're also saving the game, so you'll see that text in the lower left that says game saved. And by essentially spamming the game save button, we can keep that text on screen. And text storage allows us to despawn enemies, it allows us to skip certain cutscenes, and sort of just deloads a lot of random sort of objects and things in the environment. So right here, we're about to pass a blood stain, and normally this would be the part where James goes, oh, is that blood? And then we have to go find the radio and the plank, which is our first melee weapon. We don't want to do any of that. That's way too slow. So we're just skipping right past all that, and we're going to have to skip past that later on, actually, because the trigger for that cutscene stays active the entire time. And if you'd like to see a little magic trick, ready? There's no car. Boom, there's a car. So the cars and street signs all get deloaded whenever we're doing the text storage glitch. We're going to be able to do the text storage glitch basically anywhere once we're outside and in the dark, because we won't have a map, and we will be able to just constantly keep the I don't have a map text on the screen. But for now, we have to kind of store text as we find it. So I just picked up the key that'll get us into the apartments, and we're going to head back this way. You'll notice the camera occasionally jiggling. I can sort of straighten the camera, but you have to be a little careful about that at times, because the camera can be almost too snappy, and when it snaps and you're holding the analog stick in the wrong direction, James will just like do a 360, kind of break it down for a moment, and then start heading in the right direction, and that's super slow. So in terms of like getting a PB, it's really important that we're not doing any fancy spin moves or anything like that. We're just going in straight lines the whole way, which can be really hard with how the camera angles are kind of random and do whatever they like. But we're coming up to apartments right now. This is the sort of first indoor section of the game. I'm gonna do some quick interacting, get in there. That camera angle, when we come through that door, sometimes just like throws you into the wall. It's not great. And then coming through doors, you'll notice, if you've ever played the OG, the transitions are a lot faster. You'll see that in the next run. So all of the loading and stuff like that in the Enhanced Edition is way quicker. You'll also notice James looks super fresh. Like the textures in the Enhanced Edition are just really well done. It's totally a fan-made remaster. Konami had nothing to do with it, and maybe that's why it's so good. But basically, it's an upscale of the game without changing any of the sort of intentional stylistic details of the game, which is really, really good. And I think it's cool that they were true to this masterpiece. So we grabbed the flashlight, we grabbed a pistol out of a shopping cart, as you do, and we're going to come this way to check out a key. This is a cutscene where we first meet Laura, who is kind of rude to James. She's not very nice. She calls him a fart face at one point. But we found a key, and she kicked it out of the way. We're not going to be able to get to it now. And you're going to notice I'm spamming game saved, and that skips us having to wait while James looks out for whatever that sound was. We're going to come here. We're going to get a quick glimpse of our boy, Pyramid Head. See ya later. So what we had to do there was, because we skipped that little bit of text, we actually kind of broke the game. The game was in a broken state until we put James into walking mode. So I had to switch over to keyboard. This game is a hybrid speedrun. We use both controller and keyboard. I'm using controller for all the movement, and then keyboard for some of the... Oh, spin move. Sorry about that. For some of the puzzles and stuff like that. So yeah, that's one of the harder rooms to get into without doing some sort of swivel. A lot of the finer movement in this game just comes down to like how fast can you get in and out of a room without any sort of extra movement that you didn't need to do, or without bonking into any walls or anything. So we're coming in here, and we're gonna find out the clock RNG, which is basically the main determining point of this entire run. Hang on, I'm just gonna double check because, okay. So that was 4, I'm bad at reading clocks on the fly. Abby, did you see that?
It looked like 4:20, 18 maybe?
Yeah, 4:20 or 18. I can check. So essentially, what we've done is since we have access to every single puzzle according to what the clock is, we can basically backtrace the puzzles. So because we know what the clock is, we can figure out what our code is. So keep that clock time in mind. Pyramid Head, don't worry about it. Just hanging out with some friends.
Could be 4:17, which would be frame 127.
That would sound about right. That would sound about right. I'm so glad you have the program up because I actually have it tabbed out. But fortunately, in this game, cutscenes don't count towards the IGT. And for the speedrun, we time everything based on the IGT. So we are allowed to watch cutscenes in the run without it affecting the endgame stat screen time. So this is a really fun run. Like, I can thoroughly recommend learning this run because you get so many break times. And you get little beverage breaks, you can talk to your chat, you can check your RNG. We just grabbed a juice box, and we grabbed the key that Laura kicked when we were upstairs. The juice box is very important. We need that juice. So we're going to come back outside and head back to the other side of the apartments again. And thank you again for checking that clock time, because I realized I meant to, if you look at the clock before you put the key in, it actually tells you in text what the time is. And I told myself, I was like, don't try and be fast. Just check what the clock time is. And I forgot to do that. So thank you. So we're going to put the juice in the chute, the juice chute, as you do. And this knocks a coin out that we can come back down here to get. So a lot of this just comes down to optimizing your movement on the stairs, which it's really easy to bonk into those rails and lose all your momentum. Optimizing how you sort of enter rooms and what the camera angle direction is going to be and stuff like that. It's very, very movement heavy. This game ultimately is a racing game, I always say. I've always wanted to try it with a racing wheel. So we're coming outside. We're about to meet a great dude. Not actually a great dude. He's kind of a horrible person. His name is Eddie, and he's I don't know. He's troubled. Everybody in this game has a lot of trauma. That's sort of the main theme of, I think, Silent Hill in general, is just like general trauma. So Eddie's here. He's got a bit of a grumbly tumbly. It happens to the best of us. You know, get it all out, bud. So Eddie, fun fact, for that part for the voice actor, they actually gave him a cup of water, and they had him spit into the cup of water while drinking out of it and give his lines. So that's my little fun fact for how they did the vomit sounds in this game. So now that we've met Eddie, we have everything we need. We can head over to the fire escape. You won't see me saving as much indoors because James's indoor run speed is actually pretty static. So we're gonna hop out of this door through the window into the other side of the apartments. So we're now on the other side of the apartments, and you'll notice things are a little bit otherworldly here. The apartments are a little bit grimier, and that's kind of sort of a theme that goes on through this game. You'll enter into one area, it's kind of normal-ish, you know, it's not great. And then you'll come back later, and everything is grimy and wet and disgusting. This is Angela. She's not having the best time. She's
it's you.
A bit troubled. Everybody in this game is very apathetic in their voice line delivery, and like sort of they're all very disconnected, which is like an intentional thing. It's kind of an uncanny valley sort of effect. So this box is fun because sometimes you turn as you're trying to interact. We're gonna do a quick puzzle here, and you're gonna notice me going back to the pause screen every time, and that's just to skip a quick fade out transition that happens so we can get back into the inventory and start interacting faster. This puzzle is set, so there's no need for RNG manip or any sort of like seed anything for that. That's always the same as long as you're in normal puzzle difficulty. We're gonna come over here to Whisper Room. We just got the key to this room, and sometimes we get whispers here, sometimes we don't. No whispers. Cursed run confirmed. We're gonna come here and grab this key. We're gonna scoot back around. That movement is exceedingly hard. I actually did a pretty good job there. I'm impressed with myself. We're gonna come through this door, and as we come through the door, we're gonna switch over to our chainsaw so that we can immediately run over, pop, and then we're gonna hang out in the corner. And that's it. GG. Hardest boss fight in the game right there. So Pyramid Head's gonna saunter off. We're gonna hang out. James, sometimes he's a madman. Yep, there he goes. James, you madman. That's how you know
doing
he's not a
his
great
best
person.
Leatherhead or Leatherface impression.
Yeah, he's doing his Bubba. So, yeah, basically, we've defeated Pyramid Head for the first time, or the Red Pyramid thing, as James calls him. And once this drains, we can head on out where we're going to meet another character who is very important.
It should be noted that that Pyramid Head is the only thing that can kill you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you'll notice a lot of this run is just like bypassing enemies. There's only a few spots where we actually need to shoot at regular enemies. Laura's hanging out here on the wall. Laura kind of just appears throughout, and she is very important to the story, but you don't really know it until later on. And I'm trying to be intentionally vague about some of the story elements, because if you haven't played this game yourself, you really, really should, especially with the remake on the horizon, which, don't know how that remake's going to turn out, but I'm super excited to play it regardless. So we just sort of skipped some text there with a little quick save, and we're going to meet Maria right here.
Mary?
We think it's our wife, because she looks very similar. However, she's sporting the Christina Aguilera 1998 VMA edition.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife.
She's dead. So, anyway, we met Maria. That's great. She's gonna hang around. We're gonna kind of like outpace her the whole run. I forgot to mention, so the reason I'm spamming game saved throughout the outdoor segments is because we actually get our stamina back. There is a stamina meter invisible in this game, and James runs about as slow as he would indoors when he's out of stamina. So I'm not spamming game saved. I'm just kind of rhythmically tapping it. You don't have to mash it. If I'm listening to music, sometimes I'll tap it to the beat of the music. And right there, we got the dog key. That's sort of the only prerequisite for the dog ending. So unlike the UFO ending for Shattered Memories, where you have to take 13 pictures, that's actually all we have to do for the dog ending. And similarly for the UFO ending for this, I think there's only 3 spots we have to use the blue gem. So they really made you hunt for the UFO ending in Shattered Memories for sure. We're gonna come over here to the bowling alley, and we're gonna watch a little bit of this cutscene because it is iconic. Gonna come through here. This is also a really tough movement spot because the camera just flips twice like that. That was pretty good. And here is Eddie. We didn't really get to talk to him before, but he's hanging out and he's eating some pizza. This is a great hydration break point.
Eddie?
I've been talking a lot.
Oh, you're
How can you sit there and eat pizza?
apartment building?
This town is full of monsters.
So one thing about the enhanced edition that I want to point out is in the OG, this scene doesn't have any shadows, even though there are light sources like sort of built into the environment. So the enhanced edition developers went through and sort of added those shadows where they would be cast according to the lights and stuff like that. The game does have shadows to an extent, but not nearly as nice as the enhanced edition. And you can also see like the texture of the pizza. We can clearly tell that's a Supreme pizza, where in the original, it kind of just looks more like an amalgamous blob.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
Great. We paid our pizza tax. Once a day when I'm doing PB attempts, I'm like, we have to listen to the pizza line. So we come back outside. Maria didn't want any pizza. She doesn't like bowling. She's kind of being a bit of a downer. And we're going to head out to the Heaven's Night, where we can get through to the hospital. And essentially, we're going to be going through sort of several like main building areas, which are sort of apartments, hospital, prison, and then the labyrinth. And so we're at sort of like chapter 2. One thing I love about this run, and I don't necessarily mention it enough, is that casually this game is really, really long. There is a lot of content. If you're playing this game for the first time, it's like a 8 to 12 hour playthrough, you know, like, and some of these puzzles are tough. So I really do appreciate all the work that went into this run, most of which was not done by me. I've just learned from people who are better than me into making this such a short run. So we're coming over here to the hospital. Laura's running in. We're gonna head in too. And we're coming up to where the RNG will actually be important. And so I will need to check my seeds really quick. And I sure do hope we are able to read a clock at a 3rd grade level. I've always said I need like workbooks that just have like analog clock times so I can see how fast I can do them, because, man, reading a clock fast is hard. So this movement section, if you've ever seen other people do this run, they might do it a little different. You actually have options in some of these parts because you have to go to the same rooms anyway, and the distance isn't different either way you go. So we could have gone and grabbed this key first and then come back down the hallway and done it the other way. It really doesn't make too much of a difference. There's a few spots like that throughout the run. There's at least one in apartments also where you can kind of do whatever. The code here is 7335.
Yep. The part in the apartments is actually where you get the key that Laura kicks away. You can get the key first and then the gun.
Yeah. And it's sort of, you have to travel to the same spots anyway. Also, Maria has a headache. She's fine. Don't worry about it. She's good. Just a hangover. And we got the roof key. So we're going to come up here to the roof. And we're going to come back here till the camera sort of swivels. And then we're going to come over to the fence. And, oh no, it's our boy.
And he's angry. Very angry.
He's very angry. Yeah, for sure. All right. Cool. Great cutscene. And we survived. Despite being on the 3rd floor, or on the roof, and falling back down to the 3rd floor, we are totally fine. Bashed through a fence and everything. You'll notice there's a red cross in the lower right-hand corner. That's going to be there for a while. Get used to it. We're not going to heal up for quite some time. And really, it's not necessary to heal up in beginner action difficulty. It's actually pretty straightforward. So
8533.
Oh, that's not it.
Oh, what was the other one?
Hang on.
Try 9316.
9316. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hang on.
7531 maybe.
Nope. We might actually have to go check the codes. Hang on, let me try one more. Oh my god, I got it. It's frame 168. I was really late there.
Okay.
I was really late on the A press. So, to further explain, that was spooky. To further explain, the way that the seeds work is we try to get as early of a frame as possible. That's not necessarily to save time on the clock itself. That's purely just so that it's easier to tell what frame we're on. And I kind of did a very late frame there. We're going to do a quick save, quick load here, just to skip some of the elevator cutscene, and we're going to come in here and fight Flesh Lips. This is the part where Laura calls us a fart face, which, to be fair, kind of deserved. So the clock time actually was 4:18. We were close. We're going to give one a shot, and then we're going to give another a shot. Again, this is a nice, quick fight. We're basically playing in realism mode here on beginner. And then, pop. And we hope, nice. So sometimes he'll scoot across the entire planet, and you just have to sit there and wait until he dies. But ideally, he does exactly what he did, and he just dies on the spot. So another quick save, quick load here to skip the elevator. These quick save, quick loads on the elevators are actually kind of dangerous. If you do them wrong, it very, very soft locks, pretty much hard locks the game. Very much so. Where the elevator just won't work. You can't leave the area because on the second floor there is no door that opens. So you're just kind of stuck, and that's kind of that would be bad. But we skipped that. We didn't do that. I remembered not to quick save, quick load on the wrong one, so we're good. We're gonna come down to the basement, say hi to Maria. We haven't spoken to her in a while. Let's see what she's up to.
James. Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you.
I don't think she likes the
what do you mean, anyway?
I don't think she likes the fact that we keep calling her our dead wife.
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
anyway!
Oh, jeez. Oh, God, spooky. All right, moving on. So we're gonna head back up here. Whenever I do runs of this and we skip just when somebody starts saying some dialogue antagonistic of James, I call it the James really doesn't care speedrun. So we grabbed a ring there. We're gonna use that later for a puzzle. Oh, some crazy camera angles there. If you don't lock the camera angle correctly, that camera angle is a doozy. We have Maria back with us. She's feeling fine. We're going to skip the little radio quiz announcer, which is really fun if you're playing this game. Basically, a radio announcer comes on and he asks you questions about the previous Silent Hill game. And if you can answer them correctly, and he also just asks you sort of trivia about the town. If you can answer them correctly, you get access to a room that has a bunch of ammo and healing items and stuff in it. And it's a fun little meme that the developers put in. So we're going to use the 2 rings that we got and open up this door. Again, with the Enhanced Edition, that texture looks so nice compared to the OG, where it is kind of hard to even make out what the figure is on the door. They did a really good job at like upscaling while still being true to what the original intent was. And there's a little chase scene right here. Maria she'll catch up eventually, I think. She'll be fine. She'll be good. So Pyramid Head is hot on our tail. We're just going to totally ditch Maria here. The movement there is tricky because you have to kind of flick the stick with every corner because the camera angle changes. And Maria she's fine. She's going to take the stairs, I think. So she's good. And we're going to come out of here. The music in this section is also really awesome. All the music was also sort of touched up, and all the sound effects as well. And you'll notice this map looks like really nice on the Enhanced Edition. It's like a raster or a vector image instead of being a rasterized like PNG, you know. So come here, grab the key. We're gonna see Laura walking somehow strangely not where the street is because there's a little staircase here. That never made sense to me. Like, how could we have seen that perspective of Laura from where we were? But now we're in the Otherworld streets. We're going to be doing a lot of running. We're going to be doing a lot of game saved. And yeah, we're just going to kind of be chilling. This is the part of the speed run where when you're learning this run, you will always get lost for like your first, I don't know, 30 to 40 attempts. It's just guaranteed. Everything kind of starts to look the same when you're running around in the dark and there's monsters everywhere, so like you think you're going the right way because you're like, oh, well, the enemies are here, so this has to be the right way. But yeah, it took a lot of brain power to solidify this part into my mind. I don't know how you feel, Abby.
It's so hard to see when the sun is out if you're playing original.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, so with the Enhanced Edition, also, there's some improved sort of like gamma and brightness settings. So with the textures looking as nice as they do, it is also a little bit brighter than it would be on the OG version, even set to max brightness. So I don't even have the game at max brightness right now. We're like 2 notches down, and it's far brighter than it is in the OG, where the glare, like trying to do runs of this during the day, almost impossible because you can't see anything.
Nope.
So we're gonna come through here and we're gonna turn off the flashlight, and we don't have the map. So the text on screen right now, if we had the flashlight open, would pull up the map and then say, I don't have a map. I can't see anything. But because we have the flashlight off, James is actually saying it's too dark to read the map. So it's too dark to read the map that I don't have. And we are now storing that text on screen because we're going to pass by the same area that we passed in the beginning of the game where there's blood on the ground. And if we were to pass by that even now, the game would basically re-trigger that scene. And we would then have to go all the way down the alley, grab the radio, grab the plank, and then continue with the run, which we super duper don't want to do. Like, that would be very, very bad. I think it's a soft lock because how things work, and we're gonna pick up a wrench, not bend down to pick it up because that's a little slow, and then we're gonna store our text again and be on our way. Yeah, there's a lot of funny glitches that come from the quick save, quick load being in the game. Many are not positive to the speedrun. There's a lot of wacky things you can do. You can clip out of bounds in a few spots, but it doesn't serve any real purpose to the run. The way that the quick save strats have been kind of optimized and figured out, we're only doing it in areas that we need to do the text storage and quick save stuff. Because anywhere else is kind of dangerous. If you quick save while text is on screen, for example, like if you're interacting with something, it'll rearrange all the text in the game so that when you're interacting with things from then on in that save file, the text actually won't be correct. It'll show like text from different things. You'll go to pick up a key item and it'll say forest or apartments or, you know, any one of motorhome, undefined, I've seen. Like, so yeah, it's kind of like the missing no of this game, where it's fun to play around with, but it can also have devastating consequences on your save file. So we need to be a little careful.
It'll also like freeze you in place for a couple seconds, and the IGT won't pause for that, so you will be stuck there until the game's like, nah, I'm good, I'm fine.
Yeah, yeah, and sometimes James gets this like duck walk thing where he can't quite walk right, so like he's like doing this stagger walk. Also, I love that camera angle right there. That one's fun. So we're coming here to grab a key that'll get us into the prison, or the historical society, which has a long, spooky staircase into the prison. And this is a part where in the OG, the camera actually makes this a lot harder. In the Enhanced Edition, we actually have the benefit of the camera spinning around as fast as it does, and it makes the movement there a lot easier because you can just kind of flick the analog stick where you need to go. And also, those fade-outs when picking up items and stuff like that are a bit quicker on the Enhanced Edition. So overall, the Enhanced Edition does save a pretty substantial amount of time compared to the OG, just purely on the fast transitions, faster loading, you know, little things like that that are just based on sort of optimization fixes and stuff like that. And what's cool about the Enhanced Edition, just as a little get the Enhanced Edition and check it out advertisement, you can disable or enable whatever fixes or whatever upscales you want or don't want. So if you just want the fixes to make the game run a little better, to make it not crash during some of the FMVs, to make it, you know, just a little bit more stable, widescreen fix, better controller support, I could go on. You can just use those features from the Enhanced Edition and then otherwise just be playing the game in its OG format, you know? So, yeah, if you're not sold already, y'all should be checking out the Enhanced Edition at some point soon. It really is the remaster that we never got, because we all know HD Collection was something.
It was big oof.
It was a big oof, yeah. Although I'll never get over Surfer Bro Eddie. I love Surfer Bro Eddie in HD Collection. He's like, killing a guy ain't no big deal, brah. So we're coming down here. We're gonna head to the prison, and we have another long straight walk, which is it's another good hydration break. Actually, we have a few of those in the run where we're just kind of holding forward. Sometimes I'll do this part on the keyboard. What's cool is actually, and I'll demonstrate, you can actually interchange between the keyboard and controller freely. You can switch over and start pressing a key on the keyboard. I don't think that'll work on the OG. I've never actually tried it, but yeah, so there are certain parts where we're just walking in a straight line, and rather than holding the analog stick kind of straight, because you can see like James kind of wobbles left and right, I'll just switch over to the keyboard for sake of convenience and stuff, and avoid having to wiggle James into a straight line. You can hear the space cow. It's calling to us. We're heading to prison. This is a little fun movement just because the door transitions are so quick. I love some of these spots in prison because we're just in and out of rooms like super fast. And as you saw in Shattered Memories, holes. Major theme.
5 of them.
Yeah, major theme of the Silent Hill series, for sure. So we're going to hop in this hole, because why wouldn't you? And we're going to chainsaw this wall. Just give it a little pop. And of course, there was a door behind it. And you just saw me like quick get up there. That's a strat I did not explain before. But essentially, we can stand up a little bit faster by switching weapons as we do that falling animation. So I'm going to do a quick save, quick load here. And this is called bug room skip. So you saw I picked up that key, but you may have noticed when I loaded, the key was actually still on the ground, but it's also in my inventory. And what you're supposed to do there is there's a little random puzzle, which it's not really random, it's pseudo-random, because we do have the RNG for it figured out on our seed stuff. And we can bypass having to do that puzzle. It is a brute force puzzle, though. They don't give you the code for it. You just have to try combinations until you get the right one, which is, you know, not super fun. I think on beginner difficulty, it tells you which are the buttons.
The gun to their head.
But here's an enhanced edition FMV, like just way upscaled, way less grainy. They really did a good job at making those FMVs look good. And cool, we are now in the prison. So I'm gonna turn off my flashlight just to try and not get body blocked by that guy. He did it anyway. We're gonna come here, we're gonna grab the first tablet, and we're gonna get super body blocked by that guy. So now that we're in a bit more of a like claustrophobic area, you're gonna notice these mannequins and folks walking around are just kind of time loss machines. There's another one here. Sometimes he's in the doorway. Yeah. And we're basically just doing a little collecting. We need a few items here. We almost got locked in. It was so spooky. We grabbed the wax doll head. We're grabbing a few more tablets. I'm gonna come in here. We're gonna use the tablets. And this is a really creepy part, casually. Just because there's some footsteps that we won't really hear very well. And it's kind of a part where there is no real threat. Like, the threat is in your mind, which I guess is kind of a major theme of Silent Hill games in a way. So we're gonna head through here. There's a guy saying ritual. He's upstairs. If you aim here, James will actually lock on to that guy. So there is sort of an invisible enemy walking around. Somebody said it has a model, but the model is just invisible in that part. And I don't remember what the enemy model actually is. So we're going to use these 3 items here, a horseshoe and wax and a lighter, and that would never work, right? I think we can agree. That would have
that would never work.
It's impossible. The horseshoe would just slip out of the wax. Wax doesn't work like that, James. It's not hot glue. And we're going to hop down some more holes, because why wouldn't you? And we're going to head into the elevator. And if the red cross has been bothering you, boom, there we go. We finally get to heal. We really didn't need to. We could have ran around the rest of the run totally in the state we were in, but just for the sake of getting it off the screen, I prefer to take the heal there. I think you can actually influence the ending that you're getting if you're doing a new game run by not healing there. I don't remember which ending you influence it towards. It might be Maria.
See, that's funny that you say that, because all the requirements for Maria, I never do them, and it always gives me Maria. This game loves me for, and I'm like, why are you giving me Maria? I'm not doing the things I need to do.
Yeah, other than like the set endings where you have to do specific things to guarantee the ending, it's kind of crazy what calculation goes into the ending that you're getting. So little things like how much damage Maria takes while she's with you, because you can kind of bump into her. You can actually shoot her, which I don't recommend doing. And all these little things like whether James is healed up or whether he's running around injured and stuff like that, those all influence the ending. So when you're doing new game runs, it is kind of a gamble. We do tend to see the same endings because we do the same things in every run, ideally. But sometimes I'll get thrown off and I'll be like, what is this ending doing here? I did the same thing I did for the previous 100 runs and I got a different ending. So we're going to do a quick puzzle there. That puzzle changes depending on the puzzle difficulty. Maria's here. She's real. She's definitely real. She's fine. Everything's good. We got to get to the other side of the bars so we can have a conjugal visit. And we're going to head down this way. And this guy sometimes is more forward in the hall, and sometimes he's more back. It's just the body blocking nature of Labyrinth. And we're going to use these bolt cutters. Most satisfying sound in the game right here. There we go. And gonna head through here. This is gonna be a lot of just up and down ladders. Another easy part to get lost in when you're learning the run or when you're playing the game casually. And definitely when you're running the game, it's very easy to forget which room you're transitioning into. Like, it takes literal memorization. Pretty much the only enemy we're gonna shoot in the run right there, by the way. It takes literal memorization for some of these camera angles. So like, I know that I need to hold down to the right here so we can go this way. Which it's not something that can like really be taught. It's just something that you learn after you run through these rooms enough times. You're like, okay, I know that the transition's coming up and we have to hold to the left. I know that it's a random camera angle and we have to like wiggle the control stick so that we can get control of James again. But yeah, just one of those things that comes with time. So there's a boss fight here. It's Angela's boss fight against the Abstract Daddy, and we're just not going to do it. We're just gonna skip it entirely. I think it's Arsonist 5. I'm pretty.
It
sure.
is Arsonist 5.
Thank you. So we're gonna pull this noose here, and this is another thing that we only know because of the seed. And shoutouts to the people who found that, which it's actually a crazy story where somebody was essentially showing up in Silent Hill 2 speedrunners streams and saying in their chat what their codes were going to be based on their clock time with no real information or basis. He was just some sort of, omniscient Silent Hill wizard. And eventually it was revealed that somebody had kind of reverse engineered all of the codes and the pseudo RNG in the game to figure out that the frame that you start the game on dictates what your codes will be for the game. Also, Maria's still fine. She just cranberry juice in bed. Happens to the best of us. She's all right.
Now,
she's good.
I have a small question.
Yes.
How did you skip that boss fight?
How did I skip that boss fight? Oh, yeah. So we did text storage. Yeah. So essentially what you do is you turn off the flashlight as you enter the room, and then you bring that text up, and then you hit game saved to keep the text on the screen, and you can just run right past the door where the boss fight would have been. The door doesn't even appear. So yeah, it's a very simple boss fight skip. And it's actually a really cool boss. It's kind of a shame that we skip it. Why do you ask?
Fun fact because I've never seen it. I didn't know you could skip that. Now, about this fog here. Fun fact, the PS2 version still looks the best for that fog when you're running into this boss fight.
Yeah. So Eddie's here. He's kind of gone off the deep end. And he's gone. And another really tough boss fight here. It's super hard, super difficult. Great, we did it. GG. Eddie dead. We killed a human being.
Oh no.
So that cutscene is actually really great. They do like some crazy, like Raimi Dutch angle sort of like Evil Dead sort of thing there, and it's actually really cool. So I'm just gonna use the keyboard for the boat just to make things more consistent. And this is what we call boat stage. There is actually a category for this, a separate category, because for some reason the stat screen in this game, I overshot it a little, the stat screen in this game actually shows you the time that you got from this sort of boat section. And it also shows the top speed of the boat, which I never understood because, like, you hold forward. There's no, like, it's not like I'm doing any rowing mechanic or something like that to make the boat faster. It almost feels like there was like some sort of cut content in the boat. Maybe they were considering putting Del Lago in the water. I don't know.
Maybe Blooper will bring it back.
Maybe Blooper will bring it back. Maybe we'll get the boat fight scene that we always wanted. Action-packed. James will mount a minigun and a plane will fly into the monster. Yeah, it'll be good. So that's boat stage. Very exciting, very riveting. And we're heading into the Lakeview Hotel, which is kind of the last real area of the game. And also where we get to kind of see the biggest glitch, probably the flashiest glitch, I would say, in the run. That hitbox for picking up that music box over there is really difficult to hit, by the way, because of the camera angle. That is one of the hardest things to run in and run out, sort of. Oh my gosh. Who was piano? Oh, it was Laura. Okay.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you got me good. Yeah. All right, so we're going to come down here. I'm going to turn off the flashlight preemptively. We're going to store the do not have map text, and we're going to come over here to this little corner, and we're just going to clip into the wall a bit, and we're out of bounds. So there's really not a lot of stuff you can do out of bounds in this run, other than this. This saves about 1 minute and 30 seconds. There's a whole section where you have to get on an elevator, and it's kind of a pain because you have to remove all your gear and get rid of all your items. You have to dump them in a locker. We're just going to do some out-of-bounds traversal instead of that, and you'll see James about to pop through the wall right here. And that bypasses having to do the whole elevator section. It's not even that the elevator section takes a long time. It's just that it's kind of an annoying section to do, like, casually, because they do make you run around without your gear for a little bit, which is kind of a horror trope at this point. Like, give the player a whole arsenal and then remove it all. You just saw we picked up a can opener. We're picking up another music box. We also grabbed a videotape, which is super important, but mostly just because we have to return it to the Blockbuster before they shut down. We're going to come over here. We're going to grab another key. We're going to head out of this room. I love the movement in this section just because it's very satisfying when it goes right. And we're going to open up the can of light bulbs. For freshness. You gotta make sure your light bulbs stay fresh. I don't know why light bulbs would ever be in a can. It seems like of all the transportation methods, that's the method most likely to destroy light bulbs. But we opened up the can, we got the light bulbs. It's all good.
Not to mention, we're opening using a sharp object to open them, and
yeah, right.
you know, you could like shatter them while opening the can.
Definitely, yeah. I would assume if you had a can of light bulbs, you would open it, and it would now be a can of broken glass. So we're gonna come over here. We have the code because of the seed stuff that we've been talking about, and the code
Lose.
It's lose. Thank you. I was looking over. You saved me like 10 seconds of scanning my other screen. And we're going to grab the last music box, and we now have everything we need. The reason we don't go out that door on the other side is because then that abstract daddy just body blocks us completely. And I'm not making up that name. It is the name that they were given for the game. And we're going to put in the music boxes first. I think it's first Snow White, then the other one, then failed to press the button because I quick saved too soon. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I don't know the order that I put those music boxes in. Like, if I messed it up, I would have a really hard time figuring it out because it's just muscle memory. I know that it's the first one, then the second one, then the third one in our inventory. I don't really think
Little
about
Mermaid is the right, Cinderella the left, and Snow White is the middle.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, I would have had to like trial and error that. We just watched a videotape. It was super cool. I'm gonna go return it. And time. And now the best part. The best boy.
Smira.
Even the dog ending is enhanced. So it was all your work.
Fun fact, this is one of the only endings you can actually watch without the timer continuing, because New Game's endings will continue while she's reading the letter. This ending will move the timer up by 1 second, but it's a second, and you get to see the doggo, and now we get to experience the best song in the game.
If you know the words, you can sing along. If you don't know the words, it's okay, it's just barking. Remember all these things that we totally didn't do?
Also get ready for flying pizza.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a thing.
Even the flying pizza is enhanced. It got the new textures for the enhanced edition. This footage, though, is from this is just straight footage from the original. Which is funny, you can see sort of the difference in contrast and, like, graininess. The boss fight we didn't do. Remember when that happened? That was humorous.
Indeed. Also, if you're wondering why James was in Japanese there, it's because James's voice actor thought it was the legit ending and refused to do it. That is why James speaks Japanese.
Yeah. And it's funny because there is no voiced version of this game in Japanese. It's just that one part. Whoa. Hold up now. All right. Let's see what time we got. 36:31. That's pretty good, considering I kerfuffled on the RNG a little bit. That's pretty good for a marathon time. Our boat stage time is lacking, though. That is not excusable.
Oh no.
But yeah, GG's. My name is Yiddle. I'm live on Twitch most days. I speedrun a ton of games. I also play a lot of games casually, usually in the spooky variety. And I grind for PB attempts sometimes, and I get a little invested. But yeah, hope you check me out. Abby, sign off.
Hi, I'm Abby. We'll be doing this again.
Oh yeah, don't go anywhere. You're getting the double dog dare ending. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in Niddle's spot, and Niddle will be in my spot. For the next run. But yeah, you can see me on twitch.tv/Abby's Corner. I also do the spooky horror speedruns, and whatnot. So yeah, stay tuned to see this in a worse quality, especially in the 4x3s.
Yeah, it'll be good for comparison. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, like they alluded to, we do have more runs. We have Silent Hill 2 coming up next. We'll take a quick break while we get set up for that. We'll see y'all in a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We have Silent Hill 2 with some familiar faces. I'll let everybody reintroduce themselves, so...
Hi, I'm Abby. You may have heard my voice slightly. I am the runner this time, and with me I have Niddle, who you may have seen before.
Nah, never seen him in my life. How's everybody doing? I'm back. I'm here to do the comms.
Yeah, and the reason we're starting on this screen is because the OG version can be far more finicky than the regular or the enhanced edition. So that's why we're starting here. A couple of quick differences. So the OG version is 30 frames per second, whereas the enhanced edition is 60. So when it comes to doing our RNG manipulation or finding our seed, we want to do about 0 to 100, whereas enhanced edition wants to do 0 to 200. So without any further ado, in 3, 2, 1, let's begin the run. So another difference, other than the textures looking awful and it being 16:9 and the fact that we can only play in English, is the fact that we still need to, like, the runs are almost identical, but because we're at a lower frame rate and because of the way the camera behaves, one thing that we didn't mention is the fact that the analog stick, because of the PC version, actually kind of interferes with the camera a bit. Or so I was told by one of the best players of Silent Hill 2. That's what he mentioned to me when I was starting to run this game, and it was like, oh dear. So yeah, as we mentioned, hitting quick save increases James's stamina to max, allowing him to run at full speed. I don't know why they chose 2 speeds, but they did. Heather from Silent Hill 3 also has those 2 speeds. But a little fun trivia for you. The actor for James is not a professional voice actor. Supposedly, the story goes, is he was waiting for his daughter because his daughter was doing an audition for something. And so while he was waiting in the hallway, they kind of just pointed at him and said, you are the voice of this character. So if you hear his dialogue and it sounds like, wow, this is really weird, it's because he has no acting experience. He's not a professional voice actor or anything like that. This game was, of its time, a very unique scenario for when it was being made. So yeah, one thing, we want to stop pressing game save there so that we can grab the chainsaw without any interference. As we mentioned, depending how much you've pressed game save or how close you've pressed it to when picking up an item, it's like, game freaks out and doesn't know what to do. So that's what we're going to do. So you got to be careful a little bit. Obviously, you don't have to mash game save so hard. I typically press it in time with James's footsteps. Because again, if you need the text storage and the text manipulation to skip cutscenes and whatnot, if you let go of game save, the text will disappear and then you're in big trouble and it's like, oh no. So yeah, here we go with getting the text, and now we'll also be able to see everything. Also, you want to make sure that you're not moving, because if you move, the text will just immediately disappear anyway, even if you hit game save. So you want to make sure that you've hit the text, then hit game save, then move, so that way it's there. So there's no reason to go back. I'm looking for Mary. So again, we're doing that to skip a cutscene, and this saves about 4 minutes of time, though that is also due to the fact of running at full speed the whole time. Because again, you got to go get the plank, you got to go murder the enemy, pick up the radio, all that jazz. And I think it takes, because I started running on the PS2 version, and it takes about 8 minutes to enter the apartments, I think.
Yeah. It's
8 or 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And also, fun fact, the PS2 also has the RNG manipulation. For that, you will need to set your clock back to, or forward, I guess, to December 31st, 2099 at or 2350 to 55, depending. Also, you need to set your PS2's language to Japanese to get your seed, though the seed is a giant spreadsheet. One thing we also didn't mention before is that, yes, we have the magic trick to pop the cars up, but guess what? Their hitbox is there the entire time. It's just you don't know what you're running into. You're just running into this invisible object. So it's like, oh no. And again, you could keep that text up the entire time, but nothing will be shown, and eventually the corpse will just spawn. But again, whereas we could get locked for a couple of seconds, we don't really want to do that. So here we go, press it one more time and we should be good. There we go. And if we were to get the plank, there'd be an enemy coming from beneath the van there. But we don't have to worry about that as we keep running as fast as we can. A joke that I make, because supposedly the game comes out the game takes place in 1993, is that James is actually an Olympic athlete training for the 1996 Summer Olympics. Which is why he can run so fast for so long. But of course, that's not true. And I don't know how true it is that the game takes place in 1993. Supposedly, Silent Hill takes place in 1984, Silent Hill Origins takes place in 1977, and Silent Hill 3 takes place in 2001. I don't know when Silent Hill 4 takes place or any of that. One of the interesting things, speaking of Silent Hill 4 for 2 seconds, is apparently it takes place in the area where Mary was kept in the hospital. Like, that hospital is the town of Silent Hill 4. And also Walter's father, or Walter's apartment manager is like James's father or something like that.
I think that's correct. Yeah, I'm not super up to date on my Silent Hill 4 lore, but I think that's right. Yeah, he's like the landlord or the building manager.
Yeah. So here we go. We've got our flashlight. Now we need to go get our gun and the key get kicked away. I typically go get the key because there's just a fun little visual quirk, which is that quick save game save doesn't show up on the screen for too long because it's kind of borked. It'll still save, but it's borked. So pick up the gun. I'm going to equip the gun here right away because to stop the manipulation, because unfortunately I don't have the ability to use the keyboard and switch back and forth. So I'm just going to equip the gun to unbork ourselves when we soft lock ourselves. Because if you don't have a gun equipped or anything like that, or don't have the option of a keyboard to hit the walk, you're kind of stuck there. So there we go. Once the text is gone, we're good. Because while we're here, he's not red. He's now red. You don't want to move, by the way, when doing that either, because if you move, he refuses to go back to red. And if you don't have a weapon equipped or the ability to do the walk, you have to quick load, and unfortunately we can't quick load wherever we want. There are only 2 specific spots that are legal to not invalidate your run, and that's the elevator trick that you saw Niddle do, which is actually a very, very hard trick to do. Not many runners actually do it. And then there's the key trick that we saw to get into the prison.
Yeah.
So now that we have the clock key, we can go. Oh, go ahead.
The risk of some of the spots where you can do game saved are just really high. It's if you do it slightly wrong time with text on the screen, you're just out of luck.
And our clock time is 1:04. All right. And then let's go into my inventory, scroll over, which is not bad because that means we don't have to go too far. Because again, you need to switch the clock to about 9:10. Even if you do 9 o'clock, you don't hear that clicking sound. That clicking sound means that he can push that, which is great. Also, it should be noted that if you miss the clock time or you forget the clock time, don't worry, you can still get your RNG seed, because if you know where the blood is or where the carbon is, you can see those numbers and then get your seed times there or your seed numbers there. So it's not a total loss if you miss the clock or forget to use the clock. Another thing that Enhanced Edition does is it'll put you right in front of the courtyard key. That's not a case in the original. The original doesn't do that, so you got to turn and grab it there. And then we grab the next key and head on down. One thing coming up here that also is that while James can run faster outside, except for the pool area. The pool area, no. He's just like, no, I'm going to keep going at my slowest speed, because James's indoor speed is his slowest speed outside. Again, not sure why they chose 2 different speeds, but they did. And also, we don't know where the juice goes, because while the juice knocks down the coin, the juice itself is not in the trash, so it's a little weird.
You need another juice to knock the first juice down, and then it's a never-ending cycle.
So. Oh, there we go. Again, this is the only spot well behind the fence that you can run at full speed, which is unfortunate. Oh, wow, I actually got to where he ran a bit slower. Interesting. All right, heading up the stairs. Again, this is another part where you can choose what you want to do. You can either go to the swimming pool and grab that one first, or you can go down and grab the trash first. There's no real difference in time. It's basically personal preference. Again, there's a few spots where we can do that. One thing about also meeting Eddie, as I spoiled the meeting with Eddie, you actually do have to meet him every time, because if you don't meet Eddie, Angela will not spawn in, so you can't get the 3rd coin. So here we go, we're grabbing the coin and reading some gossip. Oh no, not gossip. I have no idea what the gossip says. I never paid attention to it.
There's a little trick there that neither of us got, that you can sort of skip the text and start moving out of the corner there a little bit faster. On the Enhanced Edition, it's a little weird, though, because it's 60 FPS, so you have to you have to get a 60th of a frame correctly, basically, to get it. And it's a little hard on this one, too, just because you have to do blind movement where you can't see anything and you're moving James without seeing him.
Here we go. So here we meet Eddie, and the cutscenes are a little rough. So I'll skip that there.
Beautiful.
Indeed. Don't try to hug me. Oh wait, that's the next game where they can hug you, and it's awful. The next game introduces quick time events. Yay!
Which are going to be a thing in the remake.
Oh no. I already grabbed that, so I don't have to do it. I rarely do that one first, so I was like, oh, oakley dokley. I have to remember that I did that first, because I usually go to the swimming pool first.
The best is forgetting to grab the coin, putting the juice in, and then going straight out to talk to Eddie. And you're like, wow, look at the pace. I'm doing so great. And then you get to the coin puzzle, and you're like, uh-oh.
There we go. Oh. Again, the camera is your greatest enemy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hardest boss fight in the game. It's just the camera.
Yep. And then there we go. Keep going down. Run away from the noise that sounds like a whimpering dog. It's not a whimpering dog, by the way. It's a bug.
I've always said it's a cockroach on a tricycle. With a squeaky wheel.
I mean, it could be, but it sounds like a dog kind of whimpering too to me. And I'm like, must not go toward. Uh-oh. Again, the camera is very finicky. But we've made it here. And obviously the coins are going to look a lot worse than they do in enhanced edition, to the point where you can't even tell what they're supposed to look like.
Yeah, they did a really good job upscaling all these inventory items and stuff, and you can like examine them closer and really actually make out what's on them.
There we go.
Nice.
Excellent. Oh. Let me see if I can fix that, because that's weird. Sorry about that. Apparently, no one can hear the video game. That's not good. See if I can fix that real quick.
If not, we can take a few minutes for a technical difficulty break if you want.
That might be wise, because it's not letting me fix the sound, and I don't know why it's not letting me fix the sound.
Okay. So, sorry about that, everybody. We're going to take a few minutes here, figure out what's going on, and we'll be right back. Everybody, welcome back. Sorry about that, but luckily we got it all fixed, so whenever you're ready.
All right. Again, sorry about that, but luckily it was a quick fix once I figured out what was going on. And now we're going to go to the Whisper Room. Now, I don't know about you, Niddle, but I didn't know there were whispers in this game. And so the first time I heard them, it absolutely, like, I was like, where did that cut? I was scared.
The real question is, what are the whispers saying? Like, is it just nonsense, or is it Eddie's pizza order? Is it, like...
A very good question. All right. So here we go. Sit in the corner. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, one thing, you want to make sure that he's going away from you, because if you get too close to him as he's going down the stairs, he will turn around and come back and hit you. And again, he is a one-hit kill. No matter what difficulty you are on, he will one-hit kill you. He is the only thing that can kill you on this difficulty. So this is where we put in our code. You said it was frame 58, right?
Yes.
Yep.
104.
All right. So,
yeah, the nice thing about having cutscenes and stuff is that you have plenty of time to check your frame during the run.
Yeah, and this is typically where we check it, because we do have to wait for Pyramid Head to go down and drain the water. So that's why the clock is ideal for figuring out your time. And then we've got full motion once again. Huzzah. Hello, Laura. Goodbye, Laura. You could see how very pixelated she was there. And also another thing, that you can do is if you hit game save during cutscenes, we saw it there with the piano, but you can actually do it here too.
So
and
this
then
is that
move
part.
on. Yeah. And then we've got Maria right here.
Mary?
And as you can see, even these cutscenes are a little rough. Do I look like a ghost? As we keep running. And again, for Maria ending specifically, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to stay close to her when running through the town. You're not supposed to bump into her. You can bump into her a maximum of 3 times. And if you do that more, then it's like, nah, you can't get this ending. Also, you have to protect her from damage. I have never done that, and the game's like, here, have Maria ending every time. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
The only new game ending that you can 100% do prerequisites for is water ending, which is read the journal on top of the hospital, examine Angela's knife, and then listen to the conversation with Mary and James at the hospital, which we don't even hear that conversation in dog ending. And of course, are you ready to go bowling, chat? It's time to go bowling. Unfortunately, Maria's like, I hate bowling. And it's just like, all right, party pooper. And there's the pizza. Did you find the lady you were looking for? What's her name? Mary? And as is tradition, the pizza cutscene, but this time in a lower resolution.
Eddie? Oh.
Yeah, the lack of shadows in this scene, I think, makes a big difference in the enhanced edition.
Yeah.
Or compared to.
I remember. But
And as you can see, his mouth is screwing up there.
Yeah, there's a lot of like aliasing on the mouth in lower resolutions for sure. Like on the table and stuff, you can see little pixels.
And I don't even think you can tell that it's All-Star Pizza.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, when we see the back of the box in the enhanced edition, it clearly says All-Star Pizza, but in this one, kind of doesn't.
Laura, is that her name?
That's what she said.
That is what she said. Oh no, you can tell
you
that
can
it's
see it.
All-Star Pizza.
Wow.
Okay.
I never
How
noticed
can you
that.
sit there and eat pizza? Now, one thing we didn't mention, Laura doesn't see any of these monsters. She doesn't know there's monsters. She's just being mean to you, and for good reason, because James is actually the worst protagonist out of all the Silent Hill protagonists. Though I admittedly haven't played Downpour, so I don't know if Murphy is worse. And I also know nothing about Henry. But James is actually a giant jerk. But I won't spoil why. You will know that if you do a new game ending. Anybody who's done a new game ending will know. Also, fun fact, Heaven's Night is in Silent Hill 3, but you know it's not in Silent Hill 3? This song. I was very disappointed when I found that out.
The Heaven's Night song is great. You could just like hang out in there and jam out for a bit.
Yeah.
It's a shame in the speedrun for some of the cutscenes that we skipped because some of those songs are just masterpiece.
Yes. So now we're just running to the hospital. Fun fact, the layout of the hospital as well as that street I was just running to is the same in Silent Hill 3. There are just certain rooms we don't go into. Also, fun fact, I just found out, like, while doing practice for this hotfix, that there's a cow on the key, and it's purple, which is why the key is called the Purple Bull key. I didn't know that for the longest time, that's the reason it has that name.
Yeah.
So here we
The enhanced edition answered a lot of questions I had about some of the items. I was always like, this doesn't look like a key at all. This is like a series of pixels. And then you play the enhanced edition, you're like, oh, that's how it's a key.
So here we go. Pick up the bullets in the key. And then run away. Always run away from the noises. Then we go this way. It's very rare that you'll have Maria get hit It's really hard to actually get or have something hit her because if you know where you're going, there's no reason to be along or around for the windup. Oh, and again, for the Maria ending, supposedly according to resources, I'll say, you have to check up on her when she's in the 3rd floor or on the 3rd floor. So there we go. But we never check up on her. So I'm very baffled when the game gives me Maria ending because I don't do anything the game supposedly wants me to do. So here we go. Unlock the rooftop. And there's the journal right there. And then hopefully he's showing up. There he is. And he's just like, prepare to fall. And then we're going to run. There is a room that has the blood. I forget which room it is because I rarely go in there. But I know the general direction. So here we go. We're inside. And then pause. I'm going to equip the shotgun now. Unfortunately, I can't do the hotkeys to like pull out certain weapons and the like. So we've got to do it the old-fashioned way. And we need 6, 7, 8, and 6, 8, 6, 2. There we go. Nice. Now, I have a theory about this hair, because this piece of hair is going to be used to fish out a key. And you wouldn't think that a strand of hair would be so strong to be able to do that. Well, what if I told you that it's a strand of Alyssa's hair? And that is why it is so strong to be able to do this.
But hey, that's just...
So there we go, and then we go down to the 1st floor. Again, elevator rides are unskippable, except for that one where there's that host question guy. So we gotta deal with that. We go to C2. And Laura's just hiding here with a lot of teddy bears. And then she locks us in the room. She doesn't know about these guys. So 1. And then 2. You know you can fire, by the way, when James is staring at them. There we go. And 3? Or are you gonna... Good. Nice. He didn't do the thing where he's just gonna crawl along the ceiling.
Yeah, so in a PB run, that crawling along the ceiling is like such a moment of shame. It's like a good like 7 or 8 seconds where you're just waiting for... You're like, I know you're dead. I just have to wait.
So... You saw earlier in the last run us do a quick load manipulation to get a key. Well, if we didn't have that quick load manipulation, we have to get a battery and put it into our flashlight. Unfortunately, we still have to pick up the battery because it will always pick up the battery first before picking up the basement key. And then we head to the 3rd floor because the 3rd floor is the only floor that has access to the staircase. Don't ask me why it's like that, but it is. So, 2nd floor is like, nah, I'm not gonna open for you, and so it's just like, oh, okay. So now we're going down. And then we're going to see Maria again, who's going to say, James.
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 And we are reunited.
In that case, she just said, Jay.
There we go. That's some shotgun shells on the ground. James will often be staring at items he can pick up, so anytime you see him just staring at the floor, that's typically what he's looking at. But we don't really need to pick up anything because enemies die rather quickly. In Silent Hill 3, you can skip elevator rides, and the difference there is that this wasn't actually in-house at Konami. This was done by a dev team called Creature Labs, and Silent Hill 3 was in-house, which is why Silent Hill 3 is more stable than Silent Hill 2. Because one reason that we have an enhanced edition is because this game is so finicky and so like, nah, I don't want to work, especially on a modern PC, that it's quite the headache to get running to the point where we need DX Wind to even open the game in a window. And also change some other things. So now we have both rings. We needed Maria, by the way, to get that second ring. In the cutscene that we skipped, she's the one that actually opens the fridge. So then we can combine these two and put it there. We can see how low resolution this is compared to the enhanced edition as we run down and see our good friend Pyramid Head once more. I do not know what that blue note says, but there's a blue note on the ground. So there we go.
I've accidentally inspected it before. I think it's a news article. I don't remember about what. But it was a good lesson in don't mash A when you're going down the stairs.
Remember, don't mash A when going downstairs.
Yeah.
This has been a PSA about video games. So we're just running away. And, we'll watch this cutscene for a brief moment to show you what happens. Everything's fine.
She's cool.
Oh, wait. Oh. Well, bye.
Darn. She died in your playthrough? That didn't happen to me.
Oh, dear. So, fun fact. So we don't have a map, but he's going to be drawing on the map, despite that fact. Also, by hitting game save or quick save, you can actually move around. You can actually hear me moving, but you can't interact with the door, despite the fact that we have the ability to move.
Yeah, and the IGT runs during this part, so it's like the game is very much running, despite it being kind of a cutscene.
Yeah. So here we go. Come on, camera. Thank you. So yeah, it's another hospital that locks from the outside and not the inside. Again, we need the flashlight on here because there's a door that we have to open. That is specifically why we don't have the text manipulation there, because James has to open a door, and James, much like Heather, cannot see in the dark. So it's like, oh no. So, we're just gonna run with the flashlight on. Surprisingly, Silent Hill 2's nurses are a bit creepier, in my opinion, than Silent Hill 3's. Silent Hill 3, they have that breathing, but they just look creepier in this game, in my opinion. So again, we're just running through the town. Somehow James really knows his way around the town that he's only been to like once and hasn't been here in 3 years.
With no map,
he's just like, yeah, no map, no nothing. Decided not to drive to the lake. He decided to run because, of course, why take a car to the hotel? Nah, he really wanted that Olympic training. And then here we have these fine creatures. We don't really see them outside of here, but if you do a new game run, you would see them on your way to the Pyramid Head boss fight number 2, as well as to the Maria boss fight and or Mary, because it really depends what your choices are, who the actual final boss is. But for our purposes, Eddie is the final boss of the run. So it's really dark here, and there are a couple of things that I use as a... What am I doing? Not doing the thing that I needed to do because I was thinking I was in the wrong spot. So there's a couple of things that I use to help me figure out, and that is the awnings, because the awnings have different colors that you want to follow. And while it is very dark and it's very hard to see the colors, they're sort of visible. Again, we have this specifically so that we can see. There we go. Oh, wait, did I go the wrong way? I went the wrong way. Ah-ha-ha, the joke's on me. Because I definitely can't get lost here.
I didn't want to say anything because I was like, I might use this myself if this works out. This might actually be great.
Okay, it turns out I went the wrong way. Let's just pretend that never happened and I go the right way. And we never saw this happen because... There we go. This is the right way. Because we want to see the blue awnings. Don't run into that, please. And then we're going to go straight. Luckily, I was able to find my way back because I don't know my way around this town, especially at night. And then we want to go this way. You'll know you're close to the house, by the way, because the camera's going to change like that. So we can turn the light on. And if you were to do the proper trick, you wouldn't have to run your way back. You could run straight into that direction. So again, turn off the light. There we go. And again, we want to use the color of the awnings. They go green, and then they go blue, and then they're going to go green again. It really helps figure out where you're going, provided you don't make a wrong turn somewhere, because you forgot to do something.
Never happens. Never happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
So then we go this way. Again, you see the blue, beware the telephones, and there we go. Green, and back to blue. And then we're gonna go. Now again, cars are despawned currently. Also, we're back out front of the apartments. There we go, there's that magic trick. So be careful when running in the road, because you could hit a car that you didn't know was there. And we just keep running. And also, a new door opens. Fun fact, if you go there during the day, that door is not there. Also, the inn makes a return in Silent Hill 3 as well. I don't know if you can go inside any of the doors in the inn, however, in 2. Because I've never tried. So here we go. Again, the running at full speed really helps, because in a PS2 run where you can't run full speed at all time, you're adding about a half an hour to your run time, RTA-wise. So it's like an hour and a half run because of that. I mean, obviously the hotel trick and whatnot also make it, faster, but... So here we go. We found the angel statue. And then we're going to switch to the chainsaw. And then hit the wrench. What do you... Oh, wait, I didn't dig it out yet. Oh, whoops, did something a little too early. Because technically you want to dig it out first, then pull out the chainsaw, then use the wrench. Also, I usually get the dog key at night. I don't usually go for it in the day. So again, that's another thing that you can do, is just grab it either in the day or the night. It's whatever your preference is. I typically grab it at night because it just feels like there's a reason for me to run across the street. Actually, it wasn't until the GDQ run that I found out that the dog key even spawns during the day. I literally thought it only spawned at night, because the world record run for this gets it at night. So that's why I get it at night, because I thought it was the only time you could. So right now we're just running... Oh yeah, is the sign still have an ad on it in Enhanced Edition? Because I know that was a thing before it became speedrun viable, that they put an ad on it or something?
Yeah. There's the one that says your ad here. But is that there in this version? I am not sure, but I heard... no, it's that one.
Oh yeah, okay, it's right there. Because I heard that apparently the EE team put something on one of the signs in the Enhanced Edition, but I don't know what it is.
Oh. Yeah, I know there's the your ad sign, and then there's the Quiet Cocktails one. Those are the two that I can recall from memory for the enhanced edition, even though I was just doing this not half an hour ago. But yeah, I'm gonna have to look for that actually.
So now, this is where you also find out that Silent Hill is a mountain town, because one thing that we didn't mention last time is that James goes down this really long rampway and then falls down 5 holes, and also goes down a really long an elevator that goes down for a while, yet somehow ends up on the surface. Now, you wouldn't think that if this wasn't a mountain town, that he would end up on the surface after falling down that much. So, surprise. As we just continue down. Of course, there is a live-action movie adaptation of this game coming at some point.
I can't wait for this part in the adaptation. It's going to be great. Just a minute of the actor walking downstairs.
There we go. He's going to stay out of my way. Hooray. Hole number 1 of 5. And then he ends up in a well. And let's hope I hit the spot. Yay. Nice. When I was practicing for this, I couldn't find the spot for the life of me.
Yeah, the visual tell for that casually is there's a little piece of red paper that sticks out of like kind of the wall. But when you're trying to go fast, you're like not really. You don't have time to look at the pixels on the ground, you know?
So here we go. Quick save and then quick load. Because one thing about quick loading and why it will invalidate your run is the fact that when you quick load, it loads the IGT back to when the last save was. So it'll roll your IGT back, so it makes sense that you wouldn't you wouldn't allow that too much. Also, quick saving and quick loading behave differently in Silent Hill 3, because every time you quick save, it'll actually go, the screen will go to black every time. And so, while it behaves sort of the same way, it's not like, oh, I can mash it and just run and be fine. It's like, nah, I'm gonna, like, go to black for a second, have fun with that. I didn't start speedrunning the Silent Hill series with this game, which is why I keep bringing up 3 so much, because that's the one that I started with. So I know a bit more about that one than I do this one. I started speedrunning this about a year ago, because as I mentioned, it is kind of a pain to get this game up and running on PC. I'd actually like to shout out Eldergoth and Aaron for helping me a lot with that, because if it wasn't for both of them, I would have never gotten this game up and running on PC.
Yeah, that's definitely one big thing about the enhanced edition that makes things nicer, is that this game, just as a result of, you know, technology changing and stuff like that, and also it was not a very good port to begin with. It's just a pain in every sense of the word. There's multiple discs involved. You have to install from the multiple discs. There has to be a disc inserted when you run the game. It's like it has classic
PC.
Yeah, classic PC pitfalls, I guess. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was also one of the games that had a CD version and a DVD version, because I know that Silent Hill 3 had that, where there's like a version where you install everything and play it off of a CD, and then there's a DVD version, and it's like, oh god, please no. The only game that is available for sale, actually there's 2, because Homecoming, which is a mess of a port, and then there's Silent Hill 4 available on GOG, though that version does not like controllers, unfortunately. Also, somehow by putting those 3 tablets in that spot, a horseshoe appears on the door, and again, we're using it to make a handle to go down a hole. And that's, you know, perfectly logical, I suppose, though I would imagine that the putty would need to dry a bit more to harden so that you could actually pull it, but what do I know? Video games, am I right?
It wouldn't work. We need the Mythbusters on it.
So here we go. I don't heal, so the Red Cross stays. As we
like
just
to live
go
dangerously.
down. Indeed. Live on the edge, as they say.
This is a funny part because you can actually run James off the camera if you just kind of like hold him down and like spin in a circle. On the enhanced edition, you can't. If you just like push him to the other side of the elevator so that the camera starts rotating, like, yeah, if you just do that in circles, you can run James completely off the camera where the camera's like trying to catch up to him. On enhanced edition, that's impossible because the camera swivels at the speed of sound. It has like acceleration. Like a rubber banding. There you go. Yeah.
Whee! So fun fact, when that elevator glitch that Niddle did in the last run was found, I thought it was for this. I didn't realize that it was just a 2-second time save to save time on the other elevators. So I was so confused, and then it was like, no, it's for this, and I was like, oh.
It would be nice if we could cut out that elevator. Oh my gosh, that'd be so cool.
So here we go. We're running in the water, and of course, since it's water, that means we got to move so slow. So one thing about this, you want to make sure that the yellow face is upside down. That's how I remember the solution to that puzzle is face upside down, and we're good. And hey, it's Maria. But she knows things that only Mary would know. And it's like, oh dear. So grab the pliers. Sometimes it can be a little finicky picking up the pliers to the point where James will actually just go back down the ladder, and it's like, oh no.
Yeah, the ladder for the hitbox for the ladders, are pretty massive. The hitbox for the item pickups are pretty tiny, like really small.
So here we go. Go for it. Switching back to the shotgun, of course. And because I just learned about the boss skip, we won't be performing that. We will see what the boss fight looks like.
That's fair.
As we save Angela.
First time. Try it out. See how it goes.
Live on Games Done Quick Hotfix.
Yeah.
So for this guy, you want to kind of sit back so he'll scuttle away, because James can actually get caught on his hitbox because there is a bit of a hitbox when they die. But by doing that, he scuttles away and gets out of my way, and it's perfectly fine. And because this is 4, I can finally point out how the arsonists are structured, because it can be a little confusing at times, so it's perfect that we got 4. Because it's funny, I sometimes, or when I was first learning this game, I actually screwed up how the arsonists behave when it comes to what number is what.
Oh, so, yeah. I didn't even think about that because I've internalized it. But yeah, the numbers for the arsonist are weird.
So here we go.
Abstract.
Oh, hello. And we're done. Supposedly, this is actually Angela's father in monster form, and that's why she throws the giant TV at him to make sure that he's dead. Wrong.
Great cutscene where she slams the TV on his head.
So here we go. This is how the arsonists behave. So you would think it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 4. No, this is 4. And so we pull it, and if you get it wrong, what happens is when you go in the other room, there's no key on the ground, and when you go back out, there's 2 enemies just sitting there. So there we go. We got it.
Nice.
And then we run away.
The puzzle for the arsonist key is actually really cool, but fortunately, we don't even have to mess with it.
Yeah. Fun fact, though, I actually thought that the puzzle actually extended, and that wasn't the end of the puzzle, because I didn't realize that the grave site was always going to be the same. I thought it also corresponded with the graves.
Oh.
The first time, and it was like, no, it's fine.
It's classic, like, the puzzle was simpler than I had thought all along.
So here we go, running as we head towards Edward or Eddie or Edwin. We don't know what his full name is, so I could just be making stuff up. So here we go, going down. And then I don't have fog complexity up, so there's barely going to be any condensation from the freezers. But even then, it's really, really low. Like I said, the PS2 version is far superior, and the Xbox original version is the PC version. So they share IGT, as a matter of fact, but I don't know if it's the splash screen, because the way the PS2 game the PS2 version behaves, as Eddie dies here, very comically, is that once the splash screen hits, your seat is set. So you could sit on the menu forever and you don't have to worry about it, where I believe the Xbox behaves like the PC version. And then when it comes to the HDC version, I cannot help you because I've never played the HDC version of 2. Done 3, but not 2. So here we go. There's the light. Go into the light, James. So we just slowly go along the boat. And as you can see how very pixelated his eyes and his hair is. And this is even with high-res textures on. Again, it's a game from 2002. So it's going to look a bit rough. This is actually probably the perfect example of how different the two versions actually look.
Yeah, the water and stuff too. I mean, we're comparing the graphics, but don't get it wrong. Like the OG has such charm with its graphics, and it really, like, I don't know, that aliasing where like the textures are kind of like, you know, you can see the pixels kind of like fading back and forth. Like I actually really like that style. And it's funny because a lot of horror games these days try to emulate this exact style. You know, if you've played any like indie horror games and stuff, there's a whole like collection of sort of this era of graphics in horror format, you know?
Yeah. And then, careful, I'm going the wrong way. Classic camera. So one thing that we saw where Niddle saw the thing. See, when this plays, I'm gonna let it play. He scratches it looks like he scratches his nose almost with the shotgun, depending on your angle. And it's like, James, what are you doing? So there we go. And then we go down. Fun fact, that cutscene will actually turn the flashlight back on. So here we go. We're going to try it. Again, because we have the text manipulation, it won't let us go up the stairs, which is why we can do that. Sometimes this wants to be a little finicky of when it wants to let me... Hey! Nice. Really nice. There we go. And then once we've got it here, let go of the text, because otherwise James is just going to like run in place forever. And then we're going to turn the flashlight back on so that way we can see where he is. Also, you may have noticed that loading scene back from when we were using the key to unlock the handcuffs to be able to turn the valve. There we go. We're in. Going back upstairs. Also, one thing we didn't mention, despite the fact that we have the flashlight, we still need to get the light bulb and put the light bulb in because the game will crash. No one has figured out how to not use the light bulb, so the light bulb is still very important so that we don't crash the game. Because the game's just like, what are you doing? Don't do that. So that is why we still get the light bulb. Grab the Snow White, which is technically supposed to be the third and final one, because again... the third and final one because we know what lose is, or what our suitcase is, because you're supposed to get paint thinner to find the answer, and I don't even know where you find the paint thinner, but there's a wall down here that you can find it.
It's on the elevator, I think. I only know because when I first started running this, I did not do the RNG stuff. I would just go check the codes.
That's fair. fellow speedrunner of Silent Hill 2, Maxi Lobes, actually plays this game in 3D and will just wing all the codes. And because before it was found like, hey, here's how to figure out your RNG and stuff, and before 2D controls, the game used to be ran on 3D controls and whatnot. Silent Hill 2 and 4 are done on 2D controls. 1 and 3 are done on 3D controls. I don't even know if there's 2D controls for 1. And Silent Hill Origins doesn't have an option because it's a PSP game that was later ported to the PS2 version, or to the PS2. And then there's, I don't know what the other ones have. It's been a while since I've played Silent Hill Homecoming and whatnot. But yeah, this game used to be ran on 3D controls, use the fish key, but not the case. I actually run Silent Hill 3 on 2D controls, so the transition to 2 wasn't as jarring for me as it is for other Silent Hill 3 runners and 1 runners, because the controls are quite different when you switch them. So
by the way, we had the same code here.
Yeah.
Coincidentally.
Let's go lose.
Oh yeah, another thing I forgot, the codes here are capitalized in the enhanced edition, and they're lowercase in the OG.
I didn't even notice that when I was like, oh, so that was news to me.
Yeah, I think that's one of the only like stylistic sort of changes, but it makes it easier to read the code, to be fair.
That is fair. Which is funny because in the Lucky Hill, which is the software that we use to get our answers, it's also lowercase. So here's Cinderella. And then the Little Mermaid. And then we go. Before I learned how to do the out of bounds to get into the basement, I would actually put the Little Mermaid in before grabbing the others. But there we go. Going up. Excellent. And then... Uh-oh, camera, please.
The camera in this room is always crazy.
Oh, and also the VCR is the most finicky thing alive. There we go. He's gonna put the videotape in. He's gonna realize that he actually murdered his wife, and that he is kind of a jerk. And that is time. Witness the low poly dog ending. And also, it'll translate what James says in Japanese. It was your work. It was all your work. Why? Because why not? And then we get to experience the song once again. Because of course, we can't skip out on the dog song. It's amazing. And again, you can see how pixelated everything is, though it's the same in EE for this part only.
Yeah, that background footage is, they just, took the footage because there are some like sort of movies bundled with this game. If you hang out on the main menu, you get like the little opening trailer, and then there's a few others in the extras.
Yeah, you can get the TGS trailer for 3, the E3 trailer for this. I want to say the E3 trailer for 3, or is it just the TGS trailer? And you can also get the James Honey intro sequence at the beginning. There's like a ton of like extras that it has. And of course, Born from a Wish on the PS2 is only available if you get the greatest hits version, fun fact. If you get the Black Label version, it won't have Born from a Wish, because Born from a Wish was a PC thing that later got ported to PS2 and Xbox, although, you know, the Xbox version is the PC version. So, there's a difference for you game collectors out there wondering, like, which PS2 version is the best. You want the greatest hits version, if you can find it for a reasonable price. Yo, Niddle, do you want to tell the people again where they can find you?
Yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/Niddle. I run Silent Hill 2 and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, he's also a very excellent DBD player, so if you like the Dead by Daylights, Niddle is the stream for you. Thanks again for joining for the commentary. I know we did a role reversal, but it's very much appreciated and whatnot.
Anytime.
Also, shout outs to Emma. I don't know if Emma plugged that she's doing Silent Hill Origins on Wednesday on Speedruns from the Crypt. She's also a part of my Twitch team. So is Death Tropes. So is Schmumbler. And Eldergoth, who I also mentioned, is also a part of that Twitch team. Again, if it wasn't for her help, I would have never been able to get EE or this version working. So thank you very much for that. You will see more of me in the next run, because I'm the Origins runner for this year Hotfix, as we'll be doing UFO. And but if you have to go, you can catch me on twitch.tv/Abby's Corner. I do a lot of speed runs and whatnot. I'll also be on Frost Fatales next week. On Monday, I'll be doing RE4 Separate Ways. And on Thursday, I'll be doing Symphony of the Night on the Sega Saturn Alucard Any%. So yeah, but I'll be back in a short amount of time. And also, hey, I beat your boat stage.
You did. I was going to say, it's a better boat stage than I got. Damn.
And I was on controller the whole time. Also, check out the saves 1551, because it'll tell you how many times you've saved in the game.
Heck yeah.
GG's.
All right. Thank you so much to the both of you. Thank you, Needle, for commentating and being on the run before. Abby, thank you as well. We'll see more of you in a few seconds here. So, like Abby said, last game of the night, we have Silent Hill Origins. We'll be back in a few minutes with it. See y'all in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. We are ending off of our showcase today with Silent Hill Origins, joined by a familiar face. How are you doing, Abby?
Hi, everybody. I'm back. I'm doing good. I've been here for a while, and that's okay. So, this is Silent Hill Origins. The PSP version is the version we want to play. Why? Because it has the best IGT scenario, and is also not dark. And because I don't know why the PS2 version is so dark, but it's really, really dark. Also, the Japanese version of the PSP version can often be found with the Japanese version of Silent Hill Shattered Memories for around $100 Canadian, so it's really cheap too. That being said, the following category is probably the easiest Silent Hill game to learn, because there's no RNG puzzles, and it's all about movement, and it's really cozy and comfy. Now here we have Travis, who leaves his truck, and he's wearing his trucker hat and all this stuff, but guess what? No, we're not going to be wearing a trucker hat or anything. We're going to be changing to a tracksuit. Why? Infinite stamina. Also, I forgot to say that the run starts. Crap. I'm sorry. But the run started. So, we have infinite stamina while wearing the tracksuit, which means we don't have to manipulate the game into giving us more energy drinks. That is something that New Game has to do. Emma, exterior Emma, who you saw earlier, actually figured out all the spots to change your stuff. It's great. And it's quite the impressive run with how much management you have to do, when you have to pick up something, etc. And here we are in a burning building. Oh no. And also, everybody say hello to Movie Pyramid Head. Now you may be wondering, why is Movie Pyramid Head in this game? Because originally they were going to throw Pyramid Head in this game, but decided not to and replace him with the Butcher. We won't be seeing the Butcher because the Butcher is a new game boss, because we only see about 3 bosses in this game, and none of them are the Butcher. The Butcher does make an appearance in cutscenes, but unfortunately, unlike Silent Hill 2, we can't watch cutscenes, because unfortunately the IGT still goes. The IGT doesn't go when you pause, when you're sitting in the menu, and there's one more place that is escaping me where it doesn't show up. So we can't even watch the ending, but because I'm not like super grindy for a PB right now, we're gonna watch the ending, because even though the IGT is gonna move through it, the ending is what we're here for, because it's UFO ending. So right now we just carried Alyssa out of her burning house. She's 7 in this game. And so that is a thing. The way we can kind of know what the timeline for each game is thanks in part to Silent Hill 3, because there's a phone call in Silent Hill 3 that says happy 31st birthday, and we assume that the birthday calls for Alyssa, so by doing some quick math, you can find out when she was born, which would be 1970, and if this takes place in so that means this takes place in 1977, because we know she's 7. So, yeah. Math. Thing you don't want to do in speedrunning. So here we go. There's only one elevator we're also going to take in this game. Also, we want the flashlight off at all times, but the game is really going to fight us on that and want to turn it on a ton. For example, every cutscene will turn the flashlight back on. It's terrible. So here we go. Also, load screens don't count towards the IGT. So here we have our first nurse. She can get us into a QuickTime event. That's another thing that this game has, is QuickTime events. Yay, QuickTime events. Remember those? The mid-2000s sure do. So here we go, grabbing plastic lungs. Plastic lung in quotations, because this is Silent Hill after all, as we run past this nurse and head through this door. Also, may I offer you something very valuable in these trying times, because guess what? We're getting an egg. So can I offer you an egg in these trying times? Now, supposedly the answer to this following puzzle is the age of 3 patients. I didn't even know there were 3 patient ages we could find. Either way, we know what the answer is. 312319, which gives us a plastic heart, quote unquote. So we get the plastic heart and we run. Again, none of the puzzles are RNG. If you know the answer, it's always the same. There is also no difficulty, from what I understand. Also, if you're doing a new game run, you have to live with the static that the series is known for that makes the game look really, really bad. New Game Plus is the only way to turn it off that still keeps your run legal, unfortunately. So that is also a thing as we go and grab yet another organ, the liver that is in the back of a toilet. Boy, am I glad that I'm not Travis right now. So here we go, and then there will be a key on the toilet, or on the toilet lid. So here we go, it's a staff key. As we keep running, we're going to ignore things like pickups. There's no real reason to pick up any healing items and the like. So here we go into the staff lounge, and we are probably going to pick up this toaster. So does anybody want a toast, as the camera likes to cause me to run around in a circle? As a matter of fact, there's a glitch coming up towards the end of the run that can end the run because it'll lock the camera in place and you can't get it to turn back. It's absolutely horrifying. So here we go. leaving and going to put all the organs in their place because we need a pair of eyes. So here we go. And somehow doing this organ placement puzzle, it opens the eyes. I have no idea why, but it does. So again, put them in this order and you're fine. There's the eyes. The eyes are so that we can get to the first boss. So that's what we're gonna do. Excellent. All right, going into Mirror World, Other World, whatever you would like to call it. This game's gimmick is that you get there by looking in a mirror. Don't know why. Oh, that was close. All right, so go into the menu. Again, while in here, the IGT is not going. The only boss slash enemy we hit with a range weapon is the first one, because it has the chance to grab us into a QTE. So it is best to not worry about it. So skip the cutscene. And just like that, it's dead. And it'll roam around the streets and in other areas that we go to. Because of course it does. What horror game doesn't eventually just have a boss become a regular enemy? Because this one does. So, again, the door we came through is locked from the outside. Silent Hill is a very weird place for that, so we need to go to this exit to get to the next location, which is going to be the sanitarium, because we meet Lisa Garland, who you may remember from Silent Hill 1. Yes, she is back in this game, and still a nurse, but also not the age where you're allowed to be a nurse, so that's a little weird, but semantics. So right now, we're just running through the town, certain things you can grab, find, and whatnot, and also the classic, oh, things are blocked off, and there's the boss we just killed becoming that their regular enemy. It has a couple of attacks. One is a QTE, the other one, it'll, like, throw a ball at you, and it's just like, oh, lovely. And here's our introduction to the Butcher coming up, but I'm going to skip it. So that is a thing. And then we don't see him again, I don't think, till, like, his boss fight. I'm not 100% sure how many times we come across him. And again, the game really likes to force the flashlight on, and it's just good habit to always turn it off, even if it's not necessary, because it's not necessary in the butcher shop, because there's no enemies here. Why turn off the flashlight? Because enemies can see you with the flashlight on and they become more aggressive, whereas when the flashlight is off, they have a really hard time noticing you. So here we go, running to the sanitarium, and just kind of walking along, noticing the scenes, definitely turning his head a lot, because I guess there's just a lot of items he can pick up. I'm surprised he's not getting vertigo with the amount of times he's moving his head back and forth. A lot of the places you can get easily lost in, but a lot of the solutions is run straight. There's no, like, oh no, it's super dark to see, what am I going to do, like we saw in Silent Hill 2. It's all pretty simplistic. So here we go. So we just run along in here. Fun fact, the way the camera changes there, as we'll see when I come back out, it'll actually be kind of a pain to leave the gate because of how the camera changes how movement works on the analog stick. Because let us not forget that the analog num of the PSP exists. Again, using the D-pad does not move you. So that's fun. And there is no change how the game behaves when it comes to movement. There's no 3D controls. There's basically an equivalent of 2D controls. And also the game is really going to want you to pay attention to that map, but we're going to ignore that map. And here we see Dahlia, who's like, I'm evil. And it's like, okay, sure thing. Have fun being evil. As we run up here to solve a puzzle using an iron lung. Now, I don't recommend pushing buttons on an iron lung, but Travis here is like, nah, I'm a professional at iron lung business. So we're gonna go and solve the puzzle. How you know the answer, I don't know. I just know what the answer is. So we got the note skip. So it's 113355. And you could also do it like 553311, etc. Now, as you could see, the pressure on that was very large, so you wouldn't think that the key would just lightly bump where a head would be. You would think it would shoot halfway across the room, causing a large dent. But no, it just, floats like a pillow onto the head spot. Video games. So here we go, running once again. Again, it's a lot of going back and forth, and again, going straight is usually your answer for how to find your way back where you need to go. As we go down into the basement for some fun, as we're basically going to be going up and around, as we're going to be going to hydrotherapy next. Also, say hello to dogs. They are very big, and they are very mean, and they are very painful. Beware the dogs. So again, we're just going to be running here. Everything's going to be fine. That guy didn't really notice us. And then we're going up. Again, it's a lot of looping around the building. It is very easy to get lost inside the sanitarium. So if you do casually play this, or you try the speed run, it's okay if you get lost a few times, because it's very big and there are a lot of places you can go. So here we go, running up the stairs. Careful, don't get too hit into walls, please. And of course, we're going to our hydrotherapy appointment. Oh, and some lovely nurses have decided to meet us there. Don't worry, they're gonna despawn when I come back out. That's a thing that happens. Enemies don't really want to stick around. They kind of leave once you've done what you needed to do. So, hydrotherapy. Oh no, the key went down. We have no way of getting the key. How dare. So here we go. Oh look, the nurses left, and now we get to use our magical powers, because guess what? We can break the game by doing this in the wrong spot. And yet the game will just put us right in front of the mirror anyway. Because why not? So here we go. We want to go this way. And now we get to hear a word from Travis's mother. They're very, very, very ever so kind words. That was sarcasm. Because she's always hated you and your devil son. And so we go into the bathroom, look in the mirror, and then we must perform a very important activity of flushing a toilet. If we don't flush this toilet, enemies won't appear, and neither will the key. You know you haven't flushed the toilet when you don't see enemies once we go back down into the basement. So here we go into the dormitory. We have a key to pick up here. Careful. There we go. Exit through the other door. And then run for it. Farewell, ghost thing. There are going to be a lot of ghosts, so if you're afraid of ghosts, I apologize. And then we're going to run past the two nurses. Again, with the flashlight off, enemies are not nearly as aggressive as they are when it is on, and Travis really doesn't need the light on. He can perfectly see in the dark. Clearly eating his carrots as we head through these doors now. We don't want to head through any red doors yet. And again, the game really wants us to pay attention. Oh, it didn't want me to pay attention to the map. That's new. Because normally it's like, hey, remember the map? Go to the map. Do not go to the doctor door yet. Okay, game, thanks. Don't go to the doctor door yet. That's for a glitch later on. Don't pick up the note. Because it's going to make opening that door faster a little later. And unfortunately, we have to pick up the shotgun. There's no way to not pick up the shotgun because it's literally barring the door. but we're never going to use the shotgun. As a matter of fact, we're never going to use a ranged weapon again. As we continue on our journey, flipping back and forth, of course. And again, you can see all these doors and hallways and whatnot, but no, you just want to go straight through the next door. And then head on down, like so. Ta-da! And then, so these enemies wouldn't appear if I didn't flush the toilet, but more importantly, this key wouldn't be here either. And again, it can be a little confusing to find your way all the way back up and whatnot. As a matter of fact, most times if I forget to do something, I will completely restart the run because I'm like, I have no idea where I'm going. This place is a maze. So there we go. And then we are going to enter the house. Well, not the house, but the door at the end of the hallway to teleport. Because there's also a fun thing we can do with mirrors. And that is, the game doesn't necessarily care how far away you are. As you can see, I'm very far away from the mirror to the point where I'm not even touching it. Yet there I go. So if you mash A, but you have to be careful, because sometimes mashing A will cause, or X in this case, because, you know, buttons, they all gotta be in different places. But mashing X will cause, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, will cause him to read things that are just sitting everywhere. So by mashing X, well, you can get to the mirror faster. It can cause you to maybe lose time by, oh no, he's interacting with notes or something that he doesn't need to be reading. So now we head into the archive room, and we're going to interrupt some dialogue. You had to do it. Please help me. Oh no, he didn't get to finish his sentence, so we never know what he needs help with. Could it be doing paperwork, the laundry, washing the car? Who knows? We don't. So there we go. Again, all these interviews we're hearing and whatnot is Travis's mother. Travis's mother is the boss fight of the sanitarium, and Travis's father is the boss fight of the hotel, but we're not going to see Travis's father, so we don't have to worry about that as we head back into the basement. Again, it's a lot of traversing around and going up and down stairs and whatnot and seeing scary dogs and whatnot. Also, fair warning, creepy doll puzzle coming up. So if you're not a fan of creepy dolls, this is your warning. Because there is a puzzle involving creepy dolls. So here we go. Excellent. As we continue to climb. There we go. And again, nobody can see me, so it's fine. These nurses are just having a time. And there we go. And then we go over to the puzzle. So we want yellow in the far right, far left, middle, and right beside. Again, very creepy dolls, as I mentioned. And there we go. We now have the key to get the other key to get to the boss. So we're going to do that now. Going down. Again, we're just going back the way we came, though we don't have to go to all the floors. So that is nice. We can go to the first floor instead, which is really nice instead of having to go all the way up to the second floor. Also, more ghosts. The sanitarium is the only spot where ghosts are, so we don't have to worry about them for too much longer as we go back into regular world here once again. Going for it. And there we go. Whoops, please don't walk into chairs. It'd be most appreciated if you didn't do that. Alright, and then we're going to head up to the first floor, because we don't need to bother with any of the other floors anymore. Hooray! Again, going straight. Don't go turning or anything. That you can't actually open the door on the left anyway, so we're perfectly fine. Yay, long load screen. This might actually be one of the longest loads I've seen. So we go this way. And then remember that note I said to not check out? This is why. Because you can interrupt his animation after picking up the note. There we go. We got the key without reading the other note. And now this music will start. The music will stop if you go the wrong way. So something to keep in mind. If the music stops, you've gone the wrong way. Again, is it going to make me... Oh, good. It's not making me see the map. Alright, here we go. Again, now we want the red doors, so we're going to try to find all the red doors to go through. Ignoring all the blue doors. Blue doors are bad now. Excellent. Keep running. And then look for the bathroom. Excellent. And then we're going to teleport back. And then we're going to walk straight to get into Travis's mother's room. Because she is holding a piece that we need for Alyssa. Though again, because we're doing UFO ending, we're not going to get all the pieces anyway. We're also going to change to the moon gauntlets. Because you've heard of One Punch Man, the popular anime. But you see, who needs One Punch Man when you have... Hold on. Two Punch Man. 2 punches, she's done. And that's all there is to it. Eventually they're going to drop the next piece. And there we go. I don't know why I turned the flashlight back on, but I turned the flashlight back on. Even though the cutscene was going to do that for us. Pick up the ticket. As a matter of fact, you can't leave the sanitarium without picking that up. He'll just go, I have to check out the table every time. Though, again, coming all the way back here would suck very badly. Grab the lumberyard key, and we're done with the sanitarium, and now we're on our way to the theater, because Travis is a cultured man and wants to check out a play. Unfortunately, it's a play by Shakespeare. We don't like Shakespeare here. Boo, Shakespeare, boo. And then... Will the game be nice when I try to leave? There we go. Beware the dog. And then we're going to keep going. And we're actually not going to be traveling on the sidewalk because eventually there will be a dog on the sidewalk. So we're going to run on the road instead. And so we just travel here, past some enemies and the like. Again, there's a lot of backtracking and whatnot, but again... There's a bit to explore and can potentially get you lost, but if you know what you're doing, it's pretty straightforward. As we just go along here, now that we passed the dog, we can go back onto the sidewalk and go back into the butcher shop. Bit has changed with the scenery. The nurse is no longer inside. Also, there is a very large trail of blood. And of course, we're going to follow it. So follow the trail of blood. Because of course you can. Woohoo! I don't know what picking that thing up on the ground does. You don't really need it. And there's the nurse. Unfortunate. That is the butcher's handiwork, unfortunately. So we kind of see, like... instances of him, but we don't really meet up with him, I think, until his boss fight. I have never actually beaten the normal ending for this game. I am strictly a UFO runner. I've not beaten the game regularly. Oh no. So yeah, there are now dogs all over the streets, and things are about to get more terrifying after we're done with the theater. The enemy right here can actually despawn under certain conditions. I don't know what their conditions are. There are 3 enemies in total that have the possibility of despawning. That is the first one. I will point out the other 2 when we get to them. Now, despite all these spooky noises, there's nothing actually here that can hurt you. There's some healing items and a melee weapon, so it's just, hey, atmosphere. As we just make it through. There we go. Welcome to another street, and also Silent Hill, some sort of store that I didn't pay attention to the last word of it. Maybe it was a bank. Who knows? It's not really important. And then we're on Arcadia Road, but we're not going to go on there. We're going to follow another trail of blood. Boy, Travis doesn't know danger when he sees it. He's just like, nah, I'm completely fine with this. I'm just going to follow this trail of blood. Oh, no, we gotta try to juke him. We did so. In practice, that dog was actually pretty nice to me, and then it was like, oh no, this is not good. All right, here we go, going down. Excellent. And again, falling down more holes. Who knew that Silent Hill would have a theme of falling down holes? As we go here. This is actually the first Western-developed Silent Hill. It's by the same team who ended up doing Shattered Memories. As we try to put the ticket in. There we go. It was a team out of the UK called Climax. They no longer exist, unfortunately. As we continue on. And surprisingly, to me, that Silent Hill Shattered Memories never came out on PS3 or 360, because it came after Silent Hill Homecoming, which did come out on those platforms. So here we go. Oh no, Shakespeare. Say it ain't so. And also, as I mentioned about creepy dolls, if you're not a fan of those, prepare for creepy marionettes, because it's time for the creepy marionettes. Also, I neglected to mention that Silent Hill Origins has one of the hardest glitches in the franchise. It is ridiculously hard. It can explode the run, causing so many issues, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it here and now. Yeah, we're gonna do it right now. And no, it is not the potential of this note skip. Hey, we got the second note skip. It's been a while since I've gotten that note skip. The note skip is not the glitch that I'm referring to. So here we go. Running past the marionettes. Again, as long as you have the flashlight off, enemies really won't bother you, except for this dog right here. Or no, not this dog. Another dog that's coming up that used to never cause me problems is now causing me problems, and I'm like, really? Are we gonna be doing this? Apparently the answer is yes. All right. Let's go. All right, it's time for the glitch. Are you ready to see the hardest glitch in the franchise as I hit the wrong button to open the menu? Here we go. And that was it. In case you couldn't tell, that was sarcasm the entire time. It's actually one of the easiest glitches ever. It saves 15 minutes of time. And from what I understand, somebody on like GameFAQs or something just put that in there like back in 2007. So it's been a thing that's been known like before the game was even like speedran. As I go towards the wrong door, so yeah, there we go. Not bad. And then we're just gonna run this way. And then we have another puzzle that involves math that we're not gonna do, because if you know the answer, you don't have to do the math. I don't even know what math we're doing. It just involves math. So here we go. Also, I'm not sure if you had to experience Shakespeare during the Shattered Memories run, but one of the passwords for that game is 12th Night. It is the longest word for the passwords, and it's a pain, and it's just like, Shakespeare, the ruiner of video games, and terrible, terrible, terrible writer. As you can tell, I'm not a fan of Shakespeare. I go on quite the rant. So here we go, we got the lights. And then we go. So the answer to the puzzles are as follows. We go 500, 125, 750, and then finally 250. I don't know what happens if you get this wrong, but what I do know is that the lights won't turn on as we awaken the boss. That's what we're doing. We're waking up the boss. You can hear him there. He's very angry that we just woke him up. Now, fun fact, if you have the flashlight on, as you can see, I'm staring at a wall, and the enemy's right there. But if you have the flashlight on, it'll start running towards you the second you open the door. Which makes no sense to me, because we're not even in its peripheral view, even with the light on. So it's just like, alright. As we continue to go down the stairs. Excellent. As we have one more puzzle to solve before we fight the final boss. However, the final boss is not the end of the run. There's a theme when it comes to the fun endings, where the final boss does not end the run. So here we go. Make sure to... There's a way you can skip the note, but make sure that you hear the curtain noise before going through the door, because there is a way to get through the door before the curtain noise happens, and if you do that, the curtain doesn't go up, and so you have to go back through the door and do it again. Oh, right, I don't know what I'm doing that for. So it's scenery 1. I forgot that I have to go get the lever, so I was like, where's the lever? And it's like, you don't have it yet, so of course you can't put the lever in the spot. So now we unfortunately have to listen to a bit more Shakespeare, because we must be not afeared. The isle is full of noises, the sounds and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. As we pick up the key to go get into the room that has the thing.
The isle is full of noises, sounds and sweet airs that give delight and hurt.
There's always one line in every Silent Hill game that'll get drilled into your brain. Unfortunately for this game, it's Shakespeare. So there we go. Excellent. Also, you can pick up that TV and use it as a throwable weapon. But again, we don't need to do that. Same thing with the toaster. So open the stage. Grab the lever. Walk out. One of the marionettes is gone. No idea why it despawns, but it does, which is very nice. The marionettes can grab you, much like the second boss of Silent Hill 2 can, and only you have to, quick time event, or QTE your way out of it. Go through the door. There we go. And then we are going to fight the boss. But first, I need to put the lever in its spot. So there's the lever. And then 2 and 3 is what we need. Also, every cutscene there is turning the flashlight on, even if we aren't looking with the flashlight. Now, fun fact, thanks to Emma for this information, that burlap sack is the boss. I thought that was the food for the boss for the longest time, but no, apparently that's the boss. And then 2 punches and it's done. Kind of takes a minute to die. Now that is a demon that is just so happens to be a contorted human, is sort of the lore of that one. And yes, it does become a regular enemy. The only bosses that don't become regular enemies are the Butcher and Travis's parents, and obviously the last boss. But every other boss becomes a regular enemy. Of course, there's only 2 bosses that become regular enemies, but hey. Also, if you thought the dogs were scary, I have some bad news. Very, very bad news for us all. Because there's more than just dogs now roaming around the streets, other than the demons. There's giant dogs now. So have fun with that knowledge, knowing that there's giant dogs that will try to hit you. I don't know if they do more damage, but boy, would I not want to get hit by them. Also, coming up here is another enemy that can despawn. It didn't. But this enemy is actually the one that I can get consistent to despawn. Unfortunate that it didn't happen here. Now, there is a way to interact with the cash register and the key without looking at the note. I can usually only get the cash register interactable without looking at the note. Emma and Punchy can get it no problem with note skips. It's quite impressive. And then we're going to walk up this staircase to grab this key. We need that key for the ending. If we don't have that key, we can't get the ending, and then it's just like, oh no. Also, that dog has a very high chance to hit you while coming down. Another thing to note is that Travis's body can block the view of a dog. As you just saw there, if I hadn't moved out of the way, I would have been continually walking into it. So it would have been like, oh, sweet, no, please. So there we go. All right. And now we're in here. Whoops. And now I'm going to make a safety save. Why? Because we're nearing the camera angle that can fudge everything. Because this is the spot where I mentioned that the camera can turn in such a way that will cause it to be fixed in one spot and not allow you to continue. Luckily, we didn't have that. But why not a safety save? It's very rare for it to happen, but you never know. Alright, here we go. This is the last enemy that can possibly despawn. It also rarely faces me. Usually it's the other way, and you have to give it a little push to get it out of your way. So there we go. As you can see, they are now around. Just walking about very heavy steps. So we continue to run to the motel. Also a playground we can't get into. Very sad that we can't go for a swing. And there we go. Excellent. That's Travis with his father. Pick up the key. Go through the door. And now we have some enemies that we need to dodge, and it's a very weird way to dodge them, but hey, it's not anything too complicated. By running like that and going like that, it allows us to dodge them instead of them grabbing me into a QTE. It's very weird that that works, but it works, and I'm okay with that. Because you wouldn't think just doing that would do it, but it does it every time. And it's quite lovely. So now we go in. Mirror world one final time. Also, you can notice his hand clipping through the glove. There we go. Go through the door. And now, something that I learned recently thanks to Emma, you don't have to get this guy out of your way. You can just walk by him as he hits me anyway. Ow. Never mind, I probably should have gone with the old strat. Also, these guys are new, but that's the only one we're gonna see. As time is coming up very shortly, as we teleport out one more time. And go through the door. And that is time. That is the run. Witness the ending. Again, he tries to put the key in and it's like, no.
Doesn't fit. A lonely move.
Did you know you were actually getting 4 dog endings today?
I did not.
Because, surprise! Mira's back hanging out with the aliens.
Greetings, Travis. You see my truck? I have to find my truck.
Truck is on our planet.
Come with us.
Can I drive? You drive, stick. And thus Travis goes into the alien ship and into the void. And that is Silent Hill Origins. And apparently we use the flashlight for 44 seconds and whatnot. But yes, that was the run. Again, you can follow me at twitch.tv/Abby's Corner. Again, I will be at Frost Fatales. I'll be doing Resident Evil 4 with a variety pack on comms at 7:40 p.m. Eastern on the 4th. And I will be doing Castlevania Symphony of the Night on Thursday the 7th at 1:50 p.m. Eastern. And I will be joined by Pippi in a top hat. And yeah, it's going to be a good time because it's the Sega Saturn version, which is the best version because PlayStation is lame. Yeah, all that good stuff. Thank you again for having me. I super appreciate it. And yeah, this has been Silent Hill, Origins.
Thank you so much, Abby, for showcasing this game the last. Super appreciate you coming on. Absolutely fantastic runs and commentary all around. And yeah, everybody be sure to check out Abby, not only on Twitch, but over at FF. And as a reminder, FF is going on March 3rd through 10th. If you want more information, you can use !FF in Twitch chat, and prizes are open until February 28th for that. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/Frankfurt for more information on that. Yeah, thank you so much, Abby. Do you have anything else you want to say before we close out here?
Nope. Just thanks again, everybody, for watching. Thanks, Noel, again for being on the last run for comms and what have you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, big shout out to everybody who helped out today doing runs or commentary. Be sure to check them all out. They're all great runners. Yeah, make sure to give them all a follow. Check them out. Like we both said, Frost Fatales is next week, so you should be sure to check that out. And if you are interested in submitting anything to the PAX East Speedrun stage marathon we're going to have, that is the 21st through 24th. Use !PAX in Twitch chat or go to paxeast.com/ never get that. With all that said, we don't have anything else for you tonight. Our next live show will be Wednesday. But if you missed anything throughout the day, we are going to replay right after this, so you can catch up on that. Thank you, everybody, for celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill. Have a great one, everyone.